Some stories don't knock on your door. They sit quietly in the dark and wait for your heart to notice them. Stephen King's The Green Mile is one of those stories. A haunting journey born from his fascination with justice, suffering, and the invisible weight carried inside prison walls. Released in 1996, its story would reach millions of readers around the world, adding another unforgettable chapter to the mind that gave us It and The Shawshank Redemption. Then, in 1999, its soul found new life on screen. As you listen, remember, this is a third-person retelling, not a word-for-word reading, and the visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. Along the way, you'll uncover hidden facts, adaptation secrets, and behind-the-scenes stories waiting in the shadows. Now take a step onto death row and listen closely. The story begins. The year was 1932, and the state penitentiary still stood at Cold Mountain. The electric chair occupied its place there too, a permanent fixture that inspired grim humor among the inmates. They gave it nicknames: Old Sparky, the Big Juicy, and cracked jokes about the power bill, about how Warden Moores might as well cook his Thanksgiving dinner in it since his wife Melinda was too sick to handle the kitchen herself. The jokes came easily enough when the chair was just an idea, a story told from a safe distance. For the men who actually had to sit in it, the humor evaporated in an instant. Paul Edgecombe knew this from experience. He had presided over 78 executions during his time at Cold Mountain, a number etched into his memory as permanently as his own name. He would carry that figure to his deathbed. He had watched the truth settle into dozens of men at the same precise moment when their ankles were clamped to the stout oak legs of the chair. You could see it rising in their eyes like cold dismay. Their own legs were finished. The blood still flowed, the muscles still held strength, but they would never walk another country mile, never spin a girl around a barn-raising dance floor. They understood their deaths from the ankles upward. A black silk bag went over their heads after they finished their rambling, disjointed final remarks. Paul always believed that hood was for the witnesses, not the condemned. It spared the living from watching that tide of recognition in dying eyes. The moment they grasped, they would leave this world with their knees bent. Cold Mountain had no formal death row. There was only E Block, set apart from the other four sections and about a quarter their size. Brick instead of wood, with a bare metal roof that glared in summer like a delirious eyeball. Inside, 6 cells, 3 on each side of a wide center aisle. Each cell was nearly twice the size of those in the other blocks. Single occupancy, too. Fine accommodations for a prison, especially in the 30s. Yet the men housed there would have traded them in a heartbeat for a cell in any of the other 4 blocks. During Paul's years as block superintendent, all 6 cells were never occupied at once. 4 was the maximum. Mixed black and white, no segregation among the walking dead, and even that felt like a slice of hell. One prisoner had been a woman named Beverly McCall, black as the ace of spades, beautiful as the kind of sin you never had the nerve to commit. She had endured 6 years of her husband's beatings, but wouldn't tolerate his infidelity for a single day. On the evening, she discovered him cheating. She waited for Lester McCall, known to his friends and his short-term mistress as Cutter, at the top of the stairs above his barber shop. She let him get his overcoat half off, then used one of his own razors to spill his guts onto his two-tone shoes. 2 nights before her scheduled execution, she called Paul to her cell to tell him about a dream. Her African spirit father had visited her, instructing her to discard her slave name and die under her free name, Machomomi. She requested that her death warrant be read under the name Beverly Machomi. Paul agreed without hesitation. His years as bull goose screw had taught him never to refuse the condemned unless absolutely necessary. In any case, the request became moot. The governor called the next afternoon, commuting her sentence to life at Grassy Valley Penal Facility for Women. Paul watched her round backside turn left instead of right at the duty desk and felt genuine relief. 35 years later, he spotted her name on the obituary page. The photograph showed a skinny-faced black woman with a cloud of white hair and rhinestone-trimmed glasses. She had spent her last decade a free woman, single-handedly rescuing the small-town library of Rains Falls, teaching Sunday school, much beloved. The headline read, "Librarian Dies of Heart Failure." Below it, almost as an afterthought, served over 2 decades in prison for murder. Only her eyes remained unchanged, wide, blazing behind those rhinestone glasses. The eyes of a woman who, even at 70-something, would not hesitate to snatch a safety razor from its jar of disinfectant if the urge demanded. Paul had spent enough time minding murderers to recognize them, even when they finished their days as old lady librarians in sleepy little towns. There had been only one time he ever questioned the nature of his work. That, he supposed, was why he was writing this account. The wide corridor running the length of E Block was floored with linoleum, the color of tired old limes. What other prisons called the Last Mile, Cold Mountain called the Green Mile. It ran about 60 long paces from south to north, bottom to top. The restraint room sat at the bottom, at the top a T-junction. A left turn meant life, if you could call the sun-baked exercise yard life. Many did. They lived there for years, thieves and arsonists and sex criminals, talking their talk and walking their walk and making their small deals. A right turn was a different matter. That led into Paul's office, carpeted in green as well, a detail he kept meaning to change but never got around to. Past his desk, flanked by the American flag on one side and the state flag on the other, stood 2 doors. One led to the small washroom he and the E-Block guards used. The other opened into a storage shed. That was where you ended up when you walked the Green Mile. The door was small. Paul had to duck through it. John Coffey had to sit and scoot. It opened onto a little landing, then 3 cement steps down to a board floor. A miserable room, unheated, with a metal roof like the block it served. Cold enough in winter to see your breath, stifling in summer. At the execution of Elmer Manfred, July or August of 1930, Paul believed 9 witnesses had passed out. On the left side of the storage shed sat life. Tools chained down in frames as if they were carbine rifles instead of spades and pickaxes. Dry goods, sacks of seeds for the prison gardens, boxes of toilet paper, pallets of blanks for the plate shop, even bags of lime for marking the baseball diamond and football gridiron where the Cons played in the pasture. On the right side sat death. Old Sparky himself, perched on a plank platform in the southeast corner. Stout oak legs and arms that had absorbed the terror sweat of scores of men in their final minutes. The metal cap hung jauntily on the back of the chair like some robot child's beanie from a Buck Rogers comic strip. A cord ran from it through a hole in the cinder block wall, ringed with a gasket. Off to one side stood a galvanized tin bucket. Inside, a circle of sponge cut to fit the metal cap. Before executions, it was soaked in brine to conduct the charge of direct current electricity from the wire through the sponge and into the condemned man's brain. That year belonged to John Coffey. The details would still be in old newspapers for anyone with more energy than Paul Edgecombe, now an old man whittling away his final years in a Georgia nursing home. He remembered that fall as exceptionally hot. October felt like August. The warden's wife, Melinda, was hospitalized at Indianola. It was the autumn. Paul suffered the worst urinary infection of his life. Not bad enough to hospitalize him, but nearly bad enough to make him wish for death every time he urinated. It was the fall of Delacroix, the little half-bald Frenchman with the mouse, the one who had arrived in summer and performed that clever trick with the spool. Mostly, though, it was the fall John Coffey came to E Block, sentenced to death for the rape and murder of the Dederick twins. 4 or 5 guards worked each shift, but many were floaters. Dean Stanton, Harry Terwilliger, and Brutus Howell, called brutal as a joke since he wouldn't hurt a fly unless forced, were all gone now. Percy Wetmore was gone too, and he truly had been brutal, stupid as well. He had no business on E Block, where an ugly nature was worse than useless and sometimes dangerous. But he was related to the governor by marriage, and so he stayed. It was Percy Wetmore who ushered Coffee onto the block, bellowing the supposed traditional cry, "Dead man walking! Dead man walking here!" October or not, the heat remained hellish. The exercise yard door swung open, flooding the corridor with brilliant light and revealing the largest man Paul had ever seen, larger even than the basketball players he sometimes watched on television in the nursing home's resource room. Chains draped across his arms and his barrel chest. Leg irons shackled his ankles, and a chain between them shuffled like cascading coins as he moved along the lime-colored corridor. Percy Wetmore flanked one side, skinny Harry Terwilliger the other. They looked like children walking a captured bear. Even Brutus Howell, over 6 feet tall and broad-shouldered himself, appeared small beside Coffee. John Coffey was black, like most of the men who came to E Block before dying in old Sparky's embrace. He stood 6 feet 8 inches tall, not willowy like the basketball players, broad-shouldered, deep-chested, laced with muscle in every direction, the largest denims the prison stores could provide, still rolled halfway up his scarred calves. His shirt hung open below his chest, sleeves stopping somewhere on his forearms. He held his cap in one huge hand. On his bald mahogany head, it would have looked like an organ grinder's monkey cap, only blue instead of red. He appeared strong enough to snap his chains like Christmas ribbons, but his face told a different story. Not dull, though Percy soon called him an Egypt, but lost. His eyes kept scanning, trying to place himself, to understand where he was, even who he was. Paul's first thought was that he looked like a black Samson, but one Delilah had already shaved smooth, draining all the fight out of him. Paul Edgecombe sat on the bunk of what would be John Coffey's cell, watching the procession approach. He had known Coffey was coming, had positioned himself here to welcome the new prisoner and take charge of him, but nothing had prepared him for the sheer scale of the man now shuffling down the Green Mile. Percy Wetmore was trumpeting his dead man walking refrain, hauling on the giant's wrist cuff as if he actually believed he could move that mountain of flesh through sheer will. Harry Terwilliger walked on the other side, looking embarrassed. Paul cut Percy off mid-cry, telling him that was enough, and the young guard shot him a look that communicated exactly what he thought, that Paul was an asshole, and the big dummy alongside him only knew how to rape and murder little girls. Percy kept his mouth shut, though. They stopped outside the open cell door. Harry voiced concern about Paul sitting in there with the newcomer, an unusual nervousness in his voice. Paul had seen Harry stand steady during the riots years before, even when rumors of armed inmates circulated. So the hesitation registered. He ignored it and addressed Coffey directly, asking if there would be trouble. The giant shook his head slowly, left, right, then back to center. His eyes found Paul's and never left them. Harry held a clipboard with Coffey's intake forms. Paul instructed him to hand it over, and Coffey took it like a sleepwalker. Then Paul told him to bring it forward, and the giant complied, chains jingling as he ducked his head to enter the cell. Paul scanned the forms to confirm the height as fact rather than illusion. 6 feet 8 inches. The listed weight of 280 seemed conservative. He estimated more like 320 or even 350, under scars and identifying marks. Old Magnuson, in registration, had laboriously printed one word: numerous. Paul glanced up. Coffey had shuffled aside, revealing Harry standing across the corridor at Delacroix's cell, their only other prisoner at that moment. Del was slight and balding, his face etched with the worried expression of a man who knows his embezzlement is about to be uncovered. A tame mouse sat on his shoulder. Percy Wetmore leaned in the doorway of what was now Coffee's cell, his hickory baton drawn from its custom holster, tapping it against his palm like a man with a toy he wanted to use. Paul felt a sudden, overwhelming inability to tolerate his presence. It might have been the unseasonable heat, or the urinary infection heating his groin and making his flannel underwear unbearable, or the realization that the state had sent a black man to execute next to an idiot, and Percy clearly wanted to rough him up first. Probably all of it combined. Whatever the reason, Paul stopped caring about Percy's political connections. He ordered Percy to the infirmary move. Percy protested, claiming the big lagoon was his job, his invented word combining lug and goon, and that Bill Dodge already had enough men. Paul insisted, his voice rising, telling Percy he didn't care what he did as long as he got out for a while. Percy's lower lip pooched out in defiance, but after a tense moment he shoved his baton back into its foolish hand-tooled holster and stalked up the corridor. He snarled at a floater guard on his way out, threatening to wipe the smirk off his face if he didn't stop. Then the exercise yard door opened briefly, admitted a blast of hot sunlight, and Percy was gone. Delacroix's mouse darted back and forth between the little Frenchman's shoulders, its whiskers twitching like fine filaments. Del told it to be still, to be quiet, and the creature obeyed immediately, stopping on his left shoulder as if it understood every word. Paul curtly told Del to lie down and rest, and the little man complied. He had raped and killed a young girl, then set her body on fire to destroy evidence, the flames spreading to engulf the building and 6 more people, 2 of them children. That evil had already vacated him, leaving behind only a mild, worried man who let his companion run squeaking over his hands. It was the worst part, Paul reflected. Old Sparky never burned what was truly inside them, and modern drugs didn't kill it either. It simply departed, leaving husks that weren't really alive. Paul turned his attention back to the giant. He asked if Coffee would be nice if the chains were removed. Coffee nodded in that same deliberate rhythm. Down, up, back to center. His strange eyes held a kind of peace, but not one Paul could fully trust. He crooked a finger to Harry, who entered the cell and began unlocking the restraints. Harry showed no fear now, even kneeling between Coffee's tree-trunk legs to work the ankle irons, and that eased Paul's nerves. Percy had been the source of Harry's earlier nervousness. Paul trusted Harry's instincts, as he trusted the instincts of all his day-to-day E-Block men, except for Percy. Paul had a standard speech for new arrivals, but he hesitated with Coffee, who seemed abnormal in more ways than his size. He asked if the man could talk. Coffee's voice was a deep, quiet rumble, like a freshly tuned tractor engine. No real southern drawl, he said rather than but his speech had a southern construction, as if he were from the South but not of it. Neither illiterate nor educated. Like so much about him, a mystery. His eyes troubled Paul most. A peaceful absence, as if he were floating far away. Paul confirmed his name. John Coffee. The man replied that it was like the drink, only spelled differently. When asked if he could read and write, he answered that he only knew his name. Paul sighed and delivered a shortened version of his standard speech, explaining who he was, how to address him, and the rules of the block. Coffee nodded along, though he seemed uncertain about what the radio was. Paul later learned that Coffee knew things when he encountered them, but forgot in between, recognizing characters on programs, but having no memory of previous episodes. Paul laid out the conditions for good behavior. Regular meals, no solitary confinement, 2 hours in the yard each afternoon except Saturdays. He asked if Coffee had visitors waiting to see him. Coffee shook his head. He had no one. His lawyer had been assigned on loan and likely couldn't find his way up to the mountains. Paul had expected as much. Appeals weren't for men like John Coffee in that era. They had their day in court, and the world forgot them. A man with family was easier to control. But Coffee had none. And that was just as well, given his intimidating size. Paul shifted on the bunk, felt no relief, and decided to stand. Coffee backed away respectfully, clasping his hands in front of him. Paul Edgecombe finished his orientation with Coffee, telling him that his time could be easy or hard depending on his behavior, and asking if he had any questions. The giant's response came immediately, a question about whether they left a light on after bedtime. Paul blinked, taken aback. He'd fielded all sorts of strange queries from newcomers over the years, once even about his wife's anatomy, but never that one. Coffee smiled uneasily, as if aware they'd think him foolish but unable to stop himself. He confessed to getting scared in the dark sometimes, especially in strange places. Looking at the pure size of the man, Paul felt strangely touched. "They did touch you," the condemned did. "You didn't see them at their worst, hammering out their horrors like demons at a forge." He told Coffee that half the lights along the mile burned from 9 until 5 every morning, then realized the man wouldn't know what the mile was, so he pointed to the corridor. Coffee nodded, relieved, though he probably didn't know what a corridor was either. He could at least see the 200-watt bulbs in their wire cages. Paul did something he'd never done with a prisoner before. He offered his hand. He still wasn't sure why. Perhaps the question about lights. It made Harry Terwilliger blink. Coffee took his hand with surprising gentleness, Paul's own hand disappearing inside the giant's grip. That was it, another moth in the killing bottle. They were done. Paul stepped out, and Harry slid the cell door shut, running both locks. Coffee stood for a moment, uncertain, then sat on his bunk, clasping his giant hands between his knees and lowering his head like a man grieving or praying. He spoke in that strange, almost southern voice, and although Paul didn't know much about what he'd done, you didn't need to know a man's crimes to feed and groom him until it was time to pay his debt. The words still sent a chill through him. Coffee said he couldn't help it, that he tried to take it back, but it was too late. Walking back up the hall to Paul's office, Harry warned that Percy was going to cause trouble. Dean Stanton was at the desk updating files, barely looking up as they entered. Paul acknowledged he'd been having trouble with that Peckerwood since the day Percy arrived, and asked if they'd heard his shouting when he brought Coffee in. Dean had heard it from the John. He'd recognized the dead man walking phrase from the magazines Percy was always reading: Argosy, Stag, Men's Adventure, devouring prison tales like research, trying to learn how to act from adventure stories. Harry noted that Percy was connected, and Paul would have to answer for sending him off the block and expecting him to do real work. Paul didn't actually expect it, but he had hopes. Bill Dodge wasn't the sort to let a man just stand around. For the time being, though, his interest was in the big newcomer. He asked if they anticipated trouble with him. Harry shook his head with certainty. Dean offered his assessment. Coffee had been quiet as a lamb at court in Trapingus County, though heavily chained. He could have made trouble if he'd wanted. Dean made a pun about Scrooge and Marley's ghost that Paul pretended to understand, just to avoid letting Dean get the better of him. Dean asked if Paul had noticed how big the man was. Paul agreed. Monstrous big. Dean joked they'd have to crank old Sparky up to Superbake to fry his ass. Paul dismissed the concern, saying the chair made the big one small. Dean nodded, acknowledging some truth to that. Paul asked if either of them knew where Coffee had come from before Tefton. Dean replied that no one seemed to know. He'd just drifted around. He suggested Paul might find something in the prison library's newspapers, though they probably wouldn't be moved until next week. Paul decided he might take a look. Later that afternoon he did. The library was an old clapboard building wedged between A and B blocks, always carrying a vague, pissy smell from the adjacent bathrooms. It was L-shaped, not much bigger than his office, and impossibly hot, must have been 100 degrees. Paul could feel the hot throb in his groin when he sat down, like an infected tooth. The pain worsened during an after urination, which he'd done just before walking over. A scrawny old trusty named Gibbons dozed in the corner, a Western novel in his lap, hat over his eyes, unaffected by the heat or the noises from the infirmary above. Paul went to the short side of the L, where the newspapers were kept, expecting them to be gone with the fans, but they weren't. The Dedrick twins' case was easily found. It had been front-page news from the crime in June through the trial in August and September. Soon Paul had forgotten the heat and the noise. But the thought of those little 9-year-old girls, their fluffy blonde hair and engaging Bobbsey twins' smiles in connection with Coffey's hulking darkness was impossible to ignore. Given his size, it was easy to imagine him eating them like a fairy tale giant. What he'd actually done was worse, and it was fortunate he hadn't been lynched right there on the riverbank. If you considered waiting to walk the Green Mile and sit in old Sparky's lap fortunate, that was... King Cotton had been dethroned in the South 70 years before these events and would never reign again. But in the 1930s, it experienced a modest revival. There were no more plantations, but 40 or 50 prosperous cotton farms operated in the southern part of the state. Klaus Dedrick owned one of them. By 1950 standards, he'd have been considered barely above shirt-tail poor. But in the Depression era, he was well-to-do. He paid his store bills in cash at month's end and could meet the bank president's eyes on the street. His farmhouse was clean and commodious. Beyond cotton, he raised chickens and a few cows. He and his wife had 3 children, 12-year-old Howard and the twin girls, Cora and Kathy. On a warm June night, the girls asked for and received permission to sleep on the screened side porch that ran the length of the house. A great treat. Their mother kissed them goodnight just before 9 when the last light had faded from the sky. It was the final time she saw them alive. Country families retired early in those days, sleeping soundly. Klaus, Marjorie, and Howie certainly did on that night. Klaus would almost certainly have been awakened by Bowser, the family's big half-breed collie, if the dog had barked. But Bowser didn't. Not that night, not ever again. Klaus rose at first light from milking. The porch faced away from the barn, so he never thought to check on the girls. Bowser's absence from his morning routine caused no alarm either. The dog disdained both cows and chickens, and usually hid in his doghouse behind the barn during chores, unless called energetically. Marjorie came downstairs 15 minutes after her husband left. She started coffee and bacon. The smells brought Howie down from his room under the eaves, but not the girls from the porch. She sent Howie to fetch them while she cracked eggs into the bacon grease. No breakfast was eaten that morning. Howie returned from the porch, pale and wide-eyed. "They're gone," he said. Marjorie went to the porch. Initially more annoyed than alarmed, she later said she'd assumed the girls had gone for an early walk to pick flowers. One look explained Howie's pallor. She shrieked for Klaus, who came running, his work boots whitened by spilled milk. What he found would have unnerved any parent. The girls' blankets had been cast into a corner. The screen door was yanked off its upper hinge, hanging drunkenly into the dooryard. Blood spattered the porch boards and the steps beyond. Marjorie begged him not to go alone, not to take their son, but she wasted her breath. Klaus grabbed the shotgun mounted high in the mudroom and gave Howie the .22 they'd been saving for his July birthday. They set off, ignoring her frantic questions about hobos and escaped convicts. The blood was no longer runny, but still tacky, closer to red than maroon. The abduction had happened recently. Klaus reasoned there was still a chance, and he meant to take it. Neither could track worth a damn. They were farmers, not hunters. The dooryard was a blighted patch of meaningless overlapping tracks. They circled the barn and found Bowser half in and half out of his doghouse, his head twisted nearly all the way around on his neck. Beside him lay a scrap of cooked link sausage. The prosecutor would later tell the jury it took enormous power to do that to such a large animal, then look meaningfully at the hulking defendant. The theory was that Coffee charmed the dog with treats and snapped its neck while it ate the last one. Beyond the barn, Dedric's north pasture glistened with morning dew. A clear, beaten track cut diagonally northwest through it, the passage of a man. Klaus hesitated, not from fear of the abductor, but from fear of following the back trail in the wrong direction while seconds counted. Howie solved the dilemma by plucking a shred of yellow cotton cloth from a bush beyond the dooryard. 20 yards farther, they found a piece of faded green cloth matching Cora's nightie. Father and son set off at a near run, guns held before them like soldiers under fire. It was a wonder the boy, chasing desperately and often in danger of being left behind, never fell and shot his father in the back. Back at the farmhouse, Marjorie used the telephone exchange to call neighbors, knowing each call would create overlapping ripples like stones tossed into still water. Then she lifted the receiver one last time and asked Central if she was on the line. Central was too shocked to speak at first, then managed a prayerful reply. Marjorie cut her off, asking to be put through to the High Sheriff's office in Tefton. Sheriff Homer Cribbis was a whiskey-nosed old man with a washtub gut and fine white hair like pipe cleaner fuzz. Paul knew him well. Cribbis had visited Cold Mountain many times to see his boys off. He sat in folding chairs borrowed from the Mystic Tide No. 44 Grange. And Paul always waited for the dry crack of collapse, simultaneously dreading and hoping for it, a day that never came. Not long after the Dedrick abduction, within a year, Cribbis had a heart attack in his office. Apparently, while with a 17-year-old black girl. There was much talk about that, given how prominent he kept his wife and 6 boys during election season. But people love a hypocrite. They recognize their own, and it feels good when someone else gets caught. Besides being a hypocrite, Cribbis was incompetent, the type who'd get photographed petting a lady's cat, while Deputy Rob McGee actually risked his neck bringing it down from a tree. McGee listened to Marjorie's frantic babbling for 2 minutes, then cut her off with quick questions. Getting answers, he promised to call Bobo Marchant and his dogs, telling her to stay put and keep her men there if they returned. Klaus and Howie, meanwhile, had tracked the abductor 3 miles northwest until the trail vanished into piney woods. They were farmers, not hunters, and by then they knew they were pursuing an animal. Along the way, they'd found Kathy's yellow top and another piece of Cora's nightie, both soaked in blood. They'd slowed. Cold certainty was filtering into their hot hopes, sinking like cold water because it was heavier. They cast into the woods, found nothing, cast again, found nothing, cast a third time. This time they found a fantail of blood splashed across pine needles. They followed its direction briefly, then began casting again. By 9 o'clock, they heard shouting men and baying dogs behind them. Deputy McGee had assembled a posse in the time it would have taken Cribbis to finish his first brandy-sweetened coffee. And by 1/4 the hour, they reached Klaus and Howie stumbling desperately at the edge of the woods. The posse moved forward again, Bobo's dogs leading. McGee let Klaus and Howie continue with them. They wouldn't have turned back regardless, and he recognized that. But he made them unload their weapons. The others had done the same, he claimed, for safety. In truth, the Dedricks were the only ones disarmed. Half distracted and desperate to reach the end of the nightmare, they complied without question. McGee's decision probably saved John Coffey's life. The baying dogs pulled them through 2 miles of scrub pine on the same northwest heading until they emerged at the Trapingus River, wide and slow at that point, running southeast through deep country where families still made their own mandolins and often spat out rotted teeth as they plowed. Paul knew these families. Most had sent a meal to old Sparky at some point. Across the river, the June sun glinted off Great Southern rails. About a mile downstream, a trestle crossed toward West Green's coal fields. They found a wide, trampled patch in the grass and low bushes, so bloody that several men had to retreat into the woods to lose their breakfast. The rest of Cora's nightgown lay in that patch. Howie, who had held up until then, reeled back against his father and nearly fainted. Here Bobo's dogs had their only disagreement. 6 in all, 2 bloodhounds, 2 blue-tick hounds, and a pair of coonhounds. The coonies wanted to go northwest, upstream. The rest wanted southeast. They tangled their leads, and Bobo cursed them roundly as he sorted them out. He short-leashed them into a pack and ran Cora's torn nightgown under their noses to remind them of their purpose. The coonies reconsidered, aligned with the others, and the pack surged downstream in full cry. 10 minutes later, the men stopped. They heard something beyond the dogs, a howling, not a baying. No dog had ever made such a sound. Yet they all recognized it as human. Paul believed them. He'd heard men scream that way on their way to the chair. Not many. Most went quiet or joking, but a few. Usually those who believed in hell and knew it waited at the end of the Green Mile. Bobo short-leashed his valuable dogs again. The other men reloaded and snapped their guns closed. The howling had chilled them, made sweat feel like ice water. They needed a leader, and McGee stepped forward. He walked briskly to a stand of alders, the others following nervously. He paused only once, motioning the biggest man, Sam Hollis, to stay near Klaus Dederick. Beyond the alders lay open ground. On the left, the riverbank sloped gently. They stopped, thunderstruck. What they saw was a nightmare beyond ordinary life. The skull beneath the smile, the grinning horror behind the furnishings of church suppers and country walks. Sitting on the riverbank in a faded, blood-stained jumper was the largest man any of them had ever seen, John Coffey. His bare feet were enormous and splay-toed. A faded red bandana covered his head like a countrywoman's church kerchief. Gnats swarmed him in a black cloud. Curled in each arm was the body of a naked girl. Their once curly blonde hair was matted and streaked red. The man bawled at the sky like a moonstruck calf, dark cheeks slick with tears, face twisted in grief. His chest hitched with each sob, the snaps on his jumper straining, then releasing in another howl. The killer showed no remorse, the papers would say. But that wasn't the case. John Coffey was torn open by what he'd done. The girls were torn open in a more fundamental way. He would live. They would not. Time seemed suspended. They stood watching the howling man, who stared across the river at a train storming toward the trestle, though it never advanced, storming in one place like a child's tantrum. The black man rocked. Cora and Kathy rocked with him like dolls in a giant's arms. Klaus Dederick broke the tableau. Screaming, he launched himself at the monster. Sam Hollis tried to intervene but couldn't hold him. Klaus flew across the ground and kicked Coffey's head with his milk cake work boot. Coffey didn't react, only sat keening and rocking, looking across the river like a faithful soul gazing toward Goshen land, if not for the corpses. It took 4 men to haul Klaus off, and he landed many blows before they succeeded. Coffey seemed unaffected. When Klaus was finally pulled away, the fight drained from him instantly, as if contact with some galvanizing current had been broken. He collapsed on the riverbank, hands to his face, sobbing. Howie joined him, forehead to forehead. 2 men watched them, while the rest formed a rifle ring around the rocking black man. McGee stepped forward, hunkered, and spoke quietly. Coffey hushed at once. His eyes were bloodshot and streaming, as if a faucet had been left on inside him. They wept, yet remained somehow untouched, distant and serene. McGee would later describe them to reporter Hammersmith as like the eyes of an animal that had never seen a man before. McGee asked if Coffey heard him. Slowly, Coffey nodded, still cradling his unspeakable dolls, their faces mercifully hidden against their chests. He gave his name. John Coffey. Like the drink, but spelled differently. McGee pointed to the bulge in Coffey's chest pocket, asking if it was a gun. Coffey said no, just a little lunch. McGee pressed for details, forcing calm despite the smell of the girls and the flies on their wet places. Their blonde hair had turned auburn with blood, like a bad dye job. Their fragile skulls had been dashed together. Coffee couldn't remember where the lunch came from, just that it was sandwiches and a sweet pickle. McGee announced his intention to inspect the bulge in Coffee's pocket, warning the giant not to move. There were enough guns aimed at him to erase him from the waist up at the slightest twitch. Coffee stared across the river as McGee reached in and pulled out a newspaper-wrapped bundle tied with butcher's twine. Inside was a bacon tomato sandwich, a jelly fold-over, and a pickle wrapped in a comic page John Coffee could never read. No sausages. Bowser had gotten those. McGee passed the lunch back without taking his eyes off Coffee. It eventually ended up in Bobo's knapsack with his dog treats and fishing lures. Never introduced at trial, though photographs were taken. McGee asked what had happened. Coffee's answer came through streaming tears. He couldn't help it. He tried to take it back, but it was too late. McGee arrested him for murder, then spat in his face. The jury deliberated 45 minutes, about enough time to eat a little lunch of their own. Paul hadn't learned all these details during one afternoon in the prison library, but he'd learned enough to keep him awake that night. When his wife found him in the kitchen at 2 a.m, drinking buttermilk and smoking, he lied, said he'd had another run-in with Percy Wetmore. That wasn't the real reason, though. He'd had his share of trouble with Percy. He was usually able to leave that at the office. She invited him back to bed with a playful promise, but he declined, citing his urinary infection and not wanting to pass it on. She teased him about street corner girls in Baton Rouge. A joke, since he'd never been there. He explained it was just an infection. His mother used to say boys got them from peeing when the north wind blew. She dismissed his superstition and suggested Dr. Sadler. He refused, knowing the sulfa pills would leave him vomiting. He'd let it run its course. She kissed his forehead, that sensitive spot just over his eyebrow, and told him to come to bed soon. He stepped onto the back porch to relieve himself, checking the wind direction out of ingrained habit. Peeing outdoors was one of country life's unheralded pleasures, but not that night. The water burned like lit coal oil. He thought it had been slightly worse earlier and hoped he was mending. That hope was misplaced. The infection was just resting. He finished his cigarette, went to bed, and dreamed of girls with shy smiles and blood in their hair. The next morning, a pink memo requested he visit the warden's office. He knew what it was about. He'd broken unwritten rules by sending Percy off the block. He put it off as long as possible, stripping off his wool uniform coat and reviewing Brutus Howell's night sheet instead. Nothing alarming there. Delacroix had wept after lights out. He did most nights, more for himself than his victims. Then calmed himself with Mr. Jingles and slept soundly. Coffee had lain awake, mostly quiet. May have cried some. Brutal had tried to get him talking, but got only grunted replies. Getting the talk started was central to their job, Paul now understood. It wasn't important for floaters, but vital for him and Harry and Brutal and Dean, and one reason Percy was such a disaster. Everyone hated Percy except his connections and himself. He was an accident waiting to happen. Without that talk, men facing old Sparky went insane. Paul noted to speak with Coffee, then read Curtis Anderson's note. A DOE for Edward Drawquois was expected soon. October 27th. Before then, a new resident would arrive. William Wharton. Anderson described him as a problem child. Crazy, while proud of it, had rambled across the state before killing 4 people, 1 a pregnant woman, plus a state patrolman during the getaway. Paul smiled at Anderson's closing remark about Wharton missing only a nun and a blind man. Wharton was 19, with Billy the Kid tattooed on his left forearm. Anderson warned they'd have to slap his nose, but carefully, because the man just didn't care, underlining that twice. He added that Wharton might be a hang-arounder, working appeals and still a minor. A crazy kid with appeals, likely to stick around. That sounded just fine. The day felt hotter than ever, and Paul could no longer postpone seeing Warden Moores. Hal Moores was the last and best of the three wardens Paul had worked for. Honest, straightforward, with just enough political savvy to keep his job and enough integrity not to be seduced by the game. He wouldn't rise higher, but that suited him. He was 58 or 59, with a deeply lined bloodhound face and white hair. His hands shook with palsy, but he was strong. A year earlier, when a prisoner attacked him with a shank, Moores had grabbed the man's wrist and twisted until the bones snapped like burning twigs. The prisoner dropped to his knees, screaming for his mother. Moores told him he wasn't her, but if he were, he'd raise his skirts and piss on him from the loins that gave him birth. When Paul entered his office, Moores started to get up, but Paul waved him back down. He asked about Melinda, the customary, "How's that pretty gal of yours?" Genuinely concerned, though not minding the diversion from his own business. Moores sighed deeply. "Not well. More headaches? Only one that week, but the worst yet, and now she'd developed weakness in her right hand." Moores raised his own trembling hand to demonstrate. Melinda's headaches had started in the spring. The doctor called them nervous tension migraines from the stress of Hal's upcoming retirement, but neither could wait for retirement. And Paul's wife had told him migraines were a disease of the young, not the old. This sounded more like a stroke. Dr. Haverstrom wanted Melinda hospitalized at Indianola for tests, had x-rays and more. She was scared to death. Moores admitted he was too. Paul urged him not to wait. If they could see something on an x-ray, they might fix it. Moores agreed, and their eyes met in wordless understanding. It could be a stroke or a brain tumor, and in 1932 the chances of treating either were slim. Moores thanked him and turned to the real subject. Percy Wetmore. The governor had called that morning, angry. Percy had called his father, who called his aunt, the governor's wife. Percy had squealed. Paul acknowledged the situation, then voiced his frustration. Percy was mean, stupid, and he couldn't take him much longer. Moores understood without needing elaboration. Paul wouldn't quit. The depression made steady work too precious. But his blood wasn't cold that fall. The heat and his infection had him on edge. And if he ever slugged Percy once, there'd be no going back. Moores told him to stick with it. He had good authority Percy's application to Briar Ridge would be accepted. Paul expressed disbelief. Was Percy just touring state facilities? Moores explained it was an administration job with better pay. Then he suggested something Paul didn't want to hear. Put Percy out front for Delacroix's execution. Paul argued Percy would screw up in front of witnesses, reporters from Louisiana. Moores countered that he and Brutal could make sure that didn't happen, and if it did, it would stay on Percy's record long after his connections were gone. Paul understood, sick and scared, but agreed. If getting rid of Percy meant letting him take part, he'd do it. He nodded, knowing it was a gamble. Percy could clamp the cap and tell Van Hay to roll. Let him have his thrill before moving on to Briar Ridge, where he'd have an office and a fan. If his uncle lost the next election and Percy learned what real work was like, so much the better. Paul said he'd put Percy out front and keep the peace. Moores asked about his infection. Paul said it seemed better. Moores saw him to the door. He asked if coffee would be a problem. Paul said no. Quiet as a dead rooster, strange eyes, but quiet. They'd keep tabs. Moores noted Paul knew what coffee had done. Paul confirmed it. Moores escorted him past old Miss Hannah, bashing away at her Underwood, and Paul left relieved. He asked Moores to send Melinda his love and not borrow trouble. It would probably turn out to be just migraines. Moores nodded, his smile at odds with his sick eyes. Paul returned to E Block to start another day. Paperwork, floors to mop, meals to serve, duty rosters, 100 details. But mostly waiting. There was always plenty of that in prison, so much it never got done. Waiting for Delacroix to walk the mile, waiting for Wharton to arrive with his curled lip and tattoo, and most of all, waiting for Percy to be gone from his life. Delacroix's mouse was one of God's mysteries. Paul had never seen one on E Block before that summer, nor after that fall when Delacroix passed from their company on a hot, thundery October night. Delacroix claimed he'd trained the mouse, which started as Steamboat Willie, but Paul thought it was the other way around. Dean and Brutal agreed. Brutal said the thing was half tame already and twice as smart as the Cajun who thought he owned it. Dean and Paul were in his office reviewing the record box for the previous year, preparing follow-up letters to execution witnesses. Grotesque work, but important. They needed to know if the witnesses were satisfied, if the execution had served its purpose. A man or woman who turns out at midnight to watch someone die has a special need, and if execution is proper punishment, that need ought to be satisfied. The purpose was to show them the nightmare was over. Brutal called them out from the duty desk, laughing. They hurried, alarmed at first, then saw the mouse. It looked like a tiny furry guard doing quarter-hour checks, trotting along the Green Mile, turning its head to check cells. They could hear both prisoners snoring through the laughter. The mouse was ordinary brown, except for its behavior, checking empty cells, showing no fear. It worked its way within 3 feet of the duty desk and stopped, curling its tail around its paws like a prim old lady. Paul stopped laughing, suddenly cold. He imagined himself as that mouse, a condemned criminal looking up at giant guards who shot his kind with BB guns or set traps. Dean reached for the mop to swat it, but Paul stopped him. Brutal offered a corner of his corned beef sandwich. Dean protested, but Paul was curious to see what the mouse would do. It ate, of course there was a depression on, but the way it ate fascinated them. It sat up, grabbed the bread, and pulled it apart to get at the meat, as deliberately as a man eating a roast beef dinner. Its eyes never left him the whole time. Bitterbuck, awakened, asked from his cell if they had any Indian wisdom about mice. Brutal asked if he had any. Bitterbuck said no. He'd known a brave who claimed to have mouse-skin gloves but didn't believe it. He laughed and lay back down. The mouse finished, sniffed at what was left, looked back at them as if memorizing their faces, then scurried off the way it came, disappearing beneath the restraint room door. Its hurry reminded Paul of the White Rabbit. The restraint room had soft walls for those whose brains had softened. They kept cleaning equipment, books, and craft items in there, including the canvas jacket no one wanted to wear, with buttons and buckles up the back. Paul knew how to zip a problem child into that jacket quickly. Brutal pulled out the visitor's logbook and began writing, claiming he was obeying Regulation 19. Dean asked what he was doing. Brutal said the mouse hadn't shown his past, but he'd let it go this time. He filled in the time on and off block. Dean protested that the big bosses probably wouldn't make exceptions for mice. Brutal agreed that the big bosses probably made exceptions for mice due to their lack of pockets. He recorded the visitor as Steamboat Willie, what most people called Mickey Mouse back then, after the first talkie cartoon where he pulled the whistle cord in the pilot house. He slammed the book closed and declared it done. Paul laughed, but Dean worried about Percy discovering the joke and using it against him. Brutal scoffed, saying the day Percy sat at that desk would be the day he resigned. Dean warned that Percy could get them fired if he put the right word in the right ear. Brutal glowered but said nothing. Paul figured he'd erase it later, or he would himself. The next night, after showering Bitterbuck and the president at D Block, Brutal suggested they search the restraint room for Steamboat Willie. Paul agreed, knowing they'd kill it if found. But they found nothing, no nest, no hole, no crack except the drain, which had a fine steel mesh beneath it. The mouse had gotten in and out somehow, but they couldn't figure how. Brutal remarked it was a good thing the cons couldn't make themselves that small. Paul agreed, and they left. 3 nights later, Steamboat Willie appeared again, while Harry was on duty and Percy was also there. Percy chased it with a mop, but it easily slipped under the restraint room door. Percy hauled everything out again, cursing, vowing to catch and kill it, but failed. He returned sweaty and disheveled, brushing hair from his eyes, declaring he put insulation on the bottom of the door to solve the vermin problem. Harry, reading through the ruckus, said whatever he thought best, figuring Percy would forget, and he was right. Late that winter, after Percy had gone to Briar Ridge, Brutal called Paul into the restraint room one cold night. E Block was empty, all other guards reassigned. Brutal had found something, Mr. Jingles' hiding place from when he first arrived. Paul followed him down the mile. The restraint room was cleared out. A stepladder stood in the middle. Brutal handed Paul a flashlight and told him to climb up, offering to hold his legs. Paul went up, seeing nothing until Brutal directed him to a joint in the beams where one of the pegged dowels was missing, leaving a quarter-size hole. Paul doubted a mouse could fit through that, but Brutal insisted. He told Paul to lean closer and sniff. Paul smelled the cold breath of a winter night, and something else. Peppermint. Paul remembered Delacroix's desperate plea not to let the bad unhurt Mr. Jingles. He had promised, as he always promised, the condemned at the end. He couldn't keep all those promises, but he kept that one. Delacroix had paid hell for it anyway. He poked his pen into the hole and teased out a tiny yellow splinter. Then he heard Delacroix's voice again, laughing and amazed, calling them to see what Mr. Jingles could do. Paul whispered in shock. Brutal said he'd found 3 or 4. Paul came down and saw them on Brutal's palm, 2 yellow, 1 green, 1 red, colored with Crayola crayons. Pieces of the spool. Paul asked why they were up there. Brutal explained that as a small child, scared to start school, he'd asked his mother for one of her hankies so he could smell her perfume when he felt weepy. He suggested the mouse had done something similar, kept those colored splinters to remember Delacroix by. Standing there with the wind gusting outside, Paul realized he couldn't do this job much longer. Even one more execution might be too many. Paul questioned whether a mouse could have chewed pieces of the colored spool to remember Delacroix by. Brutal said he wasn't claiming anything, but he'd found the splinters and smelled peppermint, same as Paul. He declared he couldn't do this anymore. Seeing one more man in that chair would kill him. He planned to put in for a transfer to Boys Correctional on Monday. If he didn't get it, he'd resign and go back to farming. Paul asked what he'd ever farmed besides rocks. Brutal said it didn't matter. Paul told him he'd put in with him. Brutal looked closely to ensure he wasn't joking, then nodded as if it were settled. The wind gusted, making beams creak, and they both looked uneasily at the padded walls. For a moment, Paul thought he could hear William Wharton, Wild Bill as they called him, screaming and laughing, telling them they'd be glad to be rid of him and would never forget him. He was right about both. Neither Paul nor Brutal ever took part in another execution. John Coffey was the last. Paul now lives in a nursing home called Georgia Pines, 60 miles from Atlanta, but light years from normal life. It's not cruel. There's cable TV, the food's good, but in its way, it's as much a killing bottle as E Block ever was. There's a fellow here who reminds him of Percy Wetmore, Brad Dolan, always combing his hair, always carrying joke books. Like Percy, Brad is a dimwit who thinks nothing's funny unless it's mean. He calls Paulie, which Paul hates. Brad once remarked that Paul was lucky not to have Alzheimer's. AIDS for old people, he called it, laughing. Paul didn't laugh, but it struck a nerve. He doesn't have Alzheimer's, just standard old guy memory problems. He remembers everything from 32, but the order sometimes gets confused. John Coffey's arrival in October is his major landmark. The mouse came before Delacroix in the summer, while the chief and the prez were on the mile. Percy hated it from the first. 3 days after Percy's first chase, the mouse returned. Dean and Bill Dodge were talking politics, Roosevelt and Hoover, eating Ritz crackers from Toot Toot's cart. Percy stood in the office doorway practicing quick draws with his baton. The mouse came up the mile as before, checking empty cells. The prez spotted it and called out, half laughing, half outraged. Percy told him to shut up, his eye on the mouse. He reholstered his baton, then pulled it out again, tapping it against his hand. Dean said the mouse was cute and not afraid. Bill observed he'd never seen a mouse in there before. Percy sneered at the name Steamboat Willie, but said nothing. Dean wanted to see if the mouse would come all the way to the desk again. It did, skirting the praises cell, checking empties, then approaching the duty desk. Bill joked about putting it in Sparky. The mouse stopped 3 feet from the desk, looking up at them. Bill called to it. It flinched but didn't run. Dean broke off a piece of Ritz cracker and dropped it. The mouse took it, sat up, and ate. Bill exclaimed at how neatly it ate. Percy made a racist remark. The mouse finished but remained, balanced on its tail, looking up. Bill tried feeding it, but the mouse ignored his cracker. Dean explained it knew Bill was a floater. He dropped another piece. The mouse ate it. Then Percy threw his baton like a spear. The mouse ducked just in time, and the baton passed close enough to ruffle its fur before bouncing off the bars. The mouse fled down the corridor toward the restraint room. Percy roared with frustration and chased it, trying to squash it with his shoes. The mouse barely avoided his last jumps and slipped under the door. Percy slammed his hand against it and began sorting through his keys to continue the chase inside. Dean moved slowly down the corridor, forcing himself to walk instead of run, trying to get a grip on the rage and laughter warring inside him. The absurdity of Percy's tantrum was almost funny, but a darker part of him wanted to grab the younger man, slam him against the restraint room door, and beat some sense into him. Mostly, though, it was the shock of the sudden commotion that had him rattled. On E-Block, their job was to keep things quiet, and Percy was a one-man riot. Working with him felt like trying to disarm a bomb while someone stood behind you, randomly crashing cymbals together. Dean could see the tension in the prisoners' eyes, too. Even the president, usually as unflappable as they came, looked unsettled. Beyond the immediate upset, something else was bothering Dean. In the short time the mouse had been appearing, he'd started to think of it as part of the block's strange routine. Not quite a friend, but a presence that belonged there. Percy's attempt to kill it felt wrong, fundamentally so, and the fact that Percy would never grasp why it was wrong summed up everything that made him unfit for this job. By the time Dean reached the end of the corridor, he'd regained his composure and settled on a strategy. Percy's greatest weakness was his vanity. He couldn't stand being made to look foolish. So Dean met him with a grin and a mock-heroic remark about being foiled again, treating the whole chase like a cartoon mishap. Percy shot back with a warning, his hand flicking at his hair, telling Dean to watch his mouth because he was in no mood. Dean pressed on, asking if it was moving day again, and suggesting Percy might as well mop the floor while he was at it. Percy considered the prospect of another long, sweaty search through the restraint room, with everyone, including the prisoners, watching him make a fool of himself, and decided against it. He muttered that he didn't see what was so funny, insisting they had enough vermin already without adding mice. Dean raised his hands in mock surrender, and for a tense moment he thought Percy might actually come at him. Bill Dodd stepped in then, handing Percy his dropped baton and noting that an inch lower and he'd have broken the mouse's back. Percy swelled with pride at the near miss, boasting about his high school pitching career, 2 no-hitters to his name. Bill played along with respectful awe, though he shot Dean a wink when Percy turned away. Percy warmed to the story, bragging about a game in Knoxville where he'd walked only 2 and might have had a perfect game if not for a bad umpire call. Dean could have let it drop, but he still believed Percy might be teachable. He reached out and gripped the younger man's wrist, trying to sound serious but not overly disapproving, suggesting Percy ought to think about what he'd just done. Percy brushed him off, asking if he was blind. Of course, he knew what he was doing. He was trying to kill the mouse. Dean pointed out that he'd scared Bill, himself, and the prisoners half to death. Percy dismissed that, saying the inmates weren't in kindergarten, even if they were treated that way half the time. Bill rumbled his own objection, making it clear he didn't appreciate being scared either, and he wasn't one of Percy's lagoons. Dean kept his voice low, explaining that they didn't frighten the men more than necessary because they were under immense strain. Men under that kind of pressure could snap, hurt themselves or others, and get the guards in trouble too. That last idea gave Percy pause. Getting into trouble was one thing, but being in trouble was another. Dean pressed on, saying their job was talking, not yelling. A man yelling at prisoners had lost control. Percy knew exactly who'd written that rule. Paul Edgecombe, the boss he had no love for. Dean tried a gentler approach, suggesting Percy think of the block as an intensive care ward, best kept quiet. Percy cut him off, declaring he thought of it as a bucket of piss to drown rats in, and yanked his wrist free. He stormed up the corridor, passing dangerously close to the president's cell, close enough that Flanders could have grabbed him had he been the type. The chief might have done it, though, just to teach Percy a lesson. Dean later reflected that Percy's fundamental blindness was that he didn't understand he had no real power over these men. Nothing he did could make their situation worse, because they could only be electrocuted once. Until he grasped that, he'd remain a danger to everyone around him. Percy slammed the office door behind him. Bill remarked dryly on Percy's character, and Dean agreed there was more to it than Bill knew. Bill tried to find a bright side, noting the mouse had at least escaped. Dean disagreed, certain that Percy's aggression had scared the creature off for good. But Dean was wrong. The very next evening, Percy's first night off, the mouse reappeared around 7 o'clock. Paul was there, having stayed late to talk with the chief, whose execution was approaching. Bitterbuck maintained a stoic exterior, but Paul could see the fear growing inside him like a poisonous bloom. The daytime hours were too chaotic for real conversation. The exercise yard was loud with shouts and scuffles. The plate shop machines clanked endlessly. But after 4 it improved, and after 6 it was best. By 8, the long thoughts started to creep into their eyes, and it was time to stop. That evening, though, Paul caught the chief at a good moment. Bitterbuck spoke of his first wife, of building a lodge in Montana. The happiest days of his life, with water so cold and pure it felt like it cut your mouth to drink. He asked Paul if a man who truly repented might get to go back to his happiest time and live there forever. Paul told him he just about believed that very thing, a lie he didn't regret. Privately, he held the old biblical view that murderers had no eternal life, that they went straight to hell until the final judgment, but he never hinted at that to Bitterbuck or any of them. The chief was smiling when Paul left, perhaps dreaming of his lodge and his wife, though he'd be walking into a much warmer fire soon enough. Back up the corridor, Dean was waiting to recount his run-in with Percy from the night before, and Paul listened carefully. He always did when it came to Percy, knowing the man was a powder keg. Dean had just finished his story when old Toot Toot arrived with his red snack wagon, its sides plastered with hand-lettered Bible verses about judgment and blood. Cheerful sentiments for a prison cart. They bought sandwiches and sodas, and Dean was still fumbling for change, insisting that Percy had scared the mouse off for good, when Toot Toot spotted something and pointed it out. There it was, the mouse itself, hopping up the middle of the Green Mile. It would move a little ways, pause to look around with those bright black eyes, then continue on. The chief called out to it, and the mouse stopped, whiskers twitching, as if it had recognized its name. Bitterbuck tossed it a bit of cheese, but the mouse barely glanced at it, resuming its journey up the corridor, pausing to peer into empty cells as if searching for something. The president called out, wondering aloud if the little creature knew Percy was off duty, and he believed it did. Paul felt the same way, but kept his opinion to himself. Harry emerged from the toilet, hitching up his pants, and stood staring in disbelief. Toot Toot's toothless grin spread across his face as he watched. The mouse settled into its usual spot, tail curled around its paws, and looked up at them. Paul was struck again by the image of a tiny judge passing sentence, though this one could come and go as it pleased. He thought how most people would feel that small when facing judgment, but few would face it with such fearlessness. Harry produced a piece of dried cinnamon apple from his pocket and tossed it. The mouse batted it flat with a casual paw, then picked it up, gave it a few licks, and dropped it, looking up as if asking for more. Toot Toot tried offering bologna, but the mouse refused it. Dean explained it wouldn't work. The mouse seemed to know the difference between the regular guards and the floaters, a notion that sounded crazy but proved true. Toot Toot's bologna was ignored, much to his offended amazement. Paul took the sandwich, tore off a piece of meat himself, and dropped it. The mouse ate it immediately. Toot Toot tried again with a larger piece, dropping it too close, but the mouse backed off, sniffed, and refused. Dean repeated the offering, and the mouse devoured it, then turned and headed back down the corridor, pausing to check a few more empty cells along the way. The idea that it was looking for someone lingered in Paul's mind longer than he wanted to admit. Harry declared he wasn't going to talk about it. Nobody would care, and nobody would believe him anyway. Toot Toot, still bewildered, picked up the rejected bologna and gummed it into submission, wondering why the mouse would only eat from some of them. Harry had a better question. How did the mouse know Percy was off? Paul dismissed it as coincidence. But as the days passed and the mouse appeared only when Percy was away or on another shift, that explanation grew harder to maintain. They concluded it must recognize Percy's voice or smell, and they avoided discussing the mouse too deeply, as if talking about it might spoil something strange and precious. Willie had chosen them, in a way none of them fully understood. Perhaps Harry was right. Even if they told others, no one would believe them or care. Then came the execution of Arlen Bitterbuck. Not truly a chief, but an elder of the Washita Reservation and a Cherokee council member. He'd killed a man while drunk over a pair of boots, crushing his head with a cement block. On July 17th, his life would end. The day before, Bitterbuck was taken to the arcade for final visits with his second wife and the children who would still see him. Bill Dodge and 2 floaters escorted him, while the rest of the remaining guards had only an hour to cram in at least 2 rehearsals, 3 if they could manage. Percy was assigned to the switch room with Jack Van Hay for the execution. He was too inexperienced to know if this was a good assignment or a bad one, but he knew he'd have a mesh window to watch through, close enough to see the sparks, even if it was from behind a chair. Beside that window hung a black telephone that could only ring from the governor's office. In all Paul's years on E-Block, it never rang once. In movies, salvation and innocence came cheap. Real life cost more, and the answers were rarely the ones you hoped for. They used a tailor's dummy for the tunnel rehearsal, and old Toot Toot for everything else. Over the years, Toot had become the traditional stand-in for the condemned, a role as ingrained as the Christmas goose. Most of the guards liked him, amused by his Canadian-French accent softened by years in the South. Even Brutal found him entertaining. But Paul didn't. He saw Toot as an older, dimmer version of Percy Wetmore, squeamish about killing, but loving the smell of a barbecue. Everyone was present for the rehearsal, just as they would be for the real thing. Brutus Howell was put out, meaning he'd place the cap, monitor the governor's line, call for the doctor if needed, and give the order to roll on 2. If it went well, no one would get credit. If it went wrong, Brutal would take the blame from the witnesses and Paul would take it from the warden. Neither complained. It wouldn't have done any good. The world turned, and you either held on or got spun off. Paul, Dean, and Harry headed down to the chief's cell for the first rehearsal, barely 3 minutes after Bill Dodge had escorted the real Bitterbuck off the block. The cell door stood open, and old Toot Toot was already perched on the bunk, his wispy white hair sticking out at odd angles. He pointed out the cum stains on the sheet with a cackling remark about Bitterbuck trying to get rid of evidence before they boiled him. Dean told him to shut up and play it serious, and Toot Toot immediately composed his face into mock gravity, though his eyes still twinkled. He was always most alive when pretending to be dead. Paul stepped forward and began the formal recitation, rattling off the standard warrant speech in abbreviated form, and Toot Toot rose from the bunk, narrating his own movements as he stepped forward. Dean checked the top of his head for dandruff. The crown would need to be shaved tomorrow night to ensure proper conduction. Stubble could impede the current and make things harder, so every preparation today was about smoothing the way for tomorrow. They escorted Toot down the corridor, turning right at the head, away from the exercise yard and toward the storage room where Death waited. In Paul's office, Toot dropped to his knees without being asked, knowing the routine better than any of them after so many years. He held up his gnarled hands and muttered a parody of prayer while Harry asked about Bitterbuck's spiritual arrangements, whether they'd have some Cherokee medicine man in here. Paul started to answer, but Toot talked over him, continuing his mock prayer, and Dean told him to shut up and pray to himself if he had to. Brutal hollered from the storage room, demanding to know what was taking so long. Harry yelled back at him to hold his water, while Toot Toot grinned and announced he was praying for patience. Paul clarified that Bitterbuck was actually a Christian and was happy with the Baptist preacher who had come for Tillman Clark. Schuster, a fast, calming presence who didn't work the men up. He told Toot to get on his feet, his prayers done for the day. Toot continued narrating his walk to the storage room, ducking through the low door with practiced ease. Paul looked across to the platform where old Sparky stood and saw Brutal with his gun drawn, a satisfying sight. This was a vulnerable moment with a real prisoner, but the setup was right. Toot descended the steps and stopped. The folding chairs were already in place, and Bitterbuck would cross at an angle that kept him safely away from the spectators. Bill Dodge would handle the extra guards for insurance. When they were back in formation at the foot of the stairs, Toot asked if they were ready, and Paul nodded. They walked to the platform like a color guard that had forgotten its flag. Percy called from behind the wire mesh, asking what he was supposed to do, and Paul told him to watch and learn. Harry muttered a crude aside, which Toot heard and cackled at. They escorted Toot onto the platform, and he turned around on his own, an old hand at this. Paul and Dean dropped to their knees, guarding their crotches and throats as they moved to secure the ankles. If a condemned man went berserk, this was the most vulnerable moment, so they had to be fast and careful. They clamped Toot's ankles, while Brutal and Harry secured his wrists. Harry nodded to Brutal, who called back to Van Hay to roll on one. Percy asked what that meant, and Van Hay explained quietly. Tomorrow night, that order would engage the generator, causing the lights to brighten and the witnesses to hear a low hum. The prisoners in other blocks would think it was over, when it was only beginning. Brutal stepped around the chair and delivered the standard speech, asking if Toot had anything to say before sentence was carried out. Toot seized the moment, launching into a crude, irreverent list of demands: fried chicken, a vulgar insult, and a lewd request involving Mae West. The laughter hit like a wave. Brutal lost his composure first, then Dean collapsed onto the platform edge, howling. Harry knocked his head against the wall, and even Jack Van Hay, a man with little humor, was laughing. Paul felt it too, but forced himself to stay controlled. Tomorrow night it would be real, and a man would die where Toot Toot now sat. He told them all to shut up, warning Toot that the next remark like that would be his last, and he'd have Van Hay roll on too for real. Toot's grin faltered when he saw Paul wasn't joking, and he asked what was wrong. Paul said it wasn't funny, but of course it was in its way, and that was part of what made him angry. Brutal tried to reassure him that he was in his prime, but both knew that wasn't true, not for this job. Still, the laughing fit had passed, and that was crucial. The last thing Paul wanted was someone remembering Toot's smart-aleck remark during the real execution and starting up again. Under stress, anything could happen, and such a story would haunt them for decades. He made Toot promise to be quiet for the rest of the rehearsal. Toot agreed, looking like the world's oldest pouty child. Paul nodded to Brutal to continue. Brutal took the mask from the back of the chair and rolled it down over Toot's head, snugging it under his chin. He tested the wet sponge, licking his finger after pressing it, then put it back in the bucket. Tomorrow night, he'd tuck it into the cap, but today there was no need to get Toots' head wet. Brutal placed the steel cap on Toots' head, snugging it down a bit tighter than necessary for rehearsal. He stepped back and delivered the final pronouncement. Electricity would pass through the body until death, in accordance with state law, and may God have mercy on the soul. Then he turned to the mesh window and ordered Van Hay to roll on too. Old Toot tried to recapture his earlier comic brilliance, bucking and flailing in the chair as actual electrocution victims almost never did, shouting that he was frying, a done Tom Turkey. But Harry and Dean weren't watching. They turned away from Sparky and were staring across the empty storage room at the door leading back to Paul's office. Harry announced, with considerable surprise, that one of the witnesses had arrived a day early. The mouse sat in the doorway, tail curled around its paws, watching them with its bright black eyes as if it had been waiting for the performance. Execution of Arlen Bitterbuck went smoothly. As smoothly as such things could go, though Paul harbored deep doubts about whether any execution could truly be called good. The chief's hands had been shaking too badly to braid his own hair properly, so his eldest daughter, a dignified woman in her 30s, was permitted to do it for him. She'd wanted to weave hawk feathers into the tips, but Paul refused, citing regulations rather than admitting the truth. They might catch fire. She accepted the decision with quiet grace, bowing her head and pressing her hands to her temples in a gesture of disappointment that somehow guaranteed her father would meet his end with equal dignity. When the time came, Bitterbuck left his cell without resistance. No prying his fingers off the bars, no breaking bones. He walked steadily up the Green Mile to Paul's office, where he dropped to his knees to pray with Brother Schuster. The preacher recited psalms, and the chief began to cry when they reached a passage about lying down beside still waters. It was a quiet grief, not hysterical, and Paul suspected the old man was thinking of water so pure and cold it felt like it cut your mouth to drink. Paul preferred to see them cry a little. It was the ones who didn't that worried him. Bitterbuck rose from his knees without help, swaying only briefly before finding his balance. Dean reached out to steady him, but the chief was already steady on his feet. They walked out together. The chairs in the storage room were almost all occupied, the spectators murmuring softly like people waiting for a wedding or funeral to begin. That was when Bitterbuck faltered. Not because of any single person, but perhaps the collective weight of all those eyes. A low moan rose in his throat, and his arm suddenly had a drag to it. Harry moved to cut off any retreat, but Paul tightened his grip and murmured a quiet encouragement. The only thing most of these people would remember was how he went out, so he should give them something good, show them how Washita did it. The chief nodded, then kissed one of the braids his daughter had made and walked on. Brutal stood at parade rest behind the chair, resplendent in his best uniform, hat square on his head. Paul nodded to him, and Brutal stepped forward to help Bitterbuck mount the platform. But the chief didn't need it. From the moment he sat down to when Brutal called roll on 2 was less than a minute. The lights dimmed slightly as Van Hay pulled the switch labeled Mabel's Hair Dryer, and a low hum came from the cap. Bitterbuck surged forward against the clamps and belt, a powerful, almost sexual thrust, his blue shirt pulling tight at the buttons. The prison doctor watched expressionlessly, his mouth a thin white line. There was a smell, not unpleasant in itself, but heavy with association. To Paul it would always be the smell of Cold Mountain, the transformer humming and heating up. Van Hay gave it 30 seconds, then cut the juice. The doctor listened with his stethoscope, then reported that the heartbeat was disorganized, meaningless random pulses like the final twitches of a decapitated chicken. Better not to take chances. Van Hay rolled on 3, and Bitterbuck surged again, twisting in the grip of the current. This time the doctor nodded. It was over. They had once again succeeded in destroying what they could not create. Some of the witnesses began murmuring again. Most sat with heads down, looking at the floor, stunned or ashamed. Harry and Dean brought the stretcher. It was technically Percy's job to take one end, But he didn't know, and no one had told him. Brutal and Paul loaded the chief's body, still wearing the black silk hood, and whisked him through the door to the tunnel. Smoke was rising from the hole in the top of the mask, and the smell was terrible. Percy asked what it was, his voice wavering, but Brutal shoved past him to grab the fire extinguisher. Dean stripped off the hood. Bitterbuck's left braid was smoldering, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Paul waved off the extinguisher, not wanting to clean chemical slime off the dead man's face, and slapped at the chief's head until the smoke stopped rising. They carried the body down the 12 wooden steps to the tunnel. Chilly and dank, with dripping water and tin-shaded lights, casting shadows on the curved brick walls. Paul always felt like a character in an Edgar Allan Poe story down here. They loaded Bitterbuck onto the waiting gurney, and Paul checked to make sure his hair was clear. The left braid was charred, the little bow at its tip now a blackened lump. Percy slapped the dead man's cheek, the sound sharp and jarring. He grinned, offering a farewell and a hope that hell was hot enough. Brutal rebuked him sharply, saying the chief had paid his debt and was square with the house now. Percy had no right to touch him. Percy dismissed it with a sneer, but stepped back when Brutal moved toward him, his shadow rising like something from Poe's Rue Morgue. Instead of grabbing Percy, Brutal took the gurney and began pushing Bitterbuck toward the far end of the tunnel, where the meat wagon waited on the highway shoulder. Dean and Harry pulled the sheet up over the chief's face, which had already taken on the waxy, characterless look of the dead. Paul's thoughts drifted back to when he was 18, to his Uncle Paul's funeral in Chicago. A trip that was both exciting and agonizing, because he'd been desperately in love with Janice. One night, the longing burning through him like a fire, he'd written her a letter pouring out everything, too afraid of cowardice to stop. He'd wondered if she kept that letter, but never found it among her things after the funeral, and never had the courage to ask. He supposed he was afraid it meant less to her than it did to him. That letter was 4 pages long. He'd thought he would never write anything longer, yet now he'd written this sprawling account, unlocking doors he hadn't known were there, like the mouse Steamboat Willie Mr. Jingles. Until he began to write, he hadn't realized how important he was, how he'd seemed to be looking for Delacroix before Delacroix even arrived. He hadn't realized how far back he'd have to go to tell the story of John Coffey, or how long he'd have to leave him there in his cell, feet dangling off the end of the bunk, weeping silent tears, his sighs like sobs. Paul wanted the reader to see him there, arms over his face, his grief somehow beyond ordinary pain, as if he were weeping for the whole world. Paul had tried to comfort him, as he did with all of them, but he never felt he succeeded. And part of him was glad John was suffering. Part of Paul felt John Coffey deserved to suffer, and he even considered asking the governor, or Percy, since Percy had the connection, for a stay of execution. The argument would be that the pain was already doing the work the chair would do, twisting inside him like a sharp stick, so why not let it continue a while longer? But Paul knew it wasn't a serious thought. It was just the dark side of his own conscience talking. He wanted the reader to keep that image of John Coffey in mind, lying on his bunk, afraid of the dark, perhaps with good reason. In that darkness, 2 shapes with blonde curls might be waiting for him. No longer little girls, but avenging spirits. His eyes always streaming tears, like blood from a wound that would never heal. The chief burned, and the president walked. As far as C Block, home to most of Cold Mountain's lifers. The Prez got 12 more years before someone drowned him in the prison laundry in 1944, not at Cold Mountain, which had closed in 1933, but at the new facility. The guards had to identify him by fingerprints after his face was eaten away by dry cleaning fluid. On the whole, he might have been better off with old Sparky, but then he wouldn't have had those extra years. Harry wrote to Paul about it later, reflecting that the Prez got commuted mostly because he was white, but got it in the end anyway. A long stay of execution that finally ran out. After the Prez was gone, there was a quiet period on E Block. Harry and Dean were temporarily reassigned, leaving Paul, Brutal, and Percy on the Green Mile, though Percy kept to himself, a genius at finding things not to do. The others would show up for what Harry called a good gab whenever Percy wasn't around, and the mouse often appeared too. They'd feed him, and he'd sit watching them with his bright eyes, solemn as Solomon. But all good things end. On a rainy Monday in late July, Paul found himself sitting on the bunk of an open cell, waiting for Edouard Delacroix. Delacroix's arrival was anything but quiet. The door to the exercise yard slammed open, flooding the block with light, and there was a confused rattle of chains and a frightened voice babbling in a mix of English and Cajun French. Brutal was shouting for Percy to quit it. Paul had been half dozing but was on his feet in an instant, his heart pounding. Noise like this on E Block almost never happened until Percy came along, bringing trouble like a bad smell. Percy was dragging a small man by one arm, barely bigger than a bowling pin, while brandishing his baton in the other hand. His teeth were bared, his face bright red, and he didn't look entirely unhappy. Delacroix was trying to keep up, but the leg irons made it impossible. Paul sprang out of the cell just in time to catch the man as he fell. Percy rounded on him, baton raised, and Paul held him back with one arm as Brutal hurried over, looking as shocked as Paul felt. Delacroix pleaded for him not to let Percy hit him anymore, but Percy lunged forward, bringing the baton down on Delacroix's shoulders again and again. The blows landed with sickening thuds, and Paul could already see bruises forming. This wasn't the way they did things on E Block, not until Percy came. Paul tried to shield the man, but Percy's club kept swinging around him, and sooner or later it would hit him instead. He wished he and Brutal had just taken Percy down right there. It might have changed things later on. Delacroix was bleeding from one ear and screaming. Paul grabbed him by the shoulder and hurled him into his cell, where he sprawled on the bunk. Percy darted around and delivered a final blow to the man's backside before Brutal grabbed him by the shoulders and hauled him across the corridor. Paul slammed the cell door shut and turned to face Percy, his shock and bewilderment giving way to pure fury. This was the first time he truly understood how out of control Percy was. Percy stood watching him, afraid but confident his connections would protect him, and he was right. Paul knew that people who'd never lived through the Depression wouldn't understand, but if you had a steady job, you'd do almost anything to keep it. The color was fading from Percy's face, his hair disheveled. Paul demanded to know what had happened, and Percy claimed the little fag bastard had tried to cop his joint when he pulled him out of the van. Paul couldn't imagine anyone in Delacroix's position being in a sexy mood, and he looked at the cowering Frenchman on the bunk, arms still raised to protect his face. He told Percy to get out, that he'd talk to him later. Percy threatened to make his own report, but Paul just wanted him gone. He dismissed the matter, then sent Percy over to admin to help with letters and packages. Percy regained his composure, brushing his hair back with his soft white hands, and approached Delacroix's cell, taunting him, saying he wasn't done with him yet. Brutal's hand fell on Percy's shoulder, telling him he was done, and Percy left with long, arrogant strides, the victor in his own mind. Paul delivered his standard speech to Delacroix, about the radio, about how they'd treat him right if he did the same. But the man cried through the whole thing, cringing at every movement, barely hearing a word. 15 minutes later, Paul was back at the desk where Brutal sat, licking his pencil as always. Paul told him to stop before he poisoned himself. Brutal remarked that he never wanted another hurrah like that with a prisoner coming on the block. Paul recalled his father saying that things come in threes, and he was right. There'd been a squall when John Coffey came in, and a full-blown storm when Wild Bill joined them. Brutal explained the incident. Delacroix had stumbled getting out of the stagecoach, and his hand had accidentally brushed the front of Percy's pants. Percy used it as an excuse to beat him, just to show who was boss. Paul recognized the truth of it and said they'd have to watch him. He hated the job, and he hated Percy. Brutal admitted he didn't understand Percy at all. The man had connections that could get him almost any job he wanted. A page in the state senate, a position making appointments for the lieutenant governor, yet he'd chosen the Green Mile. Why would anyone use that kind of pull to end up here? Paul shook his head. He didn't know. There was a lot he didn't know then. He supposed he was naive. After that, things settled back into a routine, at least for a while. Down in the county seat, they were preparing to bring John Coffey to trial, and Sheriff Homer Cribbis was dismissing talk of a lynch mob. None of that mattered on E Block, though. Life there was like living in a soundproof room. You heard mutterings now and then, but that was about all. They wouldn't rush with Coffey. They'd want to make sure of him. Percy kept ragging Delacroix, and the second time, Paul pulled him aside for a talk. It wasn't the first interview on the subject, and it wouldn't be the last, but it gave Paul the clearest understanding of what Percy was. A cruel boy who went to the zoo, not to study the animals, but to throw stones at them in their cages. Paul told him to stay away from Delacroix, unless given a direct order. Percy combed his hair and claimed he was only asking how it felt to know he burned up some babies. Paul threatened to report, but Percy laughed it off, saying he could make his own report and they'd see who came out ahead. Paul leaned forward, trying to sound like a friend being confidential, and mentioned that Brutus Howell didn't like Percy much. And when Brutal didn't like someone, he was apt to report with his fists instead of a pen. Percy's smile faltered, and Paul pressed the point, warning that if Percy told his friends about this conversation, Paul would deny it. He framed it as friendly advice. Why get into it with Delacroix? He wasn't worth it. For a while it worked. There was peace. Paul managed to send Percy with Dean or Harry when Delacroix's shower time came around. They had the radio at night, and Delacroix began to relax into the routine. Then one night, Paul heard him laughing. Harry was on the desk, and soon he was laughing too. Paul went down to Delacroix's cell to see what was so amusing. Delacroix announced he'd tamed a mouse. Steamboat Willie, sitting on his shoulder, tail curled around his paws, looking completely at peace. Delacroix showed off the trick. The mouse scampered up his head and down the other side, running along his arm to his wrist, then back to his shoulder. Harry was impressed. Delacroix claimed he'd trained it, though Paul doubted it. He'd named the mouse Mr. Jingles, and he was adamant about it, insisting the mouse had whispered it in his ear. Then he asked for a box for his mouse to sleep in, his voice taking on a wheedling tone. Paul noted that his English got better when he wanted something. Harry nudged Paul, warning that trouble was coming. But Percy didn't look like trouble that night. Not running his hands through his hair, not fiddling with his baton, the top button of his shirt undone. There was a calmness in his expression, the look of a man who could wait for what he wanted. Delacroix, however, cringed at the sight of him, drawing his knees up and pressing against the wall. The mouse scampered onto his bald head and sat there, watching Percy with what seemed like recognition. Percy remarked that Delacroix had found himself a friend. Delacroix tried to respond with defiance, but nothing came out. Percy asked if it was the same mouse he chased, and Paul confirmed it was. Percy seemed uninterested in chasing it now. Paul mentioned that Delacroix was asking for a box, and Percy offered a surprisingly practical suggestion. He'd seen a nice cigar box on Toot Toot's cart, though it might cost a nickel or a dime. Delacroix said he had 4 pennies, and Percy agreed to line the box with cotton batting from the dispensary if Toot would sell it for that price. Then he asked for pens and forms for his switchroom report and swaggered off. Harry wondered if Percy was sick, but Paul had no idea what was going on. He found out years later during a supper conversation with Hal Moores. Percy had gone to complain about Paul after the incident with Delacroix, threatening to pull strings to get him reprimanded or reassigned. Moores had pulled Percy aside and made him a deal. If Percy quit rocking the boat, Moores would make sure he was out front for Delacroix's execution, placed right beside the chair. To the witnesses, it would look like Percy was running the show. It was the same arrangement Paul had already agreed to, but Percy didn't know that. He agreed to back off and the atmosphere on E Block sweetened. He even agreed to let Delacroix keep the mouse as a pet. It was amazing how some men could change with the right incentive. In Percy's case, all it took was the chance to take a bald little Frenchman's life. Old Toot Toot thought 4 cents was far too little for a prime Corona cigar box, and he was probably right. Cigar boxes were prized possessions in prison for their smell, their utility, and what they reminded the men of: freedom. Cigarettes were allowed, but cigars weren't, which only made the boxes more desirable. Dean Stanton, back on the block by then, added a penny to the pot, and Paul kicked in another. Toot still held out, so Brutal went to work on him, shaming him for being a cheapskate and promising that he, Brutus Howell, would personally return the box the day after Delacroix's execution. 6 cents might not be enough if they were talking about selling, Brutal argued, but it was a great price for renting. Delacroix would walk the mile in a month, 6 weeks at most, and the box would be back on Toot's cart before he knew it. Toot countered that a soft-hearted judge might give him a stay, but he knew better, and Brutal knew he did. Old Toot had been pushing his cart around Cold Mountain forever, and he had sources better than theirs. He knew Delacroix was out of soft-hearted judges. The governor wouldn't grant clemency to someone who baked 6 of his constituents. Even without a stay, Toot argued, the mouse would be shitting in that box until October, maybe Thanksgiving. Who'd buy a cigar box a mouse had used for a toilet? Brutal dismissed that, saying Delacroix would keep the box clean enough to eat a church dinner out of, and mouse shit was just hard little pellets anyway, easy to shake out. Toot knew when to bend in the hurricane instead of facing into the breeze. This wasn't quite a hurricane, but the blue suits liked the mouse and the idea of Delacroix having it, and that made it at least a gale. So Delacroix got his box, and Percy kept his word. 2 days later, the bottom was lined with soft cotton batting from the dispensary. Percy handed it over himself, and Delacroix's fear was plain as he reached through the bars, afraid Percy would grab his hand and break his fingers. Paul was a little afraid of it too, but nothing happened. It was the closest he ever came to liking Percy, though he could still see the cool amusement in his eyes. Delacroix had a pet. Percy had one too. Delacroix would love his as long as he could. Percy would wait, then burn him alive. Harry declared the Mousy Hilton open for business, wondering if the little bugger would use it. Delacroix caught Mr. Jingles and lowered him gently into the box, and the mouse snuggled into the white cotton as if it were the softest bed in the world. That was his home from then on. Toot's worries about the box filling with mouse shit proved groundless. Paul never saw a single turd in there, nor did Delacroix see any in his cell. Much later, when Brutal showed him the hole in the beam and they found the colored splinters, Paul moved a chair in the restraint room and found a pile of mouse turds in the east corner. Mr. Jingles had always gone back to the same place to do his business, as far from them as possible. Another thing, Paul never saw him peeing, and usually mice can hardly stop for 2 minutes at a time. The damn thing was one of God's mysteries. A week or so after Mr. Jingles settled in, Delacroix called Paul and Brutal to his cell to show them something. He did that so much it was annoying, but this time it was genuinely amusing. Delacroix had a maiden aunt who wrote him once a week and had sent him an enormous bag of peppermint candies, Canada mints, big pink pills. They doled them out 6 at a time because Delacroix had no moderation. Mr. Jingles was sitting beside him on the bunk, holding one of the candies in his paws and munching contentedly, his white-furred belly already distended. Brutal told Delacroix to take it away, worried the mouse would eat until he burst. But Delacroix was delighted. This was the second one. When Brutal warned that it might bust his guts, Delacroix reached for the half-eaten mint, and Mr. Jingles gave it up meekly, plopping into his box and lying on his side in exhausted contentment. After that, they got used to seeing the mouse sitting beside Delacroix, holding a mint and munching like an old lady at a tea party, both of them surrounded by the half-bitter, half-sweet smell of peppermint. A week later, Delacroix called Paul down to his cell alone. Brutal was at the commissary, and regulations said Paul shouldn't approach a prisoner in such circumstances, but he could have shot-putted Delacroix one-handed, so he broke the rule. Delacroix produced a small wooden spool obtained from old Toot Toot and showed Paul what Mr. Jingles could do. The mouse stood in his box, front paws propped on the edge, eyes fixed on the spool with unnerving sharpness. Delacroix rolled the threadless spool across the floor, and the mouse was out of the box in a flash, chasing it like a dog after a stick. When the spool hit the wall and rebounded, Mr. Jingles went around it and pushed it back to the bunk, switching ends to keep it on course, until it hit Delacroix's foot. Then he looked up, as if checking for further tasks, and settled back into his box. Paul asked if Delacroix had taught him that. Delacroix said yes, but his smile was slightly dissembling. When Paul asked how he knew to fetch the spool, Delacroix said the mouse had whispered it in his ear, just as he'd whispered his name. Delacroix showed the trick to all the other guys except Percy. Once kicked, he never trusted Percy again, no matter how nice he acted. Harry later found Crayolas in the restraint room and brought them to Delacroix, suggesting he color the spool to make the mouse like a circus mouse. Delacroix was rapturously happy, probably for the first time in his miserable life, declaring that Mr. Jingles would make him rich when he got out of there. Harry wisely kept quiet about the reality of Delacroix's departure, simply encouraging him to color the spool as quickly and colorfully as he could before the crayons had to be returned. Del made it a bright creation, one end yellow, the other green, the drum in the middle firehouse red. They grew accustomed to hearing him announce the circus performance in his mangled French, then make a throaty drum roll sound before flinging the spool. Mr. Jingles would chase it down, nosing it back or rolling it with his paws. The latter method something you'd pay to see in a real circus. Delacroix, his mouse, and the brightly colored spool became their chief amusements around the time John Coffey came into their care. Then Paul's urinary infection, which had lain dormant for a while, returned, and William Wharton arrived, and everything fell apart. The dates had mostly slipped from Paul's mind over the years. He could have asked his granddaughter to look them up in old newspaper files. But what would be the point? The moments that mattered, the day they found the mouse on Delacroix's shoulder, the day Wharton almost killed Dean Stanton, wouldn't be in any paper. Dates didn't matter much if you could remember what you saw and keep it in the right order. Things got squeezed together. When Delacroix's DOE papers arrived, Paul was amazed to see the execution date had been advanced from the 27th to the 25th, almost unheard of, even in those days. Toot would get his cigar box back sooner than expected. Wharton, meanwhile, arrived later than expected. His trial ran long, and after his conviction, he was taken to Indianola General Hospital for tests. He'd had seizures during the trial, some serious enough to send him crashing to the floor. His lawyer claimed epilepsy. The prosecution said it was an act. The jury agreed with the prosecution, but the judge ordered pre-sentencing tests anyway, perhaps out of curiosity. It was a wonder Wharton didn't escape, especially given the irony that Warden Moore's wife, Melinda, was in the same hospital at the same time. But he didn't. They had him surrounded by guards, and perhaps he still hoped for an incompetency ruling. The doctors found nothing wrong with his brain, and Billy the Kid Wharton was bound for Cold Mountain, arriving about 2 weeks after John Coffey and a week or 10 days before Delacroix's scheduled execution. The day Wharton joined them was eventful for Paul. He woke at 4 a.m. with his groin throbbing, his urinary infection back in full force. He made it to the privy, but had to stop at the woodpile, lowering his pants just as the urine started to flow. The pain was the worst of his life, worse than the gallstone he'd passed in 1956. His knees buckled, and he fell, grabbing a log to keep from going face first into his own piss. His lower belly burned, his penis felt like it was melting, and he expected to see blood gushing, but it was just a stream of urine. He put a hand over his mouth to keep from screaming and waking his wife. When the stream finally dried up, the pain had sunk deep into his stomach and testicles, biting like rusty teeth. For nearly a minute, he couldn't get up. Eventually, the pain abated, and he struggled to his feet, looking at the urine soaking into the ground and wondering if any sane God could make a world where such a little dampness caused so much agony. He thought about calling in sick and seeing Dr. Sadler despite the sulfa tablet's stink and queasiness. But as he swallowed aspirin in the kitchen, he remembered that today was Wharton's scheduled arrival, and Brutal wouldn't be there, assigned to help move the library and infirmary equipment. He didn't feel right leaving Wharton to Dean and Harry. Anderson's report had warned that this man just didn't care, underlining the words for emphasis. The pain had abated enough for him to think. He decided to leave for the prison early, arriving at 6 when Warden Moores usually came in. Moores could reassign Brutal to E Block for Wharton's reception, and Paul could make his long-overdue trip to the doctor. Twice on a 20-mile ride, the sudden need to urinate overcame him. Both times he pulled over, the pain less severe than that morning, but still bad enough that he had to clutch the door handle to hold himself up, sweat running down his hot face. He was sick, good and sick. He made it through the south gate, parked, and went up to see the warden. Miss Hannah's office was empty, but the light was on in Moore's. Paul knocked and opened the door, finding Moores in a state he wished he hadn't seen. White hair sticking up, hands pulling at it, eyes raw and puffy, his palsy worse than ever. He looked like a man who'd just come in from a bitterly cold night. Paul started to apologize and back out, but Moores stopped him, asking him to come in and shut the door. He needed someone, and Paul did as he asked, forgetting his own pain for the first time that morning. Moores told him it was a brain tumor. The doctors had X-ray pictures, the best anyone had ever gotten, they said, and they'd published them in some medical journal. It was the size of a lemon, way down deep where they couldn't operate. She'd be dead by Christmas. He hadn't told her. He couldn't think how. Then he broke down in big, gasping sobs, and Paul went to him, putting an arm around his shoulders. Moores clutched him like a drowning man and sobbed against his stomach, all restraint gone. Later he'd apologized, but the damage was done. Paul never got around to his original business. When he left Moore's office, he walked to E Block instead of back to his car. The aspirin was working, the pain down to a low throb. He figured he'd get through the day, get Wharton settled, check back with Moores that afternoon, and take sick leave tomorrow. The worst was over, he thought, with no idea that the worst hadn't even begun. Late that afternoon, Dean recounted what had happened, his voice rasping and painful, with the dark bruises rising on his neck. They'd all thought Wharton was still doped from the tests. It was a reasonable assumption, but no one had asked. Even Percy nodded in sullen agreement. Paul and Brutal exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. You cruise along, everything going according to plan, make one mistake, and the sky falls. Harry and Dean would learn from this, especially Dean, who could easily have gone home dead. Percy wouldn't, perhaps couldn't. All he could do was sulk in the corner because he was in trouble again. 7 of them had gone to Indianola to collect Wharton. Harry, Dean, Percy. 2 guards in back, 2 up front. They took the stagecoach, a steel-reinforced Ford panel truck with bulletproof glass, looking like a cross between a milk wagon and an armored car. Harry was in charge. He handed over the paperwork to the county sheriff, who handed over Wharton. The sheriff and his men hadn't bothered to dress him in the prison uniform sent ahead. They left that to our boys. Wharton was in a cotton hospital johnny and cheap felt slippers, a scrawny man with a narrow, pimply face and long, tangly blonde hair. His pimply backside stuck out through the johnny, which was the part of him they saw first as he stood at the window, silent and motionless, while Harry argued with the sheriff about laziness and jurisdiction. When Harry finally told Wharton to turn around, he did. He looked like any number of backcountry stampeders who'd wound through Cold Mountain, a dullard with a mean streak. Sometimes you found a yellow streak, too, once their backs were to the wall, but more often there was nothing but fight and meanness. His face seemed to have no personality, jaw slack, eyes distant, shoulders slumped, hands dangling. He looked shot up with morphine, every bit as cuckoo as any dope-a-fine they'd ever seen. Harry told him to put on the uniform. Wharton seemed willing but couldn't manage without help. He got the boxers on but kept trying to put both legs in the same pants hole. Dean helped him, yanking the trousers up and snapping the waistband. Wharton just stood there, not helping once he saw Dean was doing it for him, staring vacantly. It didn't occur to any of them. He was shamming, not to escape, but to make maximum trouble when the time came. The papers were signed, and Wharton became state property. They took him down the back stairs to the kitchen, surrounded by guards. He walked head down, hands dangling. The first time his cap fell off, Dean put it back. The second time, Dean just tucked it in his pocket. In the stagecoach, when they were shackling him, he made no trouble, perhaps thinking the space was too small and the numbers too great. The chains went on, one set between his ankles, another between his wrists, this one too long. The drive took an hour. Wharton sat head down on the left bench, cuffed hands dangling between his knees, humming occasionally, drooling a puddle at his feet like a dog on a hot day. They drove through the south gate, past Paul's car, and across the exercise yard to E Block. The driver said his goodbyes and took the stagecoach to the motor pool. The extra guards went with him. That left Dean, Harry, and Percy with one shackled prisoner. Should have been enough, would have been enough, if they hadn't been lulled by the stick-thin country boy. They marched him the 12 paces to the E Block door, falling into formation. Harry on his left, Dean on his right, Percy behind with his baton out. Paul knew it because Percy loved that hickory stick. Paul was sitting in what would be Wharton's cell, clipboard in hand, thinking about his set speech and the pain building in his groin again. All he wanted was to get into his office and wait for it to pass. Dean stepped forward to unlock the door. Just as he turned the key, Wharton came alive with a screaming rebel, yell that froze Harry and finished Percy for the entire encounter. Paul heard it through the partly open door and thought at first it was a hurt dog. Wharton lifted his arms and dropped the chain over Dean's head, choking him. Dean lurched forward into the electric light of the block. Wharton went with him, yelling and gibbering and laughing, yanking the chain tight. Harry landed on Wharton's back, grabbing his greasy hair and slamming a fist into his face, but drew neither baton nor pistol. They'd had trouble before, but never this kind of slyness. Wharton threw Harry off like he was nothing, sending him sprawling against the desk. He went back to choking Dean, knowing he could only be fried once. Harry screamed for Percy to hit him, but Percy just stood there, baton in hand, eyes wide, too scared to use the opportunity he'd been craving. Paul came out of the cell, dropping his clipboard and pulling his .38, forgetting his infection. This wasn't the slack-jawed dullard from the stories. This was an animal filled with cunning and meanness and joy, doing what he was made to do. Dean's face was red and swelling, dying in front of him. Wharton saw the gun and turned Dean toward it so Paul would have to hit one to hit the other. From over Dean's shoulder, one blazing blue eye dared him to shoot. As he reflects on his description of Georgia Pines, the narrator recognizes his own subversive truth. He'd called it a nursing home, though the brochures insist it's a state-of-the-art retirement complex. A resource center sits at its heart, but to those actually living there, it remains simply the TV room. His distance from that room isn't standoffishness. He knows, but contempt for the programs themselves, shows that parade human misery for spectacle. His judgment feels earned, even as he concedes the hypocrisy of it. He'd rather spend time with someone like Elaine Connolly, whose company he genuinely treasures. She shares his disdain for daytime television, and their friendship has simplified into something comfortable and deep. The fire banked to steady embers that older people might understand better than the young. Writing occupies his days now, a memoir composed in the solarium where the extra oxygen seems to sharpen his old memories. Nighttime insomnia often sends him downstairs to the American Movie Channel, where black and white films from his youth play with their familiar rhythms and forgotten stars. Those images, Francis the Talking Mule, John Wayne, Jimmy Cagney, carry him back to an era that feels more solid than his present existence. They remind him of Janice, his wife and best friend, and of a time when he still walked fully in the world. But this morning's film offered no comfort. When Elaine discovered him on the lumpy sofa, his thin old frame trembling and his legs pulled tight against his chest, she found him in genuine distress. He tried to reassure her, though his chattering teeth undermined the effort. She sat beside him, her arm around his shoulders, and when she pressed for an explanation, he admitted he'd seen a ghost. The specter came from his prison days. He'd been writing about William Wharton, wild, reckless, proudly vicious, who'd nearly killed one of his fellow guards when he arrived on the block. The character in the movie had matched Wharton's image so perfectly it shook him. The pale skin, the gliding walk, the lank blonde hair, the casual violence. He'd watched until the character pushed an old woman in a wheelchair down a flight of stairs, then switched it off. Elaine listened without dismissal. She didn't tell him to stop writing or to abandon the memories. Instead, she asked if this was really the only ghost he'd ever seen, implying, without judgment, that such hauntings are simply part of life. He thought of others he'd lost and conceded it wasn't. Before leaving him to his thoughts, she kissed him and suggested he take a pill for sleep. He watched her go, the pain in her hips visible in her careful movement. For a moment he considered asking her to stay, but the weariness in her eyes made him reconsider. She would have agreed for his sake, but the ache in her expression stopped him. They left the television room together. Their steps matched to her slower, more careful pace. The building's silence was broken only by muffled sounds from behind a closed door. Someone trapped in a bad dream. He told her he thought he could sleep, but the reassurance was hollow. Lying in bed until dawn, he watched the film replay in his mind. Widmark's grinning face, the wheelchair pushed downstairs, the casual threat to squealers, and then the image would twist into Wharton's face on the day he arrived at E Block. The same manic laughter, the same challenge to the world. By morning, breakfast held no appeal. He went straight to the solarium to write. The memory came flooding back whole. Wharton's wild entrance, the chain dropping over Dean's neck, the struggle that followed. Harry had tried to intervene, but was thrown aside. Percy stood frozen, clutching his prized baton but unable to use it against an enemy who was all speed and madness. Coming out of Wharton's cell, the narrator drew his revolver. The fever burning in his body forgotten now, he saw only the desperate situation. Dean's face turning red, his life choking away in front of them. Wharton, cunning and joyous in his violence, used Dean's body as a shield, daring the guard to shoot through his hostage. Then brutal Howell appeared in the doorway, fresh from moving equipment across the prison. Without hesitation, he shoved Percy aside and brought his own baton down on Wharton's skull with brutal force. The chain finally loosened, and Wharton collapsed. Dean crawled free, gasping, his throat damaged but his breath returning. He was certain from the impact that Wharton was dead, but the man's slow, steady breathing proved otherwise. Even the blood seeping from his hair seemed minor. The guards hauled the unconscious prisoner into his cell while Brutal steadied Dean. Hours later, Wharton recovered with frightening speed and clarity, appearing silently at his cell bars. When the narrator glanced up from his report, he found the inmate grinning through blackened, broken teeth. Wharton promised vengeance casually. Next time it would be him, and there would be no miss. The guard responded with a flat greeting that unsettled the man, whose grin faltered briefly. Percy remained subdued afterward, too shocked to voice his usual complaints. It was just as well, because any whining about the incident might have pushed the others to violence. Instead, he focused his fury on Delacroix when the Frenchman started shouting questions from his cell. Percy's hatred for the man seemed irrational, but it burned bright. The narrator gave him an errand to report to Warden Moores, hoping to get him off the block and away from his own seething temper. Before leaving, Percy paused to observe the sweat on the narrator's face and asked if he was ill. The guard dismissed the question and sent him on his way. Alone at last, he barely made it into the toilet cubicle behind his office. The urinary infection had returned with full force, the pain so excruciating that he had to stifle a scream as he relieved himself. This was worse than his earlier episode at home. Here there was no room to collapse, no woodpile to grip for support. He braced himself against the washstand, desperate to remain upright. He kept his feet and held back the scream, though barely. The urine felt sharp as broken glass, and the toilet's swampy smell rose with the sight of pus floating in the water. Wiping his face with a towel, he caught his reflection in the metal mirror. Flushed, feverish, probably over 100 degrees. He flushed, returned the towel, and walked slowly back to the cell block door, dreading that someone might have arrived to find prisoners unguarded. The block was empty. Wharton remained unconscious on his bunk. Delacroix had fallen silent, and Coffey, he realized with sudden worry, had made no sound at all. He walked down the mile and peered into Coffey's cell, half expecting to find him dead by hanging or self-inflicted wounds. Instead, the giant sat on his bunk, hands in his lap, watching him with those strange, wet eyes. Coffey spoke first, claiming he needed to see him. The narrator dismissed it. He was looking right at him after all. But Coffey persisted, his gaze unwavering. He sighed and promised to return in a moment. Delacroix stood at his bars, the mouse, Mr. Jingles, leaping nervously between his hands, reacting to the tension. The little creature retrieved his colored spool and pushed it hopefully to Delacroix's foot, but the man ignored him, demanding to know what had happened. The guard reassured him that the new prisoner was subdued and everything was under control, though Delacroix insisted it wasn't over yet. Behind him, Coffey rose from his bunk with a creak and called out urgently. The narrator turned, feeling the fever's chill despite the burning in his groin. For the first time, Coffey seemed fully present. His tears momentarily stopped, his eyes focused on his surroundings. When Coffey demanded he enter the cell, he refused. Too risky, with a man that large and the block unattended. But Coffey's desperate grip on the bars, his pale knuckles and urgent face, wore down his resistance. Against all logic, he found himself unlocking the cell door. Delacroix warned him it was a bad idea, but he dismissed it, feeling almost hypnotized by Coffey's gaze. He entered, and Coffey backed to his bunk, sat down, and patted the mattress beside him. He sat, and Coffey put an arm around his shoulders. When he asked what Coffey wanted, the man answered simply, "To help." Then his hand moved to the guard's crotch. A jolt shot through him, painless but powerful, arching his back and tightening his fingers into claws. Color seemed to leap from everything, every detail of Coffey's face vivid and sharp. His feet drummed on the floor. Then it stopped. The infection was gone. The heat, the throbbing, the fever, all vanished. He could still smell the sweat it had drawn from him, but the sickness itself had been erased. From across the block, Delacroix's voice came through clearly now, demanding to know what was happening. Coffey bent forward, gagging, his throat and eyes bulging. The guard clapped his back, asking what was wrong. Coffey's mouth opened reluctantly, and he exhaled a cloud of tiny black insects that swirled briefly, turned white, and disappeared. The guard slumped back against the wall, his strength gone, thinking he'd gone delirious. Delacroix started shouting for help, convinced Coffey was killing him. But the giant was only leaning over him, checking on his condition. He got to his feet, waited for the pain to return, and felt nothing but a brief dizziness. He was better. Delacroix urged him to get out of the cell, reminding him it was against the rules. He ignored him and asked Coffey what he'd done. Coffey only said he'd helped. When pressed for how, he shrugged. He didn't know and seemed unconcerned with the mechanics. Asking how he'd known the guard was sick would likely get the same blank response. John Coffey was an enigma wrapped in mystery, and Percy's cruel nickname, the Egypt, wasn't far from the mark. He knew his name and that it wasn't spelled like the drink, and beyond that, he seemed to know very little. Coffey settled onto his bunk, turning to face the wall, legs dangling awkwardly off the end. The narrator noticed the scars crisscrossing his back where his shirt had ridden up. He left the cell, locked it, and faced Delacroix, who stood gripping his bars with anxious fear, the mouse perched on his shoulder, whiskers trembling. Delacroix demanded to know what the darky man had done. Was it Gree-Gree, some kind of hoodoo? The narrator brushed it off, claiming Coffey had only had a nightmare. But Delacroix wasn't fooled. He could see the change in his walk, the calm that had replaced the obvious suffering. The guard insisted everything was fine. Delacroix insisted Coffey was a Gree-Gree man, a hoodoo worker. When asked why he thought so, Delacroix cupped the mouse in his palm and offered it a peppermint fragment. The mouse ignored the candy at first, sniffing his breath with slit-eyed ecstasy, then took it. Delacroix kissed its nose, and the mouse allowed it. Suddenly the guard understood. The mouse had told him just as it had whispered its name. Back at the duty desk, he felt weightless, almost floating. He dropped into his chair, his legs giving way halfway down. The absence of pain in his groin was a profound relief, but his peace of mind remained unsettled. He looked at the block report form and thought of writing the word miracle in the unusual occurrences space, but the impulse passed. He felt a sudden urge to cry, but found no tears. He sat with his hands folded, afraid of what someone might see in his face, and began filling out the boilerplate sections of the report. His handwriting held steady despite his inner turmoil. After a few minutes, he went to the toilet to test himself. He was certain the pain would return, that Coffey's healing was only hypnosis. But the urine flowed clear and painless. The infection was truly gone. He understood now. He had experienced a genuine healing, the kind he'd heard about in the Pentecostal churches of his youth. He remembered Roy Delphinen's, whose son's chopped-off finger had grown back after a winter of prayer. He believed that story then, and he believed in miracles now. But he didn't believe Coffey was a Gree-Gree man. He'd looked into his eyes and felt his touch, the touch of something like a strange, wonderful doctor. Coffey had said I helped it, but the guard knew better. The power came from God, not from the man himself. Coffey was merely a conduit, and the healing demanded a purpose. Perhaps God wanted him on the block to prevent Wharton's violence or Percy's foolishness. He resolved to keep his mouth shut about the miracle, especially since no one would question his improved appearance. He'd already been telling everyone he was getting better. Delacroix would likely stay quiet, afraid of Coffey's supposed powers, and Coffey himself would probably forget the whole thing. But he couldn't deny his curiosity about the big man, not after what had happened in that cell. Before leaving that night, he arranged for Brutal to cover for him the next day in case he arrived late. The following morning, he set out for Tefton in Trapingus County, his wife expressing concern about his preoccupation with Coffey. He insisted it was only curiosity, not worry, but she knew better. One usually led to the other. She noted he looked better at least, and confirmed his waterworks were cured before sending him off with a kiss and a packed lunch. At the Tefton Intelligencer offices, he learned the reporter Bert Hammersmith was likely at the county courthouse, but a burst water pipe had sent him home. He followed directions down a rutted dirt road to the man's house, where Mrs. Hammersmith led him to the back porch. The reporter sat watching his two young children play on a swing at the bottom of the yard, possibly twins, the visitor thought, which cast an interesting light on Hammersmith's peripheral involvement in the Coffey trial. A doghouse sat nearby, its occupant presumably napping out of the heat. After introductions, Hammersmith acknowledged who he was, the bull-goose screw of the Green Mile, and asked what brought him 50 miles. When he mentioned coffee, Hammersmith showed no strong reaction, only noting that coffee was now his problem. The guard explained he was curious, not concerned, and wanted anything the reporter could tell him that hadn't made the papers. Hammersmith sharpened, asking if he wanted grisly details about the girls. He declined, saying he was interested in coffee himself. Satisfied he wasn't a vulture, Hammersmith told the story of the abduction and discovery. The empty porch, the blood, the posse, Coffee found wailing on the riverbank with the girls' bodies in his arms. Through it all, the reporter's eyes never left his own children. When pressed for his real reason for coming, Hammersmith dismissed simple curiosity. 50 miles was too far for that. The guard sidestepped, asking instead if Coffee had done anything like this before. Hammersmith's interest sharpened, but he admitted he'd tried tracing Coffee's background and found almost nothing, just a possible sighting in Knoxville and a job in Kentucky. It was as if Coffee had dropped from the sky, and his own memory was useless. The reporter attributed it to the Depression, which had sent people wandering everywhere, making a giant like Coffee easy to overlook, until he killed little white girls. He sometimes believed that explanation and sometimes not. His wife called the children in for cookies and offered one to the visitor, who politely declined. Then Hammersmith asked abruptly if he'd seen Coffee's scars. He confirmed he'd seen the scars, and Hammersmith laughed. The defense attorney's victory had been getting Coffee to show them to the jury, though the prosecutor's objections were wasted. Local juries didn't buy psychology excuses, but the scars were ghastly nonetheless. The guard noted they were latticed, broken up, the pattern of someone who'd been beaten brutally as a child before he'd grown. Hammersmith suggested they should have drowned him like a stray kitten instead of sparing the rod. The guard couldn't agree, despite the politics of the situation. He'd seen Coffee, felt his touch, and sensed no real violence in him. A difficult claim to square with the riverbank scene, but he knew violent men, and Coffee didn't fit that pattern. Hammersmith saw through him, accusing him of coming to ask whether he thought Coffee had done it at all. The guard admitted it, and the reporter called his children up for cookies before answering. He told a story about his dog, Sir Galahad, a gentle mongrel, calm and loving, who'd been part of the family since the children were born. Then one day, for no reason, the dog had lunged at his son Caleb's face. The boy had been disfigured horribly, losing an eye and having his mouth twisted into a permanent leer. Hammersmith had shot the dog, though he couldn't bring himself to clean up the doghouse or even approach it since. The parallel was clear. Coffee was like that dog, gentle and quiet, until something triggered him. It didn't matter that he'd never done it before. It only mattered that he'd done it once. The guard listened, seeing the boy's ruined face and understanding the weight of the father's grief. Hammersmith made a biting gesture with his hand and asked if he understood. He nodded. The reporter excused himself to spend time with his family, and the guard drove away the image of the disfigured boy, and the snapping fingers burned into his mind. He couldn't sing on the way back to the prison. The very next day brought Wharton's first trip to the restraint room. He'd spent the morning and afternoon in unnatural stillness, a deceptive calm that the guards had already learned to recognize as a prelude to trouble. Around 7:30 in the evening, Harry felt a warm wetness soak through the cuffs of his freshly changed uniform pants. Wharton stood at his cell bars, grinning with those darkening teeth, having urinated directly onto the guard's clothing, clearly saving it up all day for maximum effect. That was the breaking point. Harry gathered Brutal and the narrator, who alerted Dean and Percy. With 3 prisoners now under their care, and the narrator's team working the high-risk evening shift, they had the manpower to make an example of the troublemaker. Meanwhile, in the storage room, Dean and Percy connected a canvas fire hose to the water main and prepared to operate the valve. Brutal and the narrator approached Wharton's cell, where the prisoner still stood exposed and grinning. The narrator carried a straitjacket he'd stashed in his office the night before in anticipation of trouble. Harry followed with the hose nozzle, trailing the line back to the office and down into the storage room. Wharton laughed wildly, taking pride in his provocation, and boasted about what he'd be serving them next. His confidence flickered when he saw the narrator unlocking his cell door and noticed Brutal's revolver and nightstick. He threatened them, promising they'd leave on their backs if they entered, and specifically warned against a straitjacket. The narrator unlocked the cell anyway, dismissing Wharton's bluster as ignorance requiring education. Wharton retreated toward his bunk, still exposed, and gestured them in with mock invitation, challenging Brutal directly to a fight. But when Brutal stepped through the door, he moved sideways instead of toward Wharton, clearing the line for the fire hose Harry was aiming. Wharton lunged, and Brutal cracked him across the forehead with his baton, opening a gash above his eyebrows. The blow dropped Wharton to his knees, momentarily blind, and then Harry unleashed the water. The powerful stream caught Wharton square in the chest, spinning him and driving him under his bunk. In another cell, Delacroix danced and demanded updates from John Coffey. But Coffey only stood there with his familiar, sorrowful expression. Brutal called for the water to be cut and hauled, Wharton out from under the bunk, the prisoner now coughing and bleeding into his eyes. The narrator and Brutal moved with practiced efficiency, having rehearsed this exact routine countless times. They got Wharton into the straitjacket before full awareness could return to him, arms secured and buckled behind his back. Percy arrived, wet from wrestling the water main, his face lit with excitement, while Dean followed with the bruises still dark around his throat. The narrator pulled Wharton to his feet, addressing him as Wild Bill. The prisoner screamed back in genuine fury, insisting on the distinction between himself and the historical figure he admired. Wild Bill Hickok hadn't been some heroic gunfighter, just a lawman who died carelessly. Brutal shoved Wharton along the corridor, taunting that soon he'd be history too. Wharton threw himself at Brutal despite being bound, and Percy reached for his baton, only for Dean to stop him. The narrator noticed Dean's restraining hand and understood, after what Wharton had done to him, Dean had no desire to see anyone else get hurt, even in retaliation. They shoved Wharton down the length of the Green Mile past Delacroix's glee and Coffey's detachment, then into the restraint room while the others cleared out the accumulated clutter. The narrator delivered a final warning. Toughness meant nothing here, and cooperation would be rewarded with easier treatment. Wharton responded by vowing to make their lives unbearable, though the narrator could see the desperate strain beneath the bravado. Brutal reminded him that his time on the mile could be spent entirely in the soft-wall room if necessary, and that the world already considered him dead. Wharton's defiance wavered as he promised to be good, but the narrator knew better than to trust such sudden compliance. Wharton was yanked to his feet again, and as they prepared to lock him in, he collapsed in a dramatic seizure, kicking and bucking in a performance that everyone saw through. Brutal and the narrator hauled him into the restraint room together, enduring the unpleasant ride of his jerking, thrashing body. In the moment after Wharton's collapse, the narrator caught a glimpse of John Coffey through the cell bars, bloodshot eyes, wet cheeks. The sight made him think of a reporter's cruel, snapping gesture, and he suppressed a shiver before turning back to the task at hand. They deposited Wharton in the restraint room like cargo, his body still thrashing against the canvas constraints. Dean's hoarse voice cut through the commotion, expressing indifference to the possibility of Wharton choking on his own tongue, but dreading the endless paperwork that would follow. Harry painted a darker picture, a hearing that would cost them their jobs and send them to Mississippi, which he derided as the Indian word for a worse place. Brutal dismissed their fears, predicting Wharton would survive just fine. The next evening proved Brutal right. They retrieved a subdued, pale Wharton, who walked with his head down and offered no resistance when the straitjacket came off. The narrator delivered a final warning about the consequences of further trouble, and Wharton responded with meek promises of reform. Brutal's wink suggested he knew better. The pattern didn't hold. The following day, Wharton exploited a lapse in the afternoon crew to buy a moon pie from the snack wagon, despite clear prohibitions. That night, during Brutal's rounds, Wharton stood at his cell bars waiting. When Brutal looked up, Wharton hammered his cheeks, spraying a liquefied stream of chocolate sludge directly into Brutal's face. The entire confection held in his mouth until it became projectile ammunition. He collapsed in hysterical laughter, mockingly calling himself a plantation character and regretting it wasn't actual excrement. Brutal responded with grim fury, promising a return to the favorite toilet. Wharton was straitjacketed again and locked in the restraint room for 2 days, during which his cries alternated between raving defiance, desperate promises of good behavior, and pleas for medical attention, though mostly he remained silent. When they released him, he walked back to his cell with dull eyes and offered no response to Harry's reminder that his fate was his own choice. The narrator recognized the pattern. Wharton would behave for a time, then try some new provocation. His persistence was unsettling, and the narrator feared someone's vigilance might eventually lapse. The situation would drag on, because Wharton's lawyer was actively fighting for his young, white client's life, leaving the guards with the simpler task of keeping him contained until old Sparky ultimately claimed him. Around that same week, Warden Moore's wife, Melinda, returned from Indianola Hospital with a death sentence. The doctors had documented her brain tumor, the weakness in her hand, the paralyzing pain, but offered nothing beyond morphine pills. Hal Moores took what little sick leave he had to care for her. The narrator and his wife Janice visited 3 days later. Janice handled the shock of Melinda's deterioration with grace, kneeling beside the rocking chair and taking her friend's hand. Melinda's voice had gone rusty, her face skeletal, her skin parchment white, so changed that the narrator imagined the room itself as another Green Mile, its hearthrug the wrong shade of lime. The visit was painful. Melinda spoke of her hand's failure, the strange new weakness in her body, and cried soundlessly in a way that reminded the narrator of John Coffey. His words kept returning. "I helped it, didn't I?" Hal pulled him into the kitchen for whiskey and conversation, but the narrator refused a second shot, mindful of Wharton's unpredictability. Hal spoke of his wife's decline and his own exhaustion, his voice cracking with the effort not to weep. The narrator offered what comfort he could. Take it day by day, leave the rest to God, before they shifted to prison business. On the drive home, Janice expressed helplessness, and the narrator found himself thinking again of Coffey's strange power. Later that night, when Janice inquired about his health and then led him to bed, the memory followed him even through their lovemaking. As he drove to work afterward, the narrator thought ahead to Delacroix's execution rehearsals and Percy's involvement. He told himself one more execution and they'd be rid of Wetmore, but a cold shiver suggested otherwise, as if his old infection had simply migrated from his groin to his spine. The following evening, Brutal approached Delacroix's cell with an invitation for a walk, him, the prisoner, and the mouse. Delacroix responded with suspicion, retrieving Mr. Jingles from his cigar box and cradling him protectively while demanding an explanation. Dean and Harry joined in, assuring him they were going to perform for some important visitors. The narrator and Percy observed from the duty desk. Percy's habitual contempt softened into amused condescension as he combed his hair. John Coffey watched silently from his cell, while Wharton lay in studied indifference. And in the narrator's office, a thin shadow betrayed the presence of old Toot-Toot, waiting for rehearsals to begin. Delacroix's distrust gave way to swollen pride when they explained that Curtis Anderson and other dignitaries wanted to see Mr. Jingles perform. He gathered his props, a peppermint candy and his brightly colored spool, and placed him in the cigar box, then settled the mouse on his shoulder. As he stepped out with his chest puffed, a radiant smile transformed his face, and the narrator felt a pang of sorrow despite the man's crimes. Delacroix exchanged a word with John Coffey, holding out his hand so the mouse could approach the big man's cell. Coffey extended a finger, and Mr. Jingles stretched out to lick it before returning to his perch. Brutal urged him along with a fabricated story about waiting dignitaries, and Delacroix marched up the Green Mile, announcing his act like a circus barker while giving Percy a wide, distrustful berth. After the door closed behind them, the narrator called Toot Toot out of hiding, and they began their rehearsals for Delacroix's execution. The first two run-throughs went surprisingly well, with Percy performing capably and even accepting advice from the others. The narrator felt a surge of relief, seeing the possibility of being rid of Wetmore after this one task. They were so absorbed in their instructions that none of them noticed Wharton had stopped feigning disinterest and was watching them all from his cell. When the exercise yard door opened and Delacroix returned, he was glowing with triumph. The performance had been a success. Percy greeted him with false warmth, then startled him with a mock lunge that sent the little Cajun stumbling backward over Brutal's foot. He hit the floor hard, the mouse fleeing to safety, and Delacroix scrambled after him with a glare of pure hatred for Percy. Brutal, unaware of Percy's earlier cooperative efforts, shot him a look of cold contempt and followed Delacroix. Then something unexpected happened. Percy, in an unusual mood, decided to apologize. He called after Delacroix, drifting too close to Wharton's cell in his casual approach. A mistake born of carelessness, the same kind that had once put him within reach of another prisoner. Wharton exploded from his bunk with astonishing speed, arms through the bars, grabbing Percy by the shoulders and throat and dragging him against the cell door. Percy squealed in terror, certain he was about to die. Wharton mocked him, petting his hair and whispering crude threats, even kissing his ear. The narrator recognized that Percy understood exactly what was happening. This was the same man who had beaten Delacroix for merely brushing against him, now experiencing a violation far worse. Harry and the narrator moved to intervene, Dean drawing his gun, but Wharton released Percy and stepped back, claiming innocence and warning them against sending him back to the restraint room. Percy scrambled across the corridor and pressed himself against an empty cell, hyperventilating, his hair wild and his face drained. He had finally learned the lesson about staying in the center of the Green Mile, and the narrator suspected this lesson would stick far longer than any of their rehearsed advice. The corridor fell into an absolute stillness, broken only by Percy's ragged, sobbing breaths. Then Delacroix's cackling laughter shattered the silence, not Wharton's mockery, but the little Frenchman's unleashed glee. Standing in his open cell doorway with Mr. Jingle's back on his shoulder, Delacroix pointed at Percy and howled with derisive triumph, all his stored-up hatred pouring out in that moment. He mocked the big guard who had beaten others with his stick, but had wet himself like a baby when someone touched him. Wharton glanced down at the dark spot spreading on Percy's trousers, grinned, and suggested someone buy the tough boy a diaper before retreating to his bunk and chuckling. Satisfaction. Brutal moved toward Delacroix's cell, but the Cajun had already ducked inside and thrown himself onto his bunk. The narrator reached for Percy's shoulder, but the young guard shook him off violently, then looked down and saw the spreading stain for himself. His face flushed a deep, angry red. The narrator felt a flash of relief that Toot Toot had already left. The story would have spread through the prison like wildfire, and with Percy's unfortunate last name, it would have been told with malicious relish for years. Percy delivered a fierce threat in a whisper, promising they'd all be on the breadlines if anyone talked. The narrator felt only pity for him, despite the ugliness of the threat. Dean offered quiet reassurance that what happened on the mile stayed there. Percy glanced back toward Delacroix's cell, still hearing the prisoner's mad giggling through the bars, and his expression darkened with murderous intent. The narrator considered a scripture about reaping what you sow, but decided against it. Percy started to speak, then stopped, walking away with his head down to find dry pants. From his cell, Wharton commented dreamily on Percy's prettiness, and Harry threatened him with the restraint room on general principles. Wharton folded his arms, closed his eyes, and feigned sleep. The night before Delacroix was to die, the heat lay over Cold Mountain like a damp, suffocating blanket. When Paul Edgecombe clocked in at 6, the thermometer outside the admin ready room still read 81 degrees, unthinkable for the end of October, and thunder grumbled in the west with the sullen authority of a July storm. He'd had an odd encounter that afternoon with a man from his congregation who'd asked, with apparent sincerity, if this strange weather might signal the last times. Paul had assured him it was nothing so portentous, but privately he knew it was indeed the end of something. For Edouard Delacroix, the hourglass was nearly empty. Bill Dodge stood in the doorway to the exercise yard, nursing a coffee and a cigarette, and greeted Paul with a gruff jibe about his face. They exchanged the usual updates. The day had been routine. Delacroix seemed to grasp his fate with a strange, half-understanding calm. That peculiar acceptance many condemned men found as the end approached. When Paul asked about Wharton, Bill laughed, recounting how the inmate had made a crude remark to another guard about the guard's wife. The guard had coolly deflected it, claiming he wasn't married, so Wharton must have been thinking of his mother instead. The joke landed, and Paul laughed, a genuine, belly-deep release that felt especially good without the familiar ache in his gut. Bill joined him, then tossed his coffee dregs into the empty yard, where only a few long-serving trustees shuffled about. Far-off thunder rolled again, and heat lightning pulsed in the darkening sky. Bill's laughter faded as he looked up uneasily, voicing a vague dread that something bad was coming. He was right. The bad thing would happen just before 10 that night, when Percy Wetmore killed Mr. Jingles. For a while, though, the evening held a deceptive calm. Coffee was his usual silent, weeping presence in his cell. Wharton, for once, was playing at being mild, and Delacroix, despite his date with old Sparky, was in surprisingly good spirits. He understood his fate on a basic level, enough to order chili for his last meal, specifying the hottest green sauce available, reasoning with a grim humor that he wouldn't be around to suffer the digestive consequences. But when it came to his soul, Delacroix was dismissive. The same preacher who'd seen Bitterbuck through would do for him. His real concern, the one that consumed his final hours, was the future of his mouse. Paul was used to long vigils with the condemned, but this was the first time he'd spent one debating the afterlife of a rodent. Delacroix paced through scenario after scenario with his dim, persistent logic, trying to secure his pet's future as if planning for a beloved child. All the while he kept throwing that colored spool against the wall, clack against the stone, then the tiny skitter of Mr. Jingles's paws as he chased it and rolled it back. It was a clever trick, but after 90 minutes, the repetitive rhythm began to fray Paul's nerves. Mr. Jingles never tired. He paused only for sips of water or nibbles of peppermint candy, then resumed his frantic pursuit. Several times Paul almost told Delacroix to stop, but each time he held back, reminding himself that this was the man's last night with his pet. By the end, the noise was almost unbearable. And just as Paul was about to speak, he glanced over his shoulder. Across the way, Coffee stood at his cell door and slowly shook his head. Right, left, back to center, as if silently urging him to think again. Paul offered to send Mr. Jingles to Delacroix's maiden aunt, along with the spool and the cigar box, but Delacroix rejected the idea. Aunt Hermione was too old, and if she died first, what would become of the mouse? Perhaps one of the guards could take him, Paul suggested. But Delacroix insisted Mr. Jingles yearned to be free, information he claimed the mouse had whispered in his ear. Paul then proposed Dean, whose young son would surely love a pet, but Delacroix recoiled at the thought of a child's fickle care. His own crime, which had cost 6 lives, seemed forgotten in his delicate horror at the prospect of neglect. Paul finally offered to take the mouse himself, promising anything as the rules of his job demanded. But Delacroix apologized and refused. Paul lived in the woods, and Mr. Jingles would be terrified there. The mouse had told him so. Brutal. Tired of Percy's sullen silence at the duty desk, wandered down and listened with folded arms. Into the quiet after Delacroix's rejection, he casually tossed out an idea. Mouseville, a tourist attraction in Florida. Delacroix's eyes lit with startled interest. With Paul backing him up, Brutal spun a fanciful tale, a tent with Bakelite cityscapes and ivy-glass windows, 150 trained mice performing circus tricks for paying children. Delacroix was spellbound, his own impending death momentarily forgotten. From the corner of his eye, Paul saw Percy lingering nearby with a contemptuous smirk, but he pushed the thought aside. The lie was working. Delacroix was at peace. And for now, that was all that mattered. Delacroix sat there, the colored spool still in his hand, his own grim fate momentarily eclipsed by the bright fantasy Brutal was spinning. Brutal warned that only the smartest mice could make the cut. No pet shop whites allowed. Delacroix seized on this with fierce approval, declaring his hatred for such common creatures. Brutal described the tent, the city of Bakelite and toilet paper rolls with isinglass windows, and Delacroix's excitement swelled to near ecstasy. He demanded confirmation of what the windows were, and Paul supplied a simple comparison to a stove's front glass. Percy drifted closer, watching with a thin smirk, and Paul noticed Coffee frowning at him, but was too absorbed in Brutal's performance to pay it much mind. Brutal painted the Mouseville All-Star Circus, trapeze-swinging mice, barrel-rolling mice, coin-stacking mice, and Delacroix declared it the perfect home for Mr. Jingles. In his joy, he hurled the spool with extra force. It struck low on the wall, took a wild bounce, and shot out between the bars onto the Green Mile. Mr. Jingles raced after it, too focused to notice the danger. Percy saw his moment. Ignoring Brutal's shouted warning, he brought his heavy boot down just as the mouse reached the spool. The crack of its back breaking was audible, and blood burst from its tiny mouth. Its eyes bulged with an expression of shocked agony that Paul found disturbingly human. Delacroix screamed and threw himself against his cell door, reaching through the bars, crying out the mouse's name in horror. Percy turned to them, smiling, declaring he'd known he'd get the creature eventually. Then he strolled back up the mile, leaving Mr. Jingles dying in a spreading pool of blood on the green linoleum. Years later, Paul Edgecombe sat in his room at Georgia Pines, reflecting on the diary he'd kept since his grandchildren had placed him there. 2 years had passed, yet time felt fluid, melting like a child's snowman in a January thaw. Ordinary measures of hours and days had dissolved into a single, shapeless Georgia Pines time, the time of the very old and the bedridden. He understood the place's true danger. It wasn't boredom, but a slow, corrosive erasure of self. He'd watched others slide into senility with the speed of crash-diving submarines, their memories and will to live dissolving month by month. To fight it, he wrote. The act of recalling 1932 and John Coffey sharpened his mind like a knife honing a pencil, and he walked. That morning, rain had fallen, making his joints ache, but he'd taken a poncho and gone out anyway. Crossing the croquet course and the weedy putting green, he'd entered the small woods, following a path past 2 moldering sheds. At the second shed, he'd attended to his private business, and on the return, the damp air and exercise had stirred his appetite. He thought he might manage a scrambled egg and a single sausage. Up in the solarium, he planned to write about Delacroix's execution, pushing through the memory as quickly as he could to preserve his nerve. But his thoughts kept returning to Mr. Jingles, Percy's boot, the blood, Delacroix's screams, and he was so lost in the memory that he didn't see Brad Dolan until the orderly reached out from beside the dumpster and grabbed his wrists. Paul jerked away, startled. The gesture also triggered an older fear. Dolan reminded him of Percy in every contemptible way. The paperback jokes stuffed in his pocket, the sneaky cruelty, the bullying air of superiority. He'd just arrived for his shift, still in his street clothes, eating a Danish in the shelter of the eaves. Watching for Paul, it now seemed clear. Dolan accused him of taking an employee's poncho, wrapping the complaint in a thin smile and a mock-friendly tone that Paul recognized as pure malice. Paul hated being called Paulie, but refused to show it. He tried to deflect, but Dolan insisted it wasn't about harm, it was about rules. The orderly shook his head, mocking Paul's age, suggesting he thought himself above the rules. Paul's reply came out whining and shrill, and he despised himself for it, feeling the old, treacherous vulnerability that came with being old and easily frightened. Brad Dolan accepted Paul's apology with a patronizing nod, then ordered him to return the poncho. He insisted Paul had no business walking in the rain, especially in the woods. What if he fell and broke his hip? Who would have to haul his elderly carcass back up the hill? Paul just wanted to escape. The more Dolan spoke, the more he sounded like Percy Wetmore, and Paul felt a disorienting vertigo. Writing about the past seemed to have unlocked a door between eras, connecting Percy to Dolan, Cold Mountain to Georgia Pines, Janice to Elaine. The thought was disturbingly vivid. Paul started toward the kitchen, but Dolan grabbed his wrist again, this time with clear, purposeful pressure meant to hurt. His eyes darted nervously, checking that no one was watching, as he abused one of the old folks in his care. He demanded to know what Paul did down the path. He didn't believe it was just walking. Paul insisted it was, trying to stay calm, but Dolan squeezed harder, mocking his age and his memory, calling him a creepy old man. Paul pleaded with him to let go, his voice edging toward a whine, a sound he knew could inflame a bully like a dog smelling fear. He thought of Hammersmith, the reporter who covered Coffey's trial, a terrible man who'd been unaware of his own terribleness. When Paul finally opened his clenched fist, it contained only a butter-smeared piece of toast. Dolan released him with a grunt of disgust, ordering him inside to wash his hands. As Paul climbed the kitchen steps, his legs shaking, his heart pounding, Dolan warned him not to complain. He'd claimed Paul was delusional, sinking into dementia, and the bruises would be dismissed as self-inflicted. Paul muttered that he wouldn't say anything, and Dolan mocked him, promising to find out what he was up to. Paul went inside, the smell of cooking eggs and sausage now nauseating, hung up the poncho and climbed to his room with a heavy heart. Elaine Connolly found him in the solarium, looking tired and unwell, still in her robe. She'd seen his encounter with Dolan and warned him that the orderly had been asking questions. Where Paul walked, why he walked. Paul tried to laugh it off, but Elaine pressed. Dolan thought he had a secret. She paused, then admitted she thought so too, but she raised her gnarled hand, cutting off any explanation. His business was his own. "Be careful," she said, and turned to leave. Paul called her back and asked if he finished writing, she would read it. She considered, then smiled and said it would be her honor. Paul replied that she should wait to judge until she'd read it. He was thinking of Delacroix's death. She promised she'd read every word, but he had to finish first. After she left, Paul sat for a long time, staring out the window at the gray morning, tapping his pen and thinking about Dolan and Percy. How they were the same kind of cruel, how they both believed old men shouldn't have secrets or the dignity of private business. His thoughts looped back to the moment Percy had crushed Mr. Jingles, the spool bouncing out of Delacroix's cell, the orderly seeing his chance and taking it without hesitation. Brutal's warning shout came too late. Percy, ignoring the cry, brought his boot down on the mouse just as it reached the spool, its focus so absolute it didn't register the danger. The snap of its back was audible, and blood welled from its mouth. Its tiny eyes bulged with an expression of shocked, all-too-human agony. Delacroix's scream of grief and horror tore through the corridor as he threw himself against his cell door, arms reaching through the bars, calling the mouse's name again and again. Percy turned with a satisfied smile, declaring he'd known he'd get the creature eventually, and strolled back up the mile, leaving Mr. Jingles bleeding on the green linoleum. Dean rose from the duty desk, knocking over the cribbage board in his haste. Sending pegs scattering, he shouted at Percy, demanding an explanation, but Percy ignored him, patting his hair and disappearing into the storage shed. Wharton supplied the answer from his cell, laughing with a cheery, deep country sound. One of those rare people, Paul reflected, who only sounded normal when they laughed. Paul looked down at the mouse, stunned. It was still breathing, blood beaded in its whiskers, a dull glaze creeping over its bright eyes. Brutal picked up the colored spool, his face as dumbfounded as Paul's. Behind them, Delacroix's screams continued, a torrent of grief that wasn't just for the mouse but for the final breach of his defenses. Mr. Jingles had been the focus of all his pent-up terror. Then a deep voice cut through the chaos. "Give him to me." Paul looked up to see John Coffey at his cell door, arms extended through the bars with an urgent, purposeful pose. He was transformed from the lost, weeping figure of the past weeks, his voice sharp with command. "Give him to me, Mr. Edgecombe, while there's still time." Paul remembered what Coffey had done for him and understood, though he doubted it would work. He picked up the mouse, its broken bones poking through its hide like a fur-covered pincushion, and placed it in Coffey's open palm. Brutal demanded to know what he was doing, but Paul only hushed him. Coffey cupped the mouse in both hands, lifted them to his face, and inhaled sharply through the gap between his fingers. His face contorted with pain, turning ashen, and he made a choked, gagging sound. Then Brutal saw it. The mouse's tail, once a dying pendulum, now snapped briskly from side to side. A familiar squeak came from within Coffey's hands. Coffey gagged again and exhaled a cloud of black, insect-like things from his mouth and nose, swirling around his face before turning white and disappearing. Paul assured the others it was all right, though his own voice felt distant. Coffey opened his hands, and Mr. Jingles ran out, whole and apparently fine, though with a slight limp in his left rear leg. Delacroix gathered him up, laughing and crying, covering him with kisses, while the guards watched in silent wonder. Brutal handed the spool through the bars, and when Delacroix finally tossed it, Mr. Jingles chased it gamely, limping just a bit. Paul turned to Coffey, who was now smiling tiredly, the sharp urgency and pain gone from his face. He was their John Coffey again, strange and distant. Paul said, "You helped it, didn't you, big boy?" Coffey agreed, his smile widening briefly, though he couldn't recall the mouse's name. Dean supplied it, and Coffey echoed it, saying Mr. Jingles would live in Ivyglass. Then, as abruptly as he'd stepped forward, Coffey looked up the mile and called Percy bad and mean for stepping on Dell's mouse. Before anyone could respond, he lay back on his bunk and turned his face to the wall. 20 minutes later, Paul and Brutal found Percy in the storage room, his back to them, polishing the oak arms and legs of the electric chair with furniture paste. To them, this bizarre ritual seemed almost normal. Percy would at least appear to be in charge for the next day's execution. Paul called his name softly, and Percy turned, the tune he'd been humming dying in his throat. Paul saw no fear at first, only a new hardness in his face. John Coffey had been right. Percy looked mean, as if he'd become addicted to cruelty. He'd enjoyed crushing the mouse and Delacroix's screams even more. Percy warned them not to start in on him, dismissing the mouse as a creature that never belonged there anyway. Paul insisted the mouse was fine, alive and chasing its spool again, and added that Percy wasn't much good at killing mice, or much else. Percy refused to believe it, citing the crunch he'd heard, but Paul cut him off sharply. Percy's composure cracked as he demanded to know what game they were playing. Brutal stepped in, calling Percy a sad case and untrustworthy. Percy's confidence crumbled further. He fell back on his usual thread of important connections, but Brutal mocked him, and Paul could see the fear returning, a welcome sign, since it would make Percy easier to handle. Percy dropped the polishing rag and insisted he'd killed the mouse. Paul told him to check for himself, and Percy stalked off to do so. While he was gone, Brutal picked up the rag and continued polishing, passing the time. 3 minutes later, Percy returned, stumbling and unsteady, his face shocked and disbelieving. He accused them of switching mice, of playing games, and threatened them with the bread lines. Paul responded by clamping his hands on Percy's shoulders, and Brutal grabbed Percy's small, soft hand in his fist, telling him to shut up and listen. They lifted Percy onto the electric chair's platform, forcing him to sit. His veneer of meanness and arrogance had chipped away, leaving only terror. Paul demanded Percy's word. He would be out front for Delacroix's execution, then put in for a transfer to Briar Ridge the next day. Percy tried to bluster, threatening to call his connections about harassment and bullying. Paul warned that if Percy did, they'd make sure he left his fair share of blood on the floor, too. Brutal added that 3 men had seen Percy freeze while Wharton choked Dean, a fact that would follow him even after his relatives left the state capital. Percy's defiance faded. He hated being pushed around, but the threat to his reputation was real. Paul pressed home the point. Percy had been pushing them, and now they were pushing back. If he played along, he'd come out looking good, like a young man on his way up. Percy thought it over, a calculating look flickering in his eyes, and finally agreed. He'd be out front for Dell, then put in for Briar Ridge the next day. They shook hands on it. Paul and Brutal both shook, both fools for trusting him. The next day dawned thick and oppressive, the last gasp of the strange October heat. Thunder rumbled in the west as Paul came on shift, dark clouds stacking ominously on the horizon. As night fell, they drew closer, and blue-white lightning forked across the sky. A tornado would tear through Trapingus County around 10 that night, killing 4 people and ripping the roof off the livery stable in Tefton. Vicious thunderstorms and gale-force winds battered Cold Mountain. To Paul, it felt as if the heavens themselves were protesting what was about to happen to Edouard Delacroix. The execution night began calmly enough. Delacroix had spent a quiet day in his cell, sometimes playing with Mr. Jingles, but mostly lying on his bunk and stroking him. Wharton made a couple of attempts to stir trouble, hollering about mousy burgers after Dell was dancing in hell. But the little Cajun didn't respond, and Wharton gave up. At 10:15, Brother Schuster arrived and announced he would recite the Lord's Prayer with Dell in Cajun French, a gesture that seemed like a good omen. It was not. Witnesses began to arrive around 11, murmuring about the weather and speculating about a power outage that might postpone the execution. None of them knew old Sparky ran on a generator. Unless it took a direct lightning hit, the show would go on. Harry was in the switch room, so he, Bill Dodge, and Percy acted as ushers. Among the witnesses were 2 women, the sister of the girl Dell had raped and murdered, and the mother of one of the fire victims. The mother, a large, pale, determined woman, told Harry she hoped Dell was good and scared, that he knew the fires were stoked for him and Satan's imps were waiting. Then she burst into tears and buried her face in a lace handkerchief nearly the size of a pillow slip. Thunder banged harshly against the tin roof, making people glance up uneasily. Men in uncomfortable ties wiped at their florid cheeks. The storage shed was stifling. All eyes kept drifting to old Sparky, squatting on its platform with its leg clamp sticking out. The humor that might have accompanied jokes earlier in the week had evaporated. At 11:30, Paul approached Delacroix's cell with Brutal and Dean behind him. Dell was sitting on his bunk, Mr. Jingles in his lap, the mouse's head stretched forward, its eyes wrapped on Dell's face. Large, silent tears rolled down Dell's cheeks as he stroked the mouse's head. He looked up at the sound of footsteps, pale and frightened. Paul sensed John Coffey standing at his cell door behind him, watching. Dell winced at the clashing of keys, but held steady as Paul unlocked the door. He greeted them softly, and Paul began his official speech, but Dell interrupted, holding the mouse out to him. He asked Paul to take Mr. Jingles, insisting the mouse had told him Paul would take him to the place in Florida where the mice did their tricks. To Paul's surprise, the mouse stepped onto his shoulder, a light warmth he could barely feel through his uniform. Dell begged him not to let the bad one near the mouse again. Paul promised, then wondered what to do with the mouse during the walk. Coffey's voice rumbled from behind, offering to take it, and Dell nodded, relieved. Mr. Jingles scampered onto Coffee's outstretched palm without protest. Brutal assured Dell they'd take the mouse to Mouseville, and Paul nodded in agreement. Dell smiled through his tears, citing the admission price, and called them good men, all except Percy. He wished he'd met them under different circumstances. Paul delivered the required speech, and Delacroix stepped out of his cell for the last time. Brutal checked the crown of Dell's head where the cap would go, then clapped him on the shoulder. They walked the green mile, sweat and tears streaming down Dell's cheeks, thunder rolling overhead. Paul on one side, Brutal on the other, Dean behind. In Paul's office, Schuster met them, speaking stilted French that Dell responded to with a smile and a hug. The preacher listened to Dell's flood of tear-choked French, nodding as though he understood, though he later admitted he barely caught a quarter of it. He urged Dell to his knees and began the Lord's Prayer in Cajun French. Dell joined him, and by the end his tears had mostly stopped. After some Bible verses, Dell held onto Schuster's sleeve and spoke again, asking for something the preacher couldn't help him with, due to his faith. Paul gave permission, and Dell closed his eyes, searching his memory like a man rummaging in an old attic. He began to pray to Mary, soft and quick in that round, sensual Cajun, asking the Mother of God to pray for him, a poor sinner, now and at the hour of his death. He wept through it, though he seemed unaware of his tears, and finished with a deep, shuddering breath. A flash of lightning blazed through the room's lone window as Delacroix stood, the brief blue-white glare making everyone flinch, everyone except Dell himself, still lost in the echo of his prayer. He reached out blindly, and Brutal took his hand, squeezing it. Dell smiled faintly, switching back to English to declare he was ready, that he was right with God. Paul doubted, wondering how right with God Dell would feel 20 minutes from now, but he said nothing. Thunder crashed again, and Paul urged him on, telling him the end wasn't far. Dell insisted he wasn't afraid anymore, but Paul saw the lie in his eyes. Almost all of them were scared. By the time they crossed the green carpet and ducked through the little door, Paul told Dell to stop at the bottom, but it was unnecessary. Dell halted cold, his horror fixed on Percy Wetmore standing on the platform, the sponge bucket at his feet and the governor's phone visible beyond him. Dell recoiled, whispering that it couldn't be him, but Brutal urged him to walk on, to keep his eyes on them and forget Percy was there. Paul gripped Dell's elbow and murmured that how he went out was what people would remember. He should give them something good. A deafening crack of thunder made the tin roof vibrate, and Percy jumped. Dell snorted contemptuously, predicting Percy would wet his pants if it got any louder. Then he squared his shoulders and said they should get it over with. They walked to the platform, Dell's nervous eyes scanning the witnesses. But Paul and Brutal kept their focus on the chair. Paul signaled Percy, who returned a one-sided grimace that seemed to say everything was fine. Paul hoped he was right. As Dell stepped up onto the platform, Paul and Brutal reached for his elbows. A small step, but many men needed help. Dell stood before the chair, spoke to it as if introducing himself, then turned and sat down on his own. Paul knelt on his left, Brutal on his right, guarding themselves as they clamped his ankles. The clamp on Paul's side was balky, refusing to shut, and sweat stung his eye as thunder bellowed. He thought of Mouseville, the dime admission, the 2 cents for kiddies watching through ivy-glass windows. Dell's breathing came in dry pulls, his lungs laboring against fear. Dean knelt and whispered, asking what was wrong, and Paul began to answer just as the clamp snapped shut, pinching Dell's skin. Dell flinched, but said it was okay. It would only hurt for a minute. They stood, Dean clamping Dell's left wrist and Percy his right. Percy handled his clamp better than Paul had handled the ankle. Dell was trembling all over, his sweat sour and strong. Dean nodded to Percy, who turned, called for the first roll, and the generator hummed to life. The lights brightened, drawing gasps from the audience. Dell jerked in the chair, his hands white-knuckled on the oak arms, his eyes rolling, his breathing quickening to a pant. Brutal murmured steady reassurances. Percy stepped grandly to the front, delivering his lines without a hitch, asking if Dell had anything to say. Dell tried to speak, his voice a terrified whisper at first, but he licked his lips and managed an apology, saying he'd give anything to turn back the clock but couldn't. Thunder exploded above, making him jump, and he said he was paying the price now, asking God to forgive him. He looked at Brutal, reminding him of the promise about Mr. Jingles. Paul assured him they'd take the mouse to Mouseville, but Percy, hooking the restraining belt, muttered that there was no such place. It was a fairy tale made up to keep him quiet. The stricken look in Dell's eyes told Paul that part of him had known, and Paul was furious, but there was nothing he could do now. Percy took the mask and rolled it down over Dell's face. Then he diverged from routine. Instead of bringing the sponge to the cap, he brought the cap to the sponge, blocking their view. Paul was too upset to realize what was happening, and Brutal was watching the mask puff in and out with Dell's breath. Sweat stood out on Brutal's forehead. He never sweated at executions, and Dean looked ill. They all sensed something wrong, but no one knew about the questions Percy had been asking Jack Van Hay, all aimed at the purpose of the brine-soaked sponge and what would happen if it were dry. Percy jammed the cap down, and Dell jumped and moaned. Dean moved to help with the chin strap, but Percy waved him back. Rain began to spatter hard on the roof, like goobers flung onto a washboard. Then Paul's blood ran cold. Not at Percy's triumphant look, but at the realization that no water was running down. Dell's cheeks from under the cap. The sponge was dry. He mouthed the words to Brutal, but Brutal only shook his head, not understanding, and looked back at the mask. Paul reached for Percy's elbow, but Percy stepped away, giving him a flat, knowing look. In that brief glance, Paul understood everything. Percy had listened carefully when Jack Van Hay explained how the brine-soaked sponge conducted the charge, and he knew exactly what he was doing by leaving it dry. Later, Percy would claim he hadn't known how far it would go, but that excuse didn't count for anything. Short of screaming in front of the assistant warden and all the witnesses to stop the execution, there was nothing Paul could do. Percy didn't give him the chance. Percy delivered the final words, asking God to have mercy on Delacroix's soul, then called for the second roll. At first, the execution followed the familiar pattern. The hum of the generator, the forward surge of Dell's body as muscles spasmed. Then things went wrong. The humming wavered, joined by a crackling sound like cellophane being crinkled. A horrible smell, burning hair and organic sponge, filled the air as blue smoke curled from beneath the cap and streamed from the wire hole. Delacroix began to jitter and twist, his masked face snapping side to side, his legs pistoning against the clamps. Thunder banged overhead and rain poured down harder. Paul looked at Dean, who stared back wildly, then heard a muffled pop from under the cap, like a pine knot exploding. Smoke began seeping through the mask itself. Paul lunged toward the switchroom mesh, but Brutal seized his elbow, his grip hard enough to make the nerves tingle. He was white as tallow but calm. Telling Paul not to stop it, it was too late. Delacroix began to scream, choked howls of pain that the witnesses couldn't hear over the roaring rain and thunder, but those on the platform heard them clearly. The hum from the cap turned ragged and wild, broken by bursts of static. Delacroix slammed back and forth in the chair, his right shoulder breaking or dislocating with a crunch like a sledgehammer hitting a wooden crate. His pants darkened at the crotch, and he began to squeal, high-pitched and rat-like. Witnesses cried out in horror, asking what was happening and whether this was normal. Percy stared with slack-jawed horror. He'd expected something, but not this. The mask burst into flame on Delacroix's face, the smell of cooking hair and sponge joined by cooking flesh. Brutal grabbed the empty bucket and charged for the janitor's sink, but Paul shouted at him to stop. Throwing water on an electrified man would be suicidal. Brutal switched to the chemical fire extinguisher instead. Van Hay called through the mesh asking if he should kill the juice, but Paul shouted no, they had to finish it. The mask had peeled away, revealing features blacker than coffees, eyes blown into globs of white jelly lying on his cheeks, lids catching fire and burning. Smoke puffed from his shirt. Dean started forward to beat the fire out with his hands, but Paul yanked him back. Touching Delacroix would be like grabbing a live wire. Behind him, pandemonium erupted. Chairs falling, people bellowing, a woman screaming for them to stop. Curtis Anderson grabbed Paul's shoulder, demanding to know what was happening and why he didn't shut it down. Paul said they'd gone too far to turn back. It would be over in seconds. But it was 2 minutes, the longest of his life, before it was over. And through most of it, Delacroix was conscious, screaming, jittering, smoke pouring from his nostrils and his purple-black mouth, his shirt buttons bursting, his chest hair roasting. Witnesses stampeded toward the door, clustering there helplessly. The doctor was crumpled on the floor beside his black bag, having fainted. Brutal stood beside Paul with the fire extinguisher, waiting. Finally, Delacroix slumped back, his bulging face lolling on his shoulder, still jittering from the current. Paul called for the juice to be killed. The hum died. Brutal slammed the fire extinguisher into Percy's arm so hard he staggered, telling him he was running the show, so he should do it. Percy armed the extinguisher and sprayed white foam over the charred figure. Dell's foot twitched once, then was still. Anderson turned to the panicky witnesses, shouting that it was just a power surge. Everything was under control. Paul sent Dean for the doctor's stethoscope, and when the extinguisher ran dry, told Percy to get down to the tunnel and wait by the gurney. Percy tried to protest, claiming ignorance, but Paul cut him off. As Percy walked away, carrying the empty extinguisher like a baby, Dean returned with the stethoscope. Paul set the earpieces, wiped foam from Delacroix's chest, and had to gag back vomit as a large, hot section of skin slid away from the flesh beneath. A sobbing voice behind him asked if it was always this way. Paul thought, "Too late now, friend," and ordered everyone back by the door. He steeled himself and pressed a stethoscope to the raw flesh, listening, praying to hear nothing, and heard nothing. He told Brutal that Delacroix was dead. The relief in the tunnel was short-lived. As they wrestled Delacroix's body down the steep stairs and onto the waiting gurney, a single horrifying thought clawed at Paul's mind, that the man's cooked flesh might slough from his bones like meat from a roasted turkey. It was an image from Toot Toot's macabre joke, and it refused to leave him, even though the transfer went without incident. When the body was settled under the sheet, Brutal's composure shattered. He took a lunging step toward Percy, his massive arm drawn back to deliver a blow that would likely break the younger man's neck. Paul intercepted him, catching the descending arm just in time. It was a mercy for Percy, who stood frozen, his eyes glassy. But it also saved Brutal from a ruinous future, losing his job, likely ending up in a cell himself. Brutal's face was a mask of furious incomprehension. He demanded to know how Paul could stay his hand after what Percy had done, whether the warden's nephew was truly to be protected by his political connections. Paul answered with a curt, unequivocal agreement. He laid out the grim calculus for Brutal. One punch would drag them all down, including Harry, Dean, maybe even Van Hay. Everyone would lose their positions, replaced by whatever cheap labor the prison commission could scrounge off the bread lines. Paul gestured with his head toward Dean, who stood dazed in the dripping tunnel, his glasses clutched in his hand, staring into the gloom. Dean had a family, kids still in school. Brutal's rage, however justified, could cost them all everything. Percy, snapping back to some semblance of himself, inserted a weak excuse about not knowing the sponge needed to be wet, repeating his rehearsed lie. The claim only enraged Brutal further, and Paul was forced to physically restrain him again as Harry descended the stairs, his face ashen. The confrontation with Brutal became a furious whisper. Paul, realizing a larger strategy was forming in his mind even then, insisted that Percy wasn't worth the ruin they would court. Delacroix was gone, and nothing could change that. Percy, sensing an opening, tried to push back, but the brutal reality of the situation was dawning on him. Paul forced him to reaffirm his promise to leave, while Harry and Dean piled on, threatening him with the specter of his own incompetence and what might happen if he stayed. The mention of Wild Bill Wharton, whom Percy was terrified of, was enough to make him acquiesce. Curtis Anderson arrived, his voice echoing in the tunnel. He unleashed a torrent of anger about the chaos upstairs. The vomit, the smell, the whole ghastly spectacle, a strange, cathartic release followed when Brutal, with a question about Wharton's singing voice, started a chain of hysterical laughter that spread among them all, a release of tension in the grim tunnel. Once the laughter subsided, Anderson demanded an explanation for the disaster. It was Brutal who calmed him with a flat, professional assessment. It was an execution, and it had been successful. Delacroix was dead. He then cynically pointed out that the witnesses would likely frame the horror as divine justice, poetic vengeance for Delacroix's own crimes. The public, Brutal suggested, might almost be envious. Paul, taking control, offered a carefully vague summary. Percy had made a stupid mistake, playing up the ignorance excuse to its fullest. Anderson, though dubious, accepted the narrative after a moment's thought. He was relieved it wasn't worse. A fact Paul underscored by pointing out that Delacroix was, in the end, dead. Anderson gave a terse order to have a full report on his desk by morning, warning everyone to keep their mouths shut, then turned his disgust on Percy, calling him out with a threat to deny the accusation if Percy tried to use his connections. As Anderson began to climb back to the carnage upstairs, Paul stopped him with a casual, final piece of information. Percy was on his way out, destined for Briar Ridge and a better post. Brutal chimed in, adding a threat about Percy using sick leave until his transfer came through. Percy, finally roused from his state of shock, met the suggestion with a flash of his old resentment. By 1:15, they were back on the block. Percy had been sent to scrub the storage room and was making a theatrical show of his resentment. Paul settled at the duty desk to file his report, avoiding the comfort of his office chair for fear of succumbing to exhaustion. The night had stretched into an impossible length, each hour carrying the weight of several lifetimes, all of them without sleep. John Coffey stood at his cell door, silent tears streaming down his face in an endless, painless-looking flow. The sight reminded Paul of blood seeping from a wound that could never heal. Nearby, Wharton was in a manic state, rocking back and forth on his bunk and singing a crude, mocking song about Delacroix, his tone gleeful and deranged. Paul's sharp command for silence only seemed to encourage him. Wharton's taunt, delivered with a grin full of rotting teeth, dared him to try and enforce it. His disjointed, almost brilliant ramblings suggested a dark intelligence at work. Leaving Wharton to his noise, Paul approached Coffey. The giant's eyes were red and sore, and the man looked profoundly exhausted, though his life required little exertion. Coffey's voice was a hoarse whisper, lamenting Delacroix and calling him lucky to be out of it. Paul pressed him for reassurance, but Coffey only repeated his conviction. Del was the lucky one, no matter how it happened. Paul glanced around the cell and asked about the mouse. Coffey gestured toward the restraint room, saying Mr. Jingles had run that way. Paul offered a hollow reassurance that he'd be back, but in his heart, he knew the mouse's days on the Green Mile were over. He meant to leave, but Coffey's gaze held him, as if the man could read his thoughts. A powerful, almost cursed compulsion seized Paul. He dropped to his knee and started untying his shoe. The rain had stopped by the time he reached home. The moon had emerged, and a strange, restless energy had displaced his fatigue. The smell of the execution, the charnel scent of Delacroix, seemed to cling to his skin, a phantom odor he felt would linger for a long time. Janice was waiting in the kitchen, as she always did after an execution. Her face told him she would not accept a placating silence. So he sat and told her the story, her hands cold in his own. Halfway through, the dam broke and he wept. It was an unexpected shame, but her arms held him without judgment, and she let him fall apart in the safety of her embrace. As the storm of grief passed, he felt a sliver of calm, and a strange notion began to form, the first conscious glimmer of a plan. It wasn't the shoe he held in his hand earlier, but a stark comparison. Coffee's sorrowful eyes and Melinda Moore's dying eyes were the same. Janice coaxed him to bed. Their love was a brief, desperate anchor in the chaos of the night. After she fell asleep, he lay in the dark, listening to the house settle and thinking about Coffee's simple statement. He'd helped Dell's mouse, Mr. Jingles. He's a circus mouse. Paul drifted into a shallow sleep, haunted by thoughts of the fire and brimstone churches of his youth and the doctrines of atonement. He dreamed of Coffee sitting on a riverbank, cradling the bodies of two dead little girls, crying to the sky. In the dream, Paul approached him and opened his hands. In one giant fist was Delacroix's colored spool. In the other was Paul's shoe. In the dream, Coffee spoke of being unable to help it, of trying to take it back, but it being too late. And this time, Paul understood. Morning brought the shrill ring of the telephone. Paul took the call, and Hal Moore's voice on the line was shockingly old and broken. The warden had heard about the trouble the previous night, and Paul confirmed it, downplaying it as a spot of trouble. Moore's mentioned the transfer application that had landed in his basket. Percy had already submitted his request for Briar Ridge. Moore's was expediting it. Percy would likely be gone within a month. Paul's heart sank at the timeline. The revelation, while good news, removed a barrier to a risky plan that was even now taking shape in his mind. It forced his hand. He would have to act. As Hal's voice trailed off, his presence seeming to recede, Paul was left staring at a future he had only just begun to conceive, a terrible risk that could ruin them all. And he knew, with a certainty that felt like fate, that it had to be done. Hal's words on the phone came back to Paul. Percy would likely still be around for Coffee's execution, which would come well before Thanksgiving. Moore's assured him they could simply put Percy back in the switch room, and no one would object. Paul agreed to do that, then asked about Melinda. The pause on the line was so long, Paul checked his breathing. When Hal spoke again, his voice was barely audible. Melinda was sinking. The headaches were better, but she was losing control of her body and had begun to swear in her normal, sweet voice, using words that seemed to come from nowhere. She wanted to see the pastor, but Hal was terrified of what might come out of her mouth. The distress in his voice was palpable. When Paul asked if Hal would be home that evening, the warden's sarcasm, a sign of his old self, briefly surfaced with a bitter joke about taking his wife square dancing. The levity was short-lived. He was exhausted, and he confessed he would be home. He questioned Paul's intent, suspecting a visit, and dismissed the idea. He asked Paul to pray for his wife, and Paul agreed, his mind already turning to more concrete action. After hanging up, Paul relayed the grim news to Janice, leaving out the most shocking details. She immediately saw something in his face, a thought he was trying to conceal. He admitted it was something that could get him in trouble, but he couldn't tell her what it was. She accepted this with a calm that bordered on amusement, and asked if they were having extras for lunch, implying she knew a meeting was coming. Paul's next calls were to his colleagues. He reached Brutal and Dean immediately, and eventually connected with Harry, who agreed to come to lunch despite his skepticism. The group assembled at Paul's house, and Janice served them cold beef sandwiches and slaw, staying only long enough to make it clear she didn't want to be part of the conversation. Harry's ignorance of Jane Austen sparked a brief, humorous exchange. The levity evaporated when Paul stated the topic: John Coffey and Mr. Jingles. He asked if they had seen how broken the mouse was. Dean said he'd only seen the blood, but Brutal confirmed he'd seen the mouse get crushed and that coffee had healed it. Paul then revealed that coffee had healed him too, describing the intensity of his urinary infection and how it had vanished instantly after coffee's touch. The men fell silent, absorbing the information. They remembered the black swarming things that had come from coffee's mouth during the healings, and Paul explained his belief that the man absorbed sickness and hurt, then expelled it into the air where it died. Brutal insisted coffee's was a genuine, tangible power, the kind of thing the gospel shouters talked about. Dean, though convinced, wanted to know what this had to do with them. Paul took a deep breath and laid out his plan. The silence that followed was heavy, and Brutal was the first to respond, his voice quiet and reasonable. He pointed out the obvious risks. They'd lose their jobs, and if they were caught, they'd end up as guests of the state themselves. Paul conceded that was a possibility. Brutal questioned whether Paul's motivation was truly about Melinda, whom they didn't know as well as he did, or about atoning for the horror of Delacroix's execution. Paul admitted the thought had crossed his mind. Brutal's accusation was correct, and Paul knew it. He couldn't deny that his own motives were tangled. He knew Melinda Moores better than the others, but not so well that he felt entitled to ask them to risk their jobs and freedom for her. He had children himself, and the thought of his wife having to explain to them that their father was on trial for aiding an escape was unbearable. But what he'd witnessed the night before had crossed a line. Delacroix's execution was the ugliest thing Paul had ever experienced, a horror he and the others had been party to. Percy, the architect of that atrocity, would simply walk away to a new job at Briar Ridge, free to continue his cruelty on a different population. They couldn't undo the past, but Paul argued they could atone for it. In his church, they called it atonement. It came to the same thing. Dean, his voice hushed and awed, wondered if coffee could really suck a brain tumor out of Melinda's head. Paul believed he could, given what he'd done for him and the mouse. Brutal confirmed the mouse had been beyond saving, yet coffee had healed it. Harry questioned whether coffee would do it, but Paul was certain it was what he was made for, what God had put him on earth to do. Brutal, scanning the room, reminded them of Percy. Paul revealed his plan for handling Percy, and the other men, one by one, began to see the audacity of it. Dean clapped his hands like a child, and even Harry, despite his gloomy tone, had a spark in his eye. Brutal's comment about dead men telling no tales prompted a sharp look from Paul to ensure he wasn't being serious. Paul argued Percy would remain silent, believing it was a prank and, more importantly, afraid of what they'd reveal about his freezing during Wharton's attack. He'd be kept in line by the threat of exposure. The logistics of the plan took shape. Paul's original idea of using his Ford was quickly dismissed. Coffee was simply too big. Harry offered his pickup truck, and they settled on a late-night mission. Dean, however, voiced the most serious concern. Coffee, despite his quiet demeanor, was a convicted murderer. If he decided to escape in the back of the truck, they'd be forced to shoot him, and there was no guarantee they'd succeed. The potential for another dead little girl on his conscience was more than Dean could bear. Paul insisted that wouldn't happen. When pressed, he fell silent, struggling to find the words. Brutal read his hesitation and asked the question directly. Did Paul think Coffee was innocent? Paul's response was unequivocal. He was positive. To prove it, he leaned forward and began to tell them about the two things that had convinced him, the first of which was his shoe. The afternoon's writing had left Paul's hand aching, but the words had flowed. He'd walked down the second-floor corridor to check the parking lot. Brad Dolan's rusty Chevrolet was gone. The orderly who reminded him so much of Percy had finished his shift. Paul imagined the man going home to some squalid trailer, a place furnished with cheap pornography and empty beer cans. He passed through the kitchen, where the cooks were starting dinner. When Norton asked about the bag he was carrying, Paul joked that he'd found the fountain of youth in the woods and was bottling it. George needled him that it might be keeping him young, but it wasn't doing anything for his looks. The laughter was easy, and he slipped out. He paused at the kitchen door, a reflexive check for Dolan, then chided himself for being so jumpy. He crossed the croquet course and the shabby putting green, then took the path into the small copse of woods. He passed the first of the old sheds and continued to the second, the one by the high stone wall. He stepped inside and stayed for a while. That night, he slept deeply, free of the dreams that had been plaguing him. But the next morning, when he woke to find the sun already at the foot of his bed, he knew he'd overslept. Panic seized him. He dressed hurriedly, ignoring the ache in his joints, and rushed to the window. Dolan's car was already in the lot. The man had become an early riser, Paul realized, because he was determined to find out what Paul was up to. Elaine Connolly startled him from behind. He almost fell, and she reached out to steady him, her own arthritis a constant pain. He made a joke of it, but his mind was elsewhere. She'd already seen Dolan's car and knew Paul was looking for it. She also knew that Dolan was in the kitchen, not the West Wing. He was lying in wait. Elaine had a plan. She mentioned a resident, Mr. Howland, who had a grandfather clause allowing him to smoke. She then produced a cigarette and matches, her intentions clear. She was going to set off the smoke detector in the West Wing toilet, creating a diversion. The audacity of it reminded Paul of his late wife. He kissed her and told her he loved her. She was pleased, and when he worried about Chuck Howland getting in trouble, she assured him the man was safely in the TV room. He waited at the foot of the stairs as instructed. 5. Then 10 minutes passed. He was starting to lose hope when the fire alarm shrieked. A crowd of residents in robes milled out of the TV room, and Paul saw Howland among them. 3 orderlies ran past, heading for the West Wing. Dolan was the third, and he didn't notice Paul. Paul made his way to the kitchen. The cooks, unfazed by the alarm, were still at work. George mentioned that Brad Dolan had been looking for him and had just missed him. Paul took a couple of pieces of cold toast and hurried out, feeling like a boy playing hooky. Outside, he walked fast across the grounds, chewing his toast, and disappeared into the trees. The path led him past the sheds and into the woods, his mind already turning to the past. He was remembering the day after Delacroix's execution, the phone call from Hal Moore's. The warden's voice had been full of despair as he described Melinda's condition. The outbursts of cursing that seemed to come from a place beyond her control. That call, combined with the memory of Coffey's miraculous healings, had finally pushed Paul to take action. And there was something else, something that had to do with John Coffey's hands and Paul's shoe. The thought was still forming in his mind as he walked deeper into the woods. Paul had called the men he trusted most, Dean, Harry, and Brutal, to his house the day after Delacroix's execution. They'd listened as he laid out his plan to take John Coffey to Melinda Moore's, and their skepticism was tempered by the memory of the mouse's healing. But Dean raised the most troubling question. What if Coffey escaped during the field trip? What if he killed someone else? The thought of another dead little girl on his conscience was more than Dean could bear. The silence that followed was heavy, and Paul knew that whatever he said next would mark a point of no return. For him, retreat was already impossible. He insisted it wouldn't happen. When Dean pressed him, Paul couldn't find the words. Brutal cut to the heart of the matter. Paul believed Coffey was innocent. He was positive, and he had 2 things to support that belief. The first was his shoe. The night before, after the execution, he'd given it to Coffey and asked him to tie it. Coffey had fumbled with the laces, crossing them correctly but then getting stuck, unable to complete the knot. He'd said someone had shown him once, but he'd forgotten the knack. Paul then walked them through the story of the Dedrick murders, connecting the dots. The killer had fed sausages to a barking dog before snapping its neck. The killer had tied up a lunch with butcher's twine. But Coffee, a man who couldn't even tie a simple granny knot, couldn't have done either. The realization hit the men like a physical blow. How had no one at the trial thought of this? The second piece of evidence was the dogs. When the posse found a bloody patch of grass, the tracking dogs had been confused. Most wanted to go downstream, but two of them, the coon dogs, wanted to go upstream. They'd been tracking the killer, not the girls. When the coonies were given the scent of the nightgown again, they turned with the others, forgetting the trail of the murderer. Paul laid out his theory. Coffee had been miles away, walking along the south bank of the Trapingus River, when he heard a commotion to the north. He'd come through the alders to find the bodies of the two girls. One or both might have still been alive. He'd tried to heal them, using the power in his hands, but it was too late. When his efforts failed, he broke down, crying and hysterical. That was how the posse found him. He'd taken the girls south along the riverbank because he'd panicked, or because he thought the killer was still in the woods. Paul reminded them of Coffee's fear of the dark. He wasn't brave. Dean asked the question that hung in the air. If Coffee didn't do it, who did? Paul could only guess that it was someone white. He pointed out that the prosecutor had stressed the strength needed to kill the dog, but Brutal dismissed that as nonsense. A strong child could do it. They might never know the true killer's identity unless he struck again. Brutal rubbed his eyes like a tired child, then let his hands fall. He called it a nightmare. They had a man who was probably innocent, and he was going to walk the Green Mile regardless. Paul had no answer for the larger problem, only for the immediate one. He urged him to focus on Melinda. Every day they waited lessened the chance that Coffee could help her. Brutal remembered Coffee's words when he'd reached for the mouse. While there was still time. He was in. Harry agreed, though he doubted they'd even get Coffee off the block. Dean also volunteered, but Paul told him he'd be staying behind. Dean was furious at the perceived insult, but Brutal explained the reasoning. Dean had young children. He was the one who could plausibly claim ignorance if everything went wrong. Dean accepted the logic, though he didn't like it. The plan was set for tonight. Harry insisted it had to be that night, before he lost his nerve. Dean asked to be the one to go to the infirmary, and Paul agreed. Janice appeared in the doorway, offering tea. Brutal declined, joking that he preferred whiskey, but that wasn't a good idea. She looked at Paul with worried eyes and asked what he was getting his friends into, then told him she didn't want to know. Later, as Paul was dressing for work, she confronted him directly. Was this about Melinda? He nodded. Could he really do something for her? Or was it just wishful thinking? He thought of Coffee's hands, his eyes, and the strange power he'd witnessed. He told her they might be Melinda's only chance. Janice buttoned his coat and pushed him out the door. He clocked in at 6:20. The phantom smell of burned flesh lingered, though he knew it was an illusion. He was too anxious to eat. Brutal arrived at 7:15. Dean at 10, till Paul sent Dean to the infirmary on a pretext. The man gave a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Harry arrived at 7:03 and confirmed the truck was in place. They waited for Percy, hoping he wouldn't show. He did, at 7:06, complaining about his starter. Harry and Brutal gave him mild grief, and Percy seemed relieved by the lack of real hostility. Dean returned and gave Paul a nod. Paul ordered Percy to mop the storage room and write his report, keeping him occupied and out of the way. Percy grumbled but went, glad to be away from them. Paul checked the previous shift report, then walked down to Wharton's cell. Wharton was sitting, with his knees drawn up, a hostile smirk on his face. He mocked Paul, but Paul responded by calling him kid. It was the right move. Wharton brightened, his hostility fading. Paul needed him tractable, and flattery was the key. He checked on the restraint room. Brutal had confirmed the single lock. Paul had already arranged for the room to be cleared of its usual clutter. John Coffey was sitting on his bunk, alert and watchful, tears absent from his eyes. When Brutal passed his cell, Coffey said something strange. "Sure, I'd like a ride." He seemed to know something. Paul and Brutal exchanged a look of silent understanding. Somehow Coffey knew. At 8:45, old Toot Toot made his final evening rounds. The guards bought enough from him to satisfy his greed, but he lingered, asking about the missing mouse. When they denied knowing anything, he suggested Percy might have seen it. Brutal dismissed him, but Toot cackled, insisting the smell in the air wasn't him but Delacroix. Saying goodbye. He rode away, a fixture of the prison he'd outlast for another decade. Even now, Paul sometimes heard his ghostly voice in dreams, crying out that he was frying. The hours after Toot's departure dragged. The radio played, and Wharton howled with laughter at programs he likely didn't understand. Coffey sat waiting, his eyes fixed on the duty desk, like a man in a bus station. Percy emerged from the storage room, handing Paul a report so full of lies it was almost impressive. Paul told him it was fine, and the younger man went away satisfied. Dean and Harry played cribbage, their voices too loud, their attention constantly drifting to the clock. The tension in the air was thick enough to carve. At 10 minutes to midnight, Paul signaled Dean, who went to his office and returned with a tin cup full of RC Cola. Paul took it, having confirmed the others were watching. Percy was still in the storage room. He approached Wharton's cell. The man was lying on his bunk, lethargic and fidgeting with himself. Paul offered him the soda, threatening to drink it himself when Wharton feigned disinterest. It was a bluff, and it worked. Wharton snatched the cup and downed the doctored drink in 3 swallows. He belched and demanded the cup back. When he tried to keep it, Paul threatened him with the restraint room, and Wharton relinquished it with a sour expression. Percy appeared, questioning why Paul would give a lagoon a soda. Brutal deflected with a quote about mercy, but Percy wasn't amused. He retreated to Paul's office, grumbling. The clock crawled toward 12:40 when Coffey rose from his bunk, standing at his cell door. Brutal and Paul checked on Wharton. He was lying on his bunk, eyes glassy and open, a limp smile on his face. He was out just too buzzed to close his eyes. It was time. Harry retrieved the straitjacket, and they approached Paul's office. Dean, pale and determined, wished them luck. Percy was behind the desk, reading a book on institutional care. A smaller, cruder pamphlet was hidden inside it. The one with the cartoon porn. His guilty look only deepened when they walked in. Paul said they needed to talk, but Percy was already on his feet trying to bolt for the storeroom. Harry blocked his path. Percy demanded to know what was happening, his panic rising. Paul told him it would be easier if he just went along. Then Brutal produced a straitjacket, shaking it out like a matador's cape. Percy lunged, but Harry caught him. He shouted for help, trying to break free. Paul told him to calm down, but Percy screamed threats about his powerful connections. He lunged again, hitting the desk and dislodging the hidden pamphlet. The cartoon fell to the floor, and Brutal laughed, mocking Percy's mother and the governor. Percy's face reddened. Brutal told him to stick out his arms. Percy refused, his voice trembling. He began screaming again. Brutal stepped behind him, grabbed his ears, and twisted them hard. Percy shrieked. The cruelty was a lesson, Paul realized, a brutal realization for Percy that terrible things could happen to him too. Tears streaming down his cheeks, Percy finally stuck his arms out. Paul and Brutal had him in the straitjacket within seconds. His arms were pinned to his sides. His struggles ended. Brutal ordered him forward. The captive stood frozen, defiant, but utterly terrified. He looked at one guard, then fixed his streaming, wide-eyed gaze on Paul. All the earlier bluster about political connections and ruined careers had evaporated from his mind, leaving only raw panic. In a hoarse, broken whisper, he begged not to be put in with the other prisoner. The plea cracked through the air, revealing the core of his terror. Paul suddenly understood the source of the panic. The man wasn't afraid of physical punishment in general, but of a specific, monstrous form of it he imagined was coming. He believed the guards planned to throw him into a cell with the psychopath as payback for the dry sponge. Instead of pity, the revelation stirred only disgust in Paul. The man was judging them by his own warped standards, imagining they would stoop to his level. Paul's resolve hardened. He informed the man that his destination was the restraint room, alone in the dark. For a few hours of reflection, he was to think about what he'd done to Delacroix. Paul admitted it might be too late for genuine change, but he claimed to be an optimist. He ordered the man to move. The man complied, shuffling forward as he muttered low threats of future retribution, but his posture visibly relaxed with relief. As they escorted him into the corridor, another guard on the desk put on a performance of outraged innocence, so hammy it was almost comical, given the gravity of the situation. He objected loudly, asking if the joke hadn't gone far enough. Paul's colleague barked at him to shut up. The lines were a scripted act, a cover story they'd rehearsed. Paul doubted it would hold up under scrutiny, but it was a thin layer of protection for their friend at the desk, and in a pinch, anything was possible. Paul had seen stranger things hold true, remembering John Coffey and the Mouse. They rushed the bound man down the Green Mile. He stumbled and gasped, begging them to slow down. They passed the cell of the sleeping psychopath and then the cell of the huge, quiet prisoner who watched them from the bars and muttered a judgment about the man deserving his fate in the dark. The bound man, too, lost in his own terror, didn't seem to hear. They shoved him into the restraint room, his face blotchy with tears, his eyes rolling. They confiscated his weapons. One guard muttered an assurance that he'd get his gear back. The bound man shot back a bitter curse about their jobs, insisting they couldn't get away with this. He seemed ready to launch into a long tirade. Paul, impatient, pulled a roll of tape from his pocket. Seeing it, the man tried to retreat, but a larger guard grabbed him in a tight hold. Paul quickly wound the tape over his mouth and around his head. The man would likely lose some hair and gain chapped lips, but Paul had no more patience for him. He was done. They backed away. The man stood in the middle of the room under the caged light, still in the canvas jacket, breathing hard through his nose, making muffled, angry sounds. He looked just as unhinged as any inmate they'd ever locked in there. Paul advised him to be quiet to get out sooner. Another guard followed up with a crude joke, and then they left, closing and locking the door. The guard at the desk was waiting up the corridor, key already in the lock of the other cell. They all exchanged a look of grim understanding. The machinery was in motion. They could only hope it stayed on track. Paul asked the prisoner inside if he still wanted to go for a ride. The man confirmed he did. The key was turned, and the locks were opened. Paul asked if they needed to chain him, but the man shrugged off the idea, saying they didn't need to. One of the other guards, holding a confiscated pistol on the prisoner as he stepped out, was told to hand the weapons over to the desk guard. The prisoner emerged, a huge, dark figure who had to stoop to avoid the lights. He stood with his hands in front of him, shoulders hunched, and to Paul, he looked like a massive captive bear. They decided to lock the confiscated weapons in the desk until they returned. One of the guards muttered a glum remark about the possibility of returning at all. They went over their cover story. If anyone came by, the desk guard would claim the big prisoner had become upset and was locked in the restraint room. When asked about them, he'd say Paul was in administration reviewing case files and the others were down in the laundry. Paul affirmed the plan and then started the prisoner moving. Just then, a thin arm shot out from a passing cell. It grabbed the huge prisoner's muscular arm, freezing them all. The man inside the cell should have been comatose from drugs, but he was on his feet, swaying and grinning. The big prisoner's reaction was startling. He didn't pull away, but he gasped as if he'd touched something cold and foul. His expression sharpened with an intense, alert intelligence. It was the same look he'd had when he wanted to help Paul or the mouse, but this time the focus was colder, and Paul felt a sudden primal dread that something terrible was about to unfold. The grinning man slurred a question about where they were going. The huge prisoner stared at the hand on his arm, then into the grinning man's face. Paul couldn't decipher the expression on the big man's face. There was intelligence there, but it was unreadable. The grinning man, drugged and belligerent, just laughed it off, confirming he was as bad as they'd want. Paul felt a growing certainty that a catastrophe was imminent. Then another guard reached down and pulled the grinning man's hand away. The feeling of impending disaster instantly vanished, as if a dangerous circuit had been broken. The sharp light in the big prisoner's eyes faded, dulling back to their usual vacancy. The guard ordered the drugged man to lie down. He agreed, swaying dangerously before falling backward onto his bunk and passing out. The big prisoner repeated his observation about the drugged man being bad, but his voice was now distant and uncertain, as if he wasn't quite sure of what he meant or what he was saying. The moment of crisis had passed, and they could continue their dark errand. One of the guards confirmed the drugged man was indeed the worst kind of wicked, but declared the danger past for now. The small group resumed their grim procession, moving in a tight cluster around the huge figure like worshippers around a stumbling idol. The lead guard asked if the big man knew their destination. The prisoner seemed to grasp the idea, guessing they were going to help a lady, looking to the guard with hopeful anxiety for confirmation. The guard nodded, but pressed him on how he knew. The big man considered it, then shook his head, admitting he truly didn't know anything. With that, they had to be content. Paul had known the small door leading to the storage room wasn't built for someone of John Coffey's size, but the reality of the disparity only struck him when the man stood before it. Another guard laughed at the sight, but Paul knew the big man saw no humor in it. He'd spent his life as a giant, and this was just one more cramped space among many. The man sat, scooted through, and stood up again, descending to join the next guard. At the bottom of the stairs, the big man stopped. He was staring across the empty room at the hulking form of the electric chair. It loomed on its platform, silent and eerie, like a dead king's abandoned throne. The cap hung from a back post with a hollow jauntiness, more like a jester's prop than a crown. Its shadow crawled up the wall, long and spidery and threatening. Paul thought he could still smell a faint trace of cooked flesh in the air, and was sure it wasn't just his imagination. Paul and the other guards joined the big man. Paul didn't like the frozen, wide-eyed way John was staring at the chair. He liked even less the goosebumps he saw rising on the man's arms. He took John's wrist, trying to pull him toward the tunnel door, but the man was immovable, like a boulder. The other guard joked nervously, but John still wouldn't budge. Then he said something in a low, dreamy voice that wasn't meant for any of them, but which Paul would never forget. A terrible whisper about pieces of people still being in the chair and the sound of screaming. The other guard's nervous laughter died. The big guard backed away, looking almost terrified. Paul sensed their entire plan on the verge of collapse for the second time that night. This time, he stepped in. He slid between John and the chair, standing on his tiptoes to block the view. He snapped his fingers sharply in front of the man's eyes, commanding him to walk to prove he didn't need to be chained. Miraculously, the man's eyes cleared, and he began to move, fixing his gaze on the door the guard was now opening. They descended into the tunnel, and Paul pulled over the gurney. He told John to get on it to make the passage easier. The man obeyed, sitting and then lying back, his feet dangling almost to the floor. The big guard pushed him along the corridor he'd so often pushed the dead down. The only difference was this rider was still breathing. Halfway through, the big man began to smile, commenting that this was fun. Paul had a dark, shivering thought about the next time he'd be on this gurney, when he wouldn't be thinking or feeling anything. They reached the far end, and the lead guard asked if Paul had remembered the master key. Paul confirmed he had. The lead guard unlocked a steel-gated barrier, and they went up. A heavy bulkhead door barred their way, which the big man easily lifted with one hand as if it were made of painted cardboard. Cold night air and a swirl of dead leaves rushed in. The big man caught a leaf, looked at it with wonder, and crumbled it under his nose to release its scent. The guard urged them on, and they climbed out into the night. They found themselves standing on the shoulder of the road, a small cluster of men surrounding a mountain, looking back at the lights of the penitentiary. Paul could see a guard in one of the towers. They would have to be very quiet. The lead guard led them north along the highway, down the far side of a rise where the prison's glow was blocked by trees. The guard kept leading them onward, and another grumbled about how far they'd parked. The lead guard snapped back that it was right ahead. The big man, Paul observed, seemed in no hurry. He looked around in wide-eyed delight at the night, not the fear he sometimes showed in the dark of the prison, but a clear fascination. He was caressing the night with his senses. They turned onto a narrow, unpaved road and walked another quarter-mile. There, they uncovered the dented front of an old truck hidden under a pile of pine branches. The lead guard explained he'd wanted to be careful, a point he made in a thin, scolding tone to the bigger man, referencing his religious family and the dire consequences if they were caught. The big guard just said he was jumpy. The lead guard muttered his agreement. Then he went around the hood of the truck, and the big guard shot a wink at Paul. The huge prisoner had completely tuned out, his head tilted back as he drank in the sight of the stars. The lead guard offered to ride in the back with the big man, but Paul told him to get in the cab, leaving the back for the return trip if they weren't locked up by then. The big guard was silenced by the grim prospect, and Paul repeated his order for him to get in the cab. The big guard did as he was told, getting into the cab of the truck. Paul had to yank on John Coffey's arm to pull his attention back from the stars and the night. He led the big man around to the back of the stake-sided truck. Another guard had draped canvas over the posts, offering some concealment from passing vehicles, though the open rear was still a problem. Paul urged him up with a gentle command. The big man, with a sweet, simple smile, asked if they were going for the ride now. Paul confirmed they were, and John climbed into the back. Paul followed and banged on the cab roof. The engine groaned to life, and the truck lurched out of its hiding place. John Coffey stood in the middle of the truck bed, head tilted back to the stars, smiling broadly, heedless of the branches whipping past. He pointed up, calling out in a low, rapturous voice that he could see Cassie, the lady in the rocking chair. Paul looked and saw the constellation, but it was not Cassiopeia he thought of. It was the warden's dying wife. He told John he could see it too, but urged him to sit down. The big man complied, sitting with his back against the cab, his face turned upward, his usual tears stopped for now, lost in a simple, unthinking happiness. The Green Mile fell away behind them with each turn of the bald tires. The 25-mile journey to the warden's house in the old, rattling truck took over an hour. The ride felt eerie, and every moment seemed permanently etched in Paul's memory. He was sitting in the back with a prisoner condemned for the murder of 2 little girls. His belief in the man's innocence would be irrelevant if they were caught. He had risked everything on a desperate gamble. Now, watching John watch the stars, a sickening doubt crept over him. The memory of his own healing felt distant and unreal, and he began to wonder if they had exaggerated Percy's attack on the mouse. Perhaps John's power was only hypnotic suggestion. He also thought of the warden, a man capable of cold practicality and physical violence. Would such a man meekly accept a convicted child killer in his house to lay hands on his wife? His doubt grew like a sickness with each mile, a child's terrible feeling of being lost, a sense that he had gone irretrievably wrong. He couldn't understand why he'd done this, why he persuaded his friends. He was certain they wouldn't get away with it. And yet, he made no move to stop it. Something, perhaps the waves of simple joy coming off the giant beside him, kept him from calling the whole thing off. They turned onto the Warden's Road, and 15 minutes later Paul saw the silhouette of a house against the stars. The engine lugged and shuddered as the driver struggled with the gears. They pulled into the gravel driveway, parking behind the Warden's car. The house was neatly built, but its yard was neglected, carpeted with unraked leaves. Paul saw a light flick on in a back window and felt his heart sink. They'd been heard. Lights marched from the back of the house to the front, like a firing squad approaching. Paul acknowledged the terrible inevitability of the moment only when the engine died and the doors creaked open. John was up, pulling Paul with him. The other two guards were standing together, looking as scared and confused as Paul felt. John got down from the truck, and Paul followed, stumbling on the gravel. The big guard muttered in a frightened hiss that this was a mistake. Paul agreed, but said it was too late now. He pushed John toward the other guard and grabbed the fearful guard's elbow, marching him toward the lighted stoop. He insisted he'd do the talking, and received a shaky affirmation. He looked back and ordered the third guard to stay with John until called for, though he knew with a hollow certainty that he would never be ready for what came next. The two guards reached the foot of the steps just as the front door was yanked open, the brass knocker clattering against its plate. The warden stood there in his sleep clothes, his iron-gray hair wild. He held a long-barreled pistol, fully cocked, in a steady hand. He demanded to know who was there at that hour, his voice carrying no fear. The barrel began to rise. One guard threw his hands up, shouting for the warden to stop, his voice shaky with panic, identifying himself and his companion. They stepped into the light, and the warden's aggressive confusion softened. He asked what they were doing there, knowing they were on duty. His mind raced to a prison break or a riot. He looked past them, his gaze sharpening, and asked who else was by the truck. Paul had planned to speak, to explain, but now his mind was a roaring blank. Rehearsed words were lost in a storm of terrible images. He felt a demonic force of discord swirling around him, a prankish, stupid thing trying to keep John Coffey from his purpose. He stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. The warden raised a pistol again, his eyes wide. At that moment, the other guard and the big prisoner approached the steps. The warden breathed the prisoner's name, then shouted a halt, threatening to shoot. From inside the house, a weak, wavering woman's voice called out, asking what was happening, her words a shocking, obscene profanity. The warden turned toward the sound, his face a mask of confusion and despair. Paul saw an opening to grab the gun, but his hands felt leaden, his mind full of static. He felt only fear and a dull embarrassment. The big prisoner and the other guard reached the steps. The warden, distracted, raised the gun again. The guard who had been with the prisoner stepped in front of him, shielding his body, insisting they were there to help, and no one was armed. The warden demanded to know what they meant to help. From inside, the woman's voice rose again, more distinct but utterly lost, issuing a grotesque sexual invitation to them all. Paul looked at his companion, shaken. He had known she swore, but this was something far worse. The warden asked again what they were doing there, his determination ebbing. The big prisoner set the other guard aside and climbed the stoop, standing between the two guards. The warden's eyes followed him up, fascinated. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the world snapped back into focus for Paul. The fog of discord was gone. The big prisoner spoke, declaring he wanted to help. He took the long-barreled pistol from the warden's hand and passed it to Paul. The warden seemed unaware of the transfer. Paul carefully lowered the hammer. The big prisoner repeated his simple purpose. The woman's voice cried out again, terrified, telling them to go away, her words dissolving into incoherent sobs. The big prisoner continued his quiet mantra. The warden, sounding hypnotized, said no one could help. Paul remembered the feeling, recognizing it from his own experience in the cell. One of the guards insisted they could and pointed out the risks they'd already taken. Paul knew he too had been ready to turn back only minutes before. The big prisoner took control. He pushed past the warden into the house, heading unerringly toward the sound of the woman's voice. The warden raised a weak, ineffectual hand, which brushed against the big man, unnoticed. The others followed. Paul first, with the others close behind. He understood perfectly. It was all out of their hands now, and in John Coffey's. The woman in the back bedroom was barely recognizable. Propped against the headboard, she stared with a wild, unfocused gaze at the giant who had entered her space. She looked like a sick child dressed as a Halloween witch, her skin a livid dough of wrinkles, one side of her face distorted, her hair a thin fog around her skull. The room stank of illness and decay. A chamber pot sat half full of vile fluid. Paul's heart sank with the certainty that they had come too late. The thing in her head must have moved with horrifying speed. He doubted even John Coffey could help her now. Her expression upon seeing Coffey was one of profound fear and horror, as if something inside her recognized a threat. Paul noted the possibility of demonic possession, a thought he had never entirely dismissed. But the fear vanished, replaced by a lively, irrational interest. Her distorted mouth trembled into a grotesque, leering smile. She exclaimed at his size, her voice childlike and sick, and demanded he expose himself, her words a shocking, obscene command. The warden groaned in despair behind Paul. John Coffey seemed unperturbed. He observed her for a moment, then crossed to the bed, which was lit by a single lamp. He sat down beside her. As he approached, her expression shifted again. Suddenly, Paul saw the kind, familiar woman he had known for 20 years, her interest now sane and aware. She asked his name and who had scarred him so badly. John replied humbly, saying he couldn't remember where most of them came from. She touched a white scar on his hand, remarking on the blessing of forgetting his tormentors. John agreed, saying that not knowing who hurt you meant it didn't keep you up at night. She laughed, a clear, pure sound in the sick room. The warden, standing close to Paul, gripped his shoulder hard as he heard her laugh, his breath catching. She asked John his name, and he gave it, confirming it was like the drink but spelled differently. She lay back, gazing at him with shining fascination. He called to her, and she responded in a barely breathed whisper. Paul felt a tense, electric anticipation. The giant leaned closer to her, his face searching hers. He murmured that he saw it and could help, telling her to hold still. He bent, his huge face inches from hers, and pressed his lips to hers. There was a soft whistling sound as he inhaled. Then the floor moved, the whole house shaking with a rippling thump. A crash came from the parlor. A window pane cracked and tinkled, and a picture fell from the wall. Smoke began to rise from the bedclothes, and Paul saw a portion of the counterpane turning black. He shook free of the warden's grip and doused the smoldering fabric with water. The giant continued his deep, intimate kiss, one hand splayed out like a brown starfish. Suddenly, the woman's back arched, her hand flailing, her feet drumming. A screaming sound filled the room. Outside, the wind gusted violently. John Coffey pulled away, and Paul saw her face had smoothed out, the distortion gone. She looked 10 years younger. Then John began to cough, a deep, retching sound. He lost his balance and fell to the floor, landing on his knees, his dark skin graying. Paul expected to see the black bugs emerge, but nothing came out. One of the guards knelt beside him, trying to help. The warden, as if breaking a spell, sat on the bed where John had been, his eyes fixed on his wife's transformed face. The guard urged John to cough it up, but he only continued to choke. Paul started forward, but John walked away into a corner, leaning his head against the wall, making a gruesome hacking sound. At last, his fit seemed to ease. He told Paul he was all right and to see to the lady. Paul turned to the bed where the warden was stroking his wife's brow. He noticed some of her hair had turned black again. She asked, confused, what had happened and why she was there. Paul watched as color began to bloom in her cheeks. The warden hushed his wife, telling her none of that mattered now. She grew agitated, confused by the disjointed fragments of memory, a roadside stand, flowers, the sudden dark of the room. She asked about an X-ray, her eyes sweeping over the others until they fixed on Paul. He lied to her, telling her the X-ray had been clear and the headaches would likely stop. The warden burst into tears beside her. She kissed his temple, but her eyes then found the big prisoner in the corner, asking who he was. Paul turned and saw John struggling to his feet, helped by one of the guards. He stood facing the wall, still coughing, but the spasms were weakening. Paul called him forward to face the woman. He turned slowly, his face ashen, looking older and ill. He stared at his feet, seeming to wish he could disappear. She repeated her question about his name. He gave it, and she immediately noted the spelling. The warden started beside her, but she patted his hand without looking away from the man. She told John in a soft, wondering voice that she had dreamed of him, of wandering in the dark together. He said nothing. She told the warden to move, and he watched in disbelief as she threw back the covers and swung her legs out of bed, standing on her own. The warden gasped in wonder. She walked to John, her first step limping, but the second was smoother, and then she moved freely. She put her arms around him and hugged him tightly. He stood still for a moment, then raised one hand and gently stroked the top of her head. His face remained gray and sickly. She stepped back, her face upturned, and thanked him. He replied it was his pleasure. She turned and walked back to her husband, who wrapped his arms around her. One of the other guards tapped his watch, a silent reminder of the time and the need to get back. Paul knew they had to go, both to avoid discovery and to get John to a place where a doctor could be called. He saw the warden and his wife on the bed, wrapped in each other. Paul knew he couldn't pull the warden away for a private word. He simply announced they had to go. The warden nodded, absorbed in his wife. Paul tapped his shoulder, demanding his attention. He instructed the warden to remember that they had never been there. The warden agreed, then asked if Paul could get the prisoner back in. Paul said he thought so, but they needed to go. The warden asked how he'd known John could do this, then shook his head, knowing it wasn't the time. He thanked Paul, but Paul deflected the thanks to John. The warden extended his hand to the big prisoner, who looked confused until the other guard nudged him. He shook the warden's hand, mumbling a welcome. The guard tapped his watch again, more urgently. Paul confirmed the other guard was ready. The warden's wife, noticing the guard, offered tea, but he declined, saying it was past John's bedtime. She hugged John again, and then pulled a silver medallion from around her neck, offering it to him as a gift. He looked to Paul and the warden for guidance, and Paul told him to take it. He slipped the chain over his neck and thanked the woman, who told him it was she who should be thanking him. Paul rode in the cab on the return trip, grateful to be out of the open air. After about 10 miles, the driver pulled over. He explained he needed to relieve himself. It turned out they all did, except for John. One guard asked the big man if he wanted to join them, but he just shook his head, leaning against the cab with a blanket over his shoulders. Paul could hear his breathing, dry and raspy. Paul walked into some willows to relieve himself, grateful for the ability to do so without pain. He was barely aware of the other guard standing next to him until the man spoke in a low voice, declaring that John would never sit in the electric chair. Paul was surprised and a little frightened. The guard explained that John had swallowed the sickness instead of spitting it out. This time for a reason. He predicted it would kill him. Maybe quickly, maybe in a week. But he was a dead man walking. Paul felt a shiver. He thought it made perfect sense, and he hoped it was true. He didn't want to be the one to kill John, even if the man was innocent. The driver called them back, saying they needed to get going. As Paul walked back to the truck, a sudden, awful thought struck him. They had left John completely alone. He expected to find the man gone, escaped. But John was still there, sitting with his back to the cab. He tried to smile as they approached, but it faded from his haggard face. The guard who had been with Paul climbed in and patted John's knee, asking how he was. John answered listlessly that he was fine. The guard promised him a big cup of hot coffee with sugar and cream when they got back. He muttered his agreement to the promise of coffee, and Paul climbed into the passenger seat, his mind darkly certain they'd be arrested before they could even enjoy it. He'd been living with that fear since they'd locked up Percy, but it wasn't enough to keep him awake. He dozed and dreamed of Calvary Hill, of thunder and the smell of juniper. He and his fellow guards were Roman soldiers in robes and tin hats, standing around 3 crosses. Percy and Delacroix flanked John Coffey. He looked at his own hand and saw he was holding a bloody hammer. A guard screamed that they had to get him down, but the stepladder was gone. Paul woke with a jolt as the truck bounced into the hiding place. They got out and went to the back. The big guard jumped down, but John Coffey's knees buckled and he almost fell. All 3 of them caught him, and he was barely steady before another coughing fit seized him, the worst yet. He bent over, muffling the sound against his palms. When it eased, they covered the truck and walked back. The worst part for Paul was the last stretch, scurrying along the highway shoulder. He thought he saw light in the sky and was certain a farmer would spot them, or that the warden's assistant would shout a halt as he fumbled with the key to the enclosure, summoning a squad of guards. His heart was pounding so hard he could see white dots, and his hands were cold and numb. He couldn't get the key in the lock. One of the guards moaned that he saw headlights. Paul looked up and saw fans of light approaching. He almost dropped the keys but clutched them at the last second. Another guard offered to do it, but Paul refused. The key finally turned, and they scrambled inside. They crouched behind the bulkhead as a bread truck went by. Beside him, John Coffey's breathing was tortured and labored. They didn't even ask him to help lift the bulkhead this time. It was out of the question. They raised it themselves, and the other guard led John down the steps. They followed, lowered the bulkhead, and locked it. A guard started to say something, but Paul cut him off, refusing to hear it until John was back in his cell. Another guard pointed out that Percy was still a problem. The evening was far from over. The scene shifted. Paul was in the Georgia Pines sunroom, writing. He had been lost in the past, recalling the night journey and the miracle. He was faintly aware of the life of the retirement home around him, the old folks going to dinner and to watch television. A friend brought him a sandwich, but he couldn't remember what time or what was in it. He was lost in 1932, when sandwiches cost a nickel or a dime from a rolling snack wagon. He remembered the home quieting for the night, an orderly singing a folk song. The song made him think of Melinda and her words to John Coffey. Midnight came and went, and he kept writing, reaching the point where another guard reminded them Percy was still waiting. Then exhaustion finally caught up with him. He put his head down and fell asleep. When he woke, morning sun was streaming in. He had slept for 6 hours. He thought about going for his morning walk, then looked at the scattered pages of his story and decided to finish it instead. He felt a desperate need to get free of the past. He went to the toilet, and the sight of a smoke detector reminded him of a friend who had helped him avoid an orderly. He returned to the sunroom, found a pot of tea waiting, and drank 2 cups before resuming his writing. As he began to sink back into the story, a shadow fell over him. The orderly, the one who reminded him of Percy, was standing there, grinning. He said he'd missed Paul on his morning walk and had come to check on him. Paul answered with a sarcastic remark, but his heart was pounding. The orderly's smile widened. He said, folks had told him Paul had been writing all night, which wasn't good for old people. Paul started to call him by the wrong name, then corrected himself and asked what the orderly had against him. The man looked briefly confused, then claimed he just didn't like his face. He asked what he was writing, his tone mocking. As he leaned in, Paul covered the page and tried to gather his papers. The orderly warned him that wouldn't work, that he'd look if he wanted to. He grabbed Paul's wrist, squeezing hard. Paul groaned and told him to let go. The orderly, his face cheerful with meanness, demanded to see the writing, wondering if it had anything to do with where he'd been going. A sharp, commanding voice from the doorway told him to let the man alone. The orderly jumped, releasing Paul's wrist. An elderly woman was standing there, looking fresh and strong, holding a tray of food. Her eyes were blazing. Brad Dolan challenged her, questioning what she thought she was doing. She shot back, refusing to be moved, telling him that Paul could eat here, and ordering him to leave before his nuisance behavior escalated to something lower. She said it with a flat tone of command he'd never heard from her before, and he welcomed it, relieved to see not a trace of fear in her, only raw fury. The orderly stepped closer, caught between uncertainty and rage, a mix Paul recognized as volatile. But Elaine held her ground. Dolan accused her of being the one who'd set off the smoke alarm, his voice thick with suspicion and spite. He demanded she get out, insisting he and Paulie weren't finished. She corrected him coldly, saying his name was Mr. Edgecombe, and warned that if he used that nickname again, she could guarantee his employment at Georgia Pines would end. He sneered back, demanding to know who she thought she was, trying to loom over her. Her answer was calm. She identified herself as the grandmother of the current Speaker of the Georgia House of Representatives, adding with cool certainty that the man loved his relatives, especially his older ones. Paul watched the smile slide off Dolan's face, replaced by dawning uncertainty, a mix of suspicion that he was being bluffed and fear that he wasn't. Along with the logical realization that her claim would be easy to verify. The absurdity of the moment struck him. After all those years of Percy Wetmore threatening them with his political connections, here someone was finally making the same sort of threat, but on his behalf. A rusty, surprised laugh escaped him. Dolan glared at him, then back at her. Elaine made it clear she'd intended to let things slide because of her age, but wouldn't stand by while her friends were threatened. She ordered him out without another word. His lips worked silently, clearly aching to hurl an insult. But he didn't. He shot Paul one last look and strode past her, out into the hall. Paul exhaled shakily as she set down the tray and sat across from him. He asked if her grandson really was the Speaker. She confirmed it. He wondered why she was here then, and she explained with a soft laugh that the position gave her enough pull to handle a pest like Dolan, but didn't make her rich. She liked the company here. He took that as a compliment. She reached across and brushed his hair back, her twisted fingers cool and gentle. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, he'd made a decision. He was all right, he said, and nearly done. He asked if she'd read something, offering the shuffled pages. She asked if he was finished. He said it would take her until afternoon to get through what was there, if she could even make it out. She took them, commenting that his hand was fine, despite its tiredness. He promised the rest would be ready by the time she finished, and if she was still willing, he wanted to show her something. She guessed it had to do with his morning and afternoon walks. He nodded. She considered for a long moment, then stood with the pages, saying she'd go out back where the sun was warm. He joked that the dragon had been vanquished by the lady fair. She smiled, kissed him over the eyebrow, and warned that dragons like Dolan were hard to get rid of. She wished him luck in confronting whatever had been festering in him. He agreed, thinking of John Coffey's words about not being able to help it, about trying but being too late. He ate the eggs she'd left, drank the juice, and set the toast aside. Then he picked up his pen and began writing again, hoping it would be the last time. One last mile. A green one. When they brought John back to E Block that night, the gurney wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity. He couldn't have managed the crouching walk through the tunnel on his own. The ceiling was far too low for a man his size. The thought of him collapsing down there was a nightmare. How would they explain that? Along with Percy in the straitjacket locked in the restraint room. The gurney was a godsend. John lay on it like a beached whale as they pushed him back to the storage room stairs. He got off, staggered, and stood with his head bowed, breathing harshly. His skin had gone gray, as if he'd been dusted with flour. Paul thought he'd be in the infirmary by noon, if he wasn't dead by then. Brutal shot him a grim, desperate look. Paul met it. They couldn't carry him up the stairs, but they could help him. They positioned themselves, Paul under John's left arm, Brutal under his right. Harry was to walk behind and shove John forward if he started to tip backward, or crouch to soften the fall if that failed. Harry grumbled about Brutal's comic timing. Brutal admitted he had a sense of humor. They managed the stairs, though Paul's chief fear was that John would faint. He didn't. Paul gasped for Harry to check the storage room. Harry asked what he should say if it wasn't empty. Brutal warned him not to be a wiseacre. Harry eased the door open, peered through for what felt like an eternity, then pulled back with news that the coast was clear and quiet. They moved John across the storage room, helped him up the 3 steps into the office, and half-pushed him through the little door. On his feet again, he was breathing hard, and his eyes were glazed. Worse, the right side of his mouth had pulled down, just like Melinda's had when they'd found her. Dean came in from the duty desk, flooded with relief that they were back, babbling about how he'd thought they'd been caught. Then he saw John, and the relief curdled into alarm. He looked like he was dying. Brutal shot him a warning look and asked John if he was letting Dean backtrack nervously. Paul cut through it, ordering them to help get John back to his cell. They formed their familiar formation around the mountain of a man, who now moved slowly, breathing through his mouth like a heavy smoker, but at least he was moving. Paul asked about Percy. Dean reported some early cursing through the tape. Brutal muttered dryly about their tender ears missing out. And then just the occasional kick against the door. Dean's relief at seeing them made him garrulous. He noted Wharton was still dead to the world, snoring. He was almost gleeful about the lack of trouble, the quiet, the fact that no one had come by all night. They'd gotten away with it. He remembered the purpose of their venture and asked about Melinda. Paul told him she was fine. The words began to sink in. They'd done it. Dean asked if it was like the mouse. Was it a miracle? His voice dropped, reverent. The three of them exchanged glances. Harry confirmed it. John had brought her back from the grave. It was a miracle. Brutal opened the cell and nudged John inside, telling him to rest. John repeated in a hollow voice that Percy was bad. Brutal soothed him, promising to keep Percy away and bring coffee soon. John sat heavily, his hands clasped between his knees, breathing hard. Melinda's St. Christopher medal swung from his chest. She'd said it would keep him safe, but John looked anything but. He looked like he'd taken her place on the edge of that grave. Paul pushed the thought aside. He turned to the others and told Dean to get Percy's gun and baton. Dean fetched them from the duty desk, and they prepared to face the next part of the night. He asked if they were ready, and his men, good men, nodded back. Harry and Dean looked nervous, but Brutal stood as stolid as ever. Paul told them he'd do the talking. The less they said, the quicker this would wrap up. They agreed. He took a breath and walked down to the restraint room. Percy squinted up when the light hit him, sitting on the floor and working his tongue against the tape. The part Paul had wound around his head had come loose, likely loosened by sweat and hair oil, and he'd made progress. Another hour, and he'd have been yelling for help. He pushed himself back when they entered, but there was nowhere to go. Paul held out the gun and baton Dean had fetched, asking if Percy wanted them back. Percy nodded warily. Paul ordered Brutal and Harry to get him up, and they hooked him under the straitjacket's canvas arms. Paul moved in close, smelling sour sweat. Some from his struggles against the coat, some from kicking the door, but mostly from fear. Fear of what they might do when they came back. Paul imagined Percy's thoughts. They weren't killers, he'd tell himself. Then remember old Sparky and realize that in a way they were. Paul had done 77 himself. Killing Percy wouldn't be logical, but they'd already acted illogically, and logic didn't hold much sway when you were trussed up in a padded room like a fly in a web. If Paul didn't have him now, he never would. He offered to remove the tape if Percy promised not to yell. He wanted a talk, not a shouting match. Relief flickered in Percy's eyes as he understood he might get out of this intact. He nodded. Paul warned that the tape would go back on if he made noise. Percy nodded impatiently. Paul grabbed the loose end and yanked. The peeling sound made Brutal wince. Percy yelped, eyes watering. He spat a demand to be freed from the coat. Paul told him in a minute. Percy started to insist, and Paul slapped him. It came without thought, but he'd known it might. A man's hand is half tame, sometimes escaping the bite. The sharp crack made Dean gasp. Percy stared in shock, mouth opening and closing like a fish. Paul told him to shut up and listen. He deserved punishment for what he did to Dell, and this was the only way. They'd all agreed, except Dean, and Dean would go along. Paul said they'd make sure people knew about how Percy sabotaged Delacroix's execution and almost got Dean killed, enough to keep him out of any job his uncle could get him. Percy shook his head furiously, not believing it. The handprint stood out on his cheek. Paul added that they'd see him beaten within an inch of his life, not by themselves, but by people with friends and brothers and fathers inside. People who'd happily mutilate a shit-deal like him for a few extra hours in the yard. Percy stopped shaking his head, staring with unshed tears. Rage and frustration, Paul thought, or hoped. Paul pointed out the sunny side. His lips stung, but only his pride was hurt. And nobody needed to know except those in this room. They'd never tell. Brutal agreed, saying Green Mile business stayed on the Green Mile. Percy was going to Briar Ridge, and they'd leave him alone until then. Did he want to leave it at that, or play hardball? Percy considered. Wheels turning. Paul could almost see him rejecting counters. At last, a basic truth hit. The tape was off, but he was still in the straitjacket and probably needed to piss badly. He agreed, calling the matter closed, and demanded to be freed. Brutal stepped in, grabbing Percy's face with one big hand. He said Paul was the big boss and had to talk elegant sometimes. But people didn't always understand that elegant wasn't the same as soft. That's where Brutal came in. He spoke straight. If Percy went back on his promise, they'd likely take a beating. But then they'd find him if they had to go to Russia, and they'd fuck him in every hole until he wished he were dead, then rub vinegar in the bleeding parts. Did he understand? Percy nodded, his face squished in Brutal's grip. Brutal let go, and Harry began unbuckling the coat. He told Percy to keep it in mind, to let bygones be bygones. It was all suitably terrifying, but Paul felt a knowing despair. Percy might keep quiet for a day or a week, but his belief in his connections and his inability to lose would combine. Then he'd spill everything. They'd hit the canvas and the ref would count them out. Without murder, there was no way to keep Percy quiet once he was away from them. Paul glanced at Brutal and saw he knew it too. There were no flies on him. Brutal gave a tiny shrug. So what? They'd done what they had to and done it as well as they could. Harry finished. Percy pawed the coat off and dropped it, not meeting anyone's eyes, and demanded his gun and stick. Paul handed them over. Percy holstered them. Paul started to speak, but Percy said he intended to think about it very hard, starting now on his way home. Someone could clock him out. He turned at the door, giving them a look of angry, embarrassed contempt, unless they wanted to explain why he left early. He strode up the Green Mile, forgetting, as he had once before, to stay in the middle of the corridor. Paul followed, trying to think of a way to soothe him down, keep him from leaving in that state. The other three followed. What happened next happened fast, less than a minute, and Paul would remember it perfectly, partly because he told Janice everything later, which fixed it in his mind. The aftermath, the meeting with Anderson, the inquest, the press meeting Hal Moore set up, the border inquiry, those blurred over the years. But what happened next on the Green Mile? He remembered clearly. Percy walked up the right side of the mile, head lowered, and no ordinary prisoner could have reached him. But John Coffey was no ordinary prisoner. He was a giant with a giant's reach. Paul saw those long brown arms shoot through the bars and yelled a warning. But Percy only started to turn, hand dropping to his stick. Then he was yanked against the front of the cell, his face smashing into the bars. He grunted, turning toward Coffey and raising the club. John's own face was pressed into the gap between two bars, as if trying to squeeze his whole head through, leaving him vulnerable. His hand groped, found the nape of Percy's neck, and yanked his head forward. Percy brought the club down on John's temple, and blood flowed, but John didn't react. His mouth pressed against Percy's. Paul heard a whispering rush of breath, an exhalation long held. Percy jerked, trying to pull away, but John's grip held firm. Their faces fused together like lovers kissing through prison bars. Percy screamed, muffled as it had been through the tape, and tried again to break free. For a moment, their lips parted, and Paul glimpsed a black swirling tide flowing from John into Percy, through his mouth, through his nostrils. Then John flexed his hand and pulled Percy forward again, almost impaling him on that kiss. Percy's left hand opened. His treasured baton fell to the green linoleum. He never picked it up again. Paul lunged, but his movements felt slow and creaky. He reached for his gun, but the strap was still over the grip. He couldn't get it free. The floor seemed to shake beneath him, as it had in the warden's bedroom. A caged light bulb shattered overhead, showering glass. Harry yelled. Paul finally thumbed loose the safety strap. But before he could draw, John thrust Percy away and stepped back into his cell, grimacing and rubbing his mouth as if he'd tasted something foul. Brutal shouted, asking what he'd done. Paul answered that whatever John had taken from Melly, Percy now carried. Percy stood against the bars of Delacroix's old cell, eyes wide and blank. Paul approached carefully, expecting him to start coughing and choking like John had, but he only stood there. Snapping his fingers produced nothing. Brutal clapped his hands sharply in front of Percy's face, and his eyelids fluttered. He looked dazed, struggling back to consciousness. Paul thought he was coming out of it, though later he'd be unsure Percy saw any of them. Percy pushed away from the bars and swayed. Brutal steadied him and asked if he was all right. Percy didn't answer, just stepped past and headed toward the duty desk, listing slightly. Brutal reached for him. Paul pushed his hand away, telling him to leave Percy alone. He'd later wonder if he'd have said the same had he known what was coming. Percy made a dozen paces, then stopped with his head lowered, outside Wharton's cell. Wharton was still snoring, sleeping through everything, sleeping through his own death, which made him luckier than most who ended up here. Before anyone could react, Percy drew his gun and emptied all 6 shots into the sleeping man. Bam, 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 as fast as he could pull the trigger. The deafening sound left Paul's ears ringing when he told Janice the story the next morning. They all ran toward him. Dean got there first, grabbing Percy's wrist to wrestle the gun away, but Percy just let it fall. His eyes slid past him like they were ice. His bladder let go at a hiss and an ammoniac smell, then worse as his bowels released. His gaze settled on a far corner, eyes that would never see the real world again. Percy made it to Briar Ridge, as Paul had written, but he never got that office with the fan, never had patience to push around. He likely got his own private room, though. He had connections, after all. Wharton lay on his side against the wall of his cell, blood soaking the sheet and splattered on the cement. The coroner said Percy had shot like Annie Oakley. 1 in the groin, 1 in the gut, 1 in the chest, 3 in the head. Remembering how Percy had nearly hit the mouse with his thrown baton, Paul wasn't surprised. Brutal coughed and waved at the haze of gun smoke. Paul was coughing too, though he hadn't noticed until then. Brutal said it was the end of the line, his voice calm, but his eyes panicked. Paul looked down the hallway and saw John Coffey sitting on his bunk, hands clasped, head up, and no longer looking sick. John nodded at him slightly. Paul nodded back. Harry gibbered, asking what they were going to do. Brutal said there was nothing they could do. They were hung. But Paul's mind was moving fast. He looked at the others, at Percy, then at Brutal, and said they were going to be okay. Percy began to cough, doubling over, face reddening. He made a sound like a dry heave mixed with a bullfrog's croak, opened his mouth, and spewed a thick cloud of black, swirling stuff. For a moment, his head was invisible. Harry whispered a plea for salvation. Then the cloud turned dazzling white, like January's sun on fresh snow, and disappeared. Percy straightened, his vacant gaze fixed down the length of the Green Mile. Brutal said they didn't see that. Paul agreed. Harry and Dean both said no. Paul told them to get it right the first time. Time was short. It was a simple story. They wouldn't complicate it. He told Janice the story that morning, around 11, the longest day of his life, and still the same day. He recounted everything, finishing with Wharton dead on his bunk, riddled with lead from Percy's gun. Then he corrected himself. What he'd actually finished with was the stuff that came out of Percy, the bugs or whatever it was. Hard to tell even to his wife, but he told it. As he talked, she brought him black coffee in half cups. His hand shook too badly for a full one at first. By the time he finished, the shaking had eased enough for him to think about food, an egg or some soup. He reflected that what saved them was not having to lie outright, just leave things out. She nodded, summarizing wryly. Little things like taking a condemned murderer out of prison, curing a dying woman, and driving Percy crazy by spitting a pureed brain tumor down his throat. He warned her that if she kept talking like that, she'd end up eating that soup herself or feeding it to the dog. She apologized, but pressed, He was right, wasn't he? He agreed, except they'd gotten away with he struggled for the word. It wasn't an escape, not a furlough either. The field trip. Percy couldn't tell anyone about that, even if he ever came back. She echoed the question. How likely was that? He shook his head, feigning uncertainty, but he knew. Percy wouldn't come back. Not in 32, not in 42 or 52. He was right. Percy stayed at Briar Ridge until it burned in 1944. 17 inmates died. But Percy was let out, still silent and blank, catatonic, he'd learned to call it. He went to another institution, name forgotten, and died in 1965. As far as Paul knew, the last words Percy ever spoke were telling them to clock him out, unless they wanted to explain why he left early. The irony. They never had to explain much. Percy had gone crazy and shot Wharton to death. Truth, so far as it went. When Anderson asked Brutal how Percy had seemed before the shooting, Brutal answered, "Quiet," and Paul nearly laughed. It was true. Percy had been quiet, with friction tape across his mouth, only able to manage muffled sounds. Curtis kept Percy until 8 o'clock. Percy silent as a cigar store Indian, but far more eerie. By then Hal Moores had arrived, grim and competent, the bewildered old man gone. He strode to Percy, grabbed his shoulders, shook him hard, and demanded to know what happened. Nothing from Percy. Anderson wanted to discuss the political hot potato, but Moores put him off and drew Paul down the mile. John Coffey lay on his bunk, face to the wall, legs dangling, appearing to sleep, but appearances could be deceiving. Moores asked in a low voice if what happened at his house connected to what happened here. He'd cover them even if it cost his job, but he had to know. Paul shook his head, keeping his voice low, aware of the dozen screws milling around. He told Hal they'd gotten John back, then let Percy out of the restraint room. He'd expected Percy to be angry, but he wasn't, just asked for his sidearm and baton, walked off, then pulled his gun at Wharton's cell and started shooting. Moores asked if the restraint room had affected Percy's mind. Paul said no. Had they put him in the straitjacket? No need. He was quiet, didn't struggle, even when he saw them put him in. Paul felt the urge to embellish, but resisted. Simpler was better. He said there was no fuss. Percy just went to a corner and sat down. Hal asked if Percy spoke of Wharton or Coffey. Paul said no. Moores wondered if Percy had been laying for Wharton, if he had something against him. Paul lowered his voice and explained Percy's carelessness about where he walked. Wharton had once grabbed him, felt him up. Hal asked if that was all. Just that. Paul confirmed, adding that Wharton had said he'd rather screw Percy than Percy's sister. Moores nodded, glancing sideways at Coffey, as if needing reassurance he was real. It didn't explain Percy's state, but it helped explain why he turned on Wharton rather than Coffey or the guards. He asked if the men would all tell the same story. Paul said yes. Janice later observed that he'd lied to Hal. He admitted it, but only in a way he hadn't told Hal anything they couldn't live with. Hal was in the clear. He hadn't even been there. He asked about Melinda. Paul said there'd been no time then, but later Hal told him she was fine, up and walking, talking about next year's flower beds. Janice asked if Hal understood it was a miracle. Paul said they all did, all who were there. She said part of her wished she'd been there, but most of her was glad she wasn't. She'd have died of a heart attack if she'd seen the scales fall from Saul's eyes. He joked that she'd probably have cooked him some soup. But she wasn't thinking about soup. She looked out the window toward the ridges, chin on hand, eyes hazy, and Paul wondered why the Dederick girls hadn't screamed. Their killer had hurt them. There was blood. Why no scream? Janice asked if he thought John Coffey had really killed Wharton, used Percy like a gun. Yes. Why? He didn't know. She asked him to tell again what happened when they took Coffee off the mile, just that part. He did, the skinny arms shooting out like a snake, how Coffee whispered that Wharton was a bad man. Wharton had responded, "That's right, nigger, bad as you'd want." And that was all. Something had felt like it was about to happen, but Brutal took Wharton's hand off and told him to lie down. Wharton, already out on his feet, muttered about niggers having their own electric chair. Janice noted that John had called him a bad man. He'd said the same about Percy, maybe more than once. But Wharton never did anything to John personally. Paul said their cells were placed so they could hardly see each other. She asked again how Coffee looked when Wharton grabbed him. He tried to deflect, but she pressed. He sighed and admitted he'd have to say shocked. John had gasped, like someone startled by cold water trickled down their back at the beach, or like he'd been slapped. She said that made sense, being grabbed out of nowhere, startling him, waking him up. He agreed, then corrected himself. She pressed, "Which was it?" He decided it wasn't being startled. It was like when John had wanted him to come into his cell to cure the infection, or when he'd wanted the mouse handed to him. Surprised? Yes, but not by being touched. Not exactly. He trailed off, frustrated. She let it go, but couldn't imagine why John did it. He wasn't violent by nature. Which led to another question. How could Paul execute him if he was right about the girls? How could he put him in the chair if someone else was guilty? He jerked in his chair, elbow knocking his bowl to the floor where it broke. An idea had come to him, more intuition than logic, but with a certain black elegance. She asked what was wrong. He said he didn't know anything for sure yet, but he was going to find out. The aftermath of the shooting became a 3-ring circus. The governor in one ring, the prison in another, brain-blasted Percy in the third. The press took turns as ringmaster. They weren't as bad then as they are now, not allowing themselves to be, but they could still gallop along when they got the bit in their teeth. It was a good show while it lasted. But even the liveliest circus leaves town eventually. This one left after the Board of Inquiry, which sounded fearsome, but turned out tame and perfunctory. The governor might have demanded someone's head under other circumstances, but not this time. His nephew by marriage had gone crackers and killed a man. A killer, thank God, but Percy had shot him sleeping, which wasn't quite sporting. With the young man remaining mad as a March hare, the governor only wanted it to go away as soon as possible. Their trip to Warden Moore's house in Harry's truck never came out. Neither did the straitjacket, the restraint room, or the fact that Wharton had been doped when Percy shot him. Why would it? The authorities had no reason to suspect anything in Wharton's system but 6 slugs. The coroner removed them, the mortician put him in a pine box, and that was the end of the man with Billy the Kid tattooed on his forearm. Good riddance. The uproar lasted about 2 weeks. During that time, he didn't dare take a day off to investigate the idea he'd gotten at his kitchen table. He knew the circus had left town when he found the paper he'd been dreading on his desk, the D.O. on John Coffey. Curtis Anderson had signed it instead of Hal Moore's. But it was just as legal, and it had gone through Hal. He could imagine Hal sitting at his desk with that piece of paper, thinking of his wife, who had become a wonder to the doctors at Indianola. She'd had her own DOE papers handed to her, but John Coffey had torn them up. Now it was Coffey's turn, and who among them could stop it? Who would? The date was November 20th. 3 days later, he had Janice call him in sick. A cup of coffee later, he was driving north in his Ford. She'd kissed him and wished him good luck. He'd thanked her, but no longer knew what good luck would be. Finding what he was looking for, or not finding it. He didn't feel like singing that day. By 3 p.m, he was in the Ridge Country at the Purdom County Courthouse just before it closed. He looked at records, then had a visit from Sheriff Catlett, who'd been informed a stranger was poking among local skeletons. Catlett wanted to know what he was doing. He told him. Catlett thought it over and told him something interesting. He'd deny it if spread around, and it wasn't conclusive, but it was something. Paul thought about it all the way home, and that night there was plenty of thinking and little sleeping. The next day, he drove downstate to Trapingus County before sunrise. He skirted Homer Cribbus and spoke to Deputy Sheriff Rob McGee instead. McGee didn't want to hear what he was telling him, vehemently didn't want to, and seemed about to punch him to stop it, but agreed to ask Klaus Dederick a couple of questions, mostly to keep Paul from doing it himself. McGee warned that Dederick was only 39, but looked like an old man, and didn't need a smart-ass prison guard stirring him up, just when some of the sorrow had settled. He told Paul to stay in town, not within hailing distance of the Dederick farm, but where McGee could find him. If restless, have some pie at the diner. It would weight him down. Paul ended up having 2 pieces. When McGee came into the diner and sat next to him, Paul tried to read his face and failed. McGee suggested they talk at his home, too public here. They had their conference on his front porch, bundled up and chilly. Mrs. McGee didn't allow smoking in the house. McGee talked, doing it like a man who didn't enjoy what he was hearing from his own mouth. He asked if Paul understood that it proved nothing. His tone was belligerent, but his face was sick. They both knew that not all proof is what you see and hear in a courtroom. Paul suspected it was the only time McGee wished he was as country dumb as his boss. Paul said he knew. McGee warned that if he was thinking of getting Coffey a new trial on this one thing, he better think again. Coffey was a Negro, and Trapingus County was awful particular about giving new trials to Negroes. Paul said he knew that too. McGee asked what he was going to do. Paul pitched his cigarette over the porch rail and stood up. It would be a long, cold ride home, and the sooner he got going, the sooner it would be done. He said he wished he knew, but he didn't. The only thing he knew for sure was that second piece of pie had been a mistake. McGee told him he shouldn't have opened Pandora's box in the first place. Paul said it wasn't him who opened it. He got home late after midnight, but his wife was waiting up. He'd suspected she would be, but it still did his heart good to see her, to have her arms around his neck and her body against his. She greeted him, then touched him down below, remarking that nothing was wrong with this fellow. He was as healthy as could be. He agreed and lifted her, carried her to the bedroom, and they made love. As he reached his climax, that feeling of letting go, he thought of John Coffey's endlessly weeping eyes, and Melinda Moore saying she dreamed they were wandering in the dark and found each other. Still lying on top of her, arms around his neck, thighs together, he began to weep. She was shocked and afraid. He wasn't a crying man, not ordinarily. She asked what was wrong. Through his tears, he said he knew everything there was to know, too goddamn much. He was supposed to electrocute John Coffey in less than a week, but it was William Wharton who'd killed the Dederick girls. Wild Bill. The next day, the same group of guards who'd eaten lunch at his kitchen after Delacroix's botched execution gathered again, joined by a 5th, his wife. Janice convinced him to tell the others. His first impulse had been to keep it to himself. He'd asked her if it wasn't bad enough that they knew. She said he wasn't thinking clearly, probably still upset, and reminded him they already knew the worst, that John was on the spot for a crime he didn't commit. If anything, this made it a little better. He wasn't so sure, but deferred to her judgment. He expected an uproar when he told them what he knew. He couldn't prove it, but he knew. Yet at first, there was only thoughtful silence. Dean, buttering a biscuit, asked if John had seen Wharton drop the girls, maybe even rape them. Paul said if he'd seen that, he'd have tried to stop it. He might have seen Wharton running off, but if so, he forgot later. Dean agreed. John was special, but that didn't make him bright. He only found out it was Wharton when Wharton touched him. Brutal nodded, recalling how surprised and shocked John had looked, his eyes opening wide. Paul explained that Janice had said John used Percy on Wharton like a gun, and he kept thinking about that. Why would John want to kill Wharton? Percy, yes. Percy had stamped on Delacroix's mouse and burned Delacroix alive. But Wharton had barely interacted with John, hardly passing 4 words with him the whole time they were on the mile together, half of those on that last night. Wharton was from Purdom County, and as far as white boys from there were concerned, you didn't even see a Negro unless he stepped into your road. What could John have seen or felt when Wharton touched him that was so bad he saved back the poison he'd taken from Mellie's body and half killed himself doing it? The Dedrick twins were all he could think of that was bad enough. He told himself the idea was nuts, too much of a coincidence. Then he remembered Curtis Anderson's memo describing Wharton as crazy wild, rambling all over the state before the holdup. That stuck with him. Then there was how Wharton had tried to choke Dean when he came in. Got him thinking about the dog, Dean said, rubbing his neck where the chain had wrapped. How its neck was broken. He'd gone to Purdom County to check Wharton's court records. The end of his career was well documented, but he wanted the beginning. He found plenty: vandalism, theft, haystack fires, even dynamite theft. But not what he was looking for. Then the sheriff, Catlett, turned up, curious about the stranger poking through local records. Paul fibbed, saying a cell search had turned up pictures of little girls in Wharton's mattress, and he wanted to see if Wharton had a history as a pederast because of some unsolved Tennessee cases. He never mentioned the Dedrick twins. They wouldn't have crossed Catlett's mind, since that case was solved. Catlett laughed and said, "Not everything a bad apple like Wharton did was in court files." Paul said he was just satisfying his own curiosity, and Catlett relaxed, inviting him to his office for coffee. He told Paul about an incident 16 months earlier when Wharton was barely 18. A man in the western part of the county had caught him in the barn with his daughter. It wasn't exactly rape. The man described it as not much more than stinkfinger. Janice said it was all right when he apologized for the language, but she looked pale. Brutal asked the girl's age. Paul said 9. Brutal winced. The man hadn't wanted a public scandal, just Wharton warned. Sheriff Catlett had dealt with Wharton's antics for years, had him in reform school for 8 months when he was 15, and decided enough was enough. He got 3 deputies, went to the Wharton place, set the weeping mother aside, and warned Wharton what happened to big pimple-faced galoots who went up in haylofts with girls not even old enough to know about their monthly courses. "We warned that little punk good," Catlett said. "Warned him until his head was bleeding, his shoulder was dislocated, and his ass was damn near broke." Brutal laughed, despite himself, saying that sounded like Purdom County. 3 months later, Wharton broke out and started the spree that ended with the holdup and the murders. Harry noted he'd had something to do with an underage girl once. Way underage, but once wasn't exactly a pattern. Janice said firmly that a man doesn't do a thing like that just once. Paul next told them about his visit to Trapingus County, where he'd been much more frank with Rob McGee. In mid-May, about a month before Wharton's final spree, Klaus Dedrick had painted his barn and doghouse. He'd hired a fellow, nice, quiet, for 3 days, but didn't let him sleep at the house. The man said he'd taken a room at Eva Price's in Tefton. McGee checked with Mrs. Price on his way back from the Dedrick farm, so upset he'd felt compelled. She'd had no boarder fitting the description that May, just the usual traveling salesman. The hired man took dinner with the Dedricks twice, meeting the girls, hearing their chatter about looking forward to summer and sleeping on the porch. Janice remarked that this didn't sound like the wild man she'd heard about. Harry reminded her they hadn't seen him at Indianola Hospital, standing slack-jawed with his bare backside hanging out, letting them dress him. They thought he was drugged or foolish. Dean nodded. The day after the barn job, a man in a bandana mask robbed Hampy's freight office in Jarvis, taking $70 and an 1892 silver dollar the agent kept as a lucky piece. That silver dollar was on Wharton when he was captured, and Jarvis was only 30 miles from Tefton. Janice marveled that this wild man stopped for 3 days to paint a barn and say, "Please pass the peas." Brutal said that was the scary thing about men like him, unpredictable. He might have planned to kill them and changed his mind because a cloud passed over the sun, or just wanted to cool off, but most likely he'd already had his eye on the girls and planned to come back. Paul nodded. He thought the same. He added that Wharton had given Dedrick a name, Will Bonney. Bonney was Billy the Kid's real name. Janice's eyes widened. All they had to do was show Dedrick Wharton's mugshot, and they could get John off. Brutal and Paul exchanged an uncomfortable look. Dean seemed hopeful, but Harry stared at his hands, suddenly fascinated by his fingernails. Janice asked what was wrong, why they were looking at each other that way. Surely McGee would have to do something. Paul explained that McGee was a good man and a hell of a law officer, but he had no weight in Trapingus County. The power was Sheriff Cribbis, who'd never reopened the case. She pressed, if Wharton was there, if Dedrick could identify his picture, they'd know he was there. Brutal spoke gently, explaining that Wharton being there in May didn't mean he came back in June. On one hand, a fellow who helped paint a barn and went away, with no charges for those 3 days. On the other, a huge Negro found on the riverbank holding 2 dead naked girls. McGee might have doubts, but McGee didn't matter. Cribbis wouldn't mess with what he saw as a happy ending. A nigger, not one of their own, would fry, and that would be that. Janice turned to Paul, insisting McGee believed it, must know he arrested the wrong man. Wouldn't he stand up to the sheriff? Paul said all standing up would do was lose McGee his job. In his heart, McGee knew it was Wharton, but he told himself that if he kept his mouth shut and played the game until Cribbis retired or ate himself to death, he'd get the job and things would be different. He was probably not so different from Homer about one thing. After all, it was only a Negro. It wasn't like they were going to burn a white man for it. Janice declared they'd have to go to them. Go tell them what they found. Brutal asked how they'd explain how they found it, by admitting they'd taken John out of prison to work a miracle on the warden's wife. She saw the thin ice and skated. Lie, then. She looked defiantly at Brutal, then Paul. Lie about what? About what got him going up to Purdom and down to Trapingus. Go to Sheriff Cribbis and say Wharton confessed to raping and murdering the Dedrick girls. Brutal could back it up. Percy probably heard it too. And that was what set him off. He shot Wharton because he couldn't stand what he'd done to those children. It snapped his mind. She saw their expressions and demanded to know what now. Harry spoke as if to a child. They'd never reported anything like that, and people would ask why. They were supposed to report anything their prisoners said about prior crimes. Brutal added that they wouldn't have believed Wharton anyway. He lied about everything. But he was there, Janice said, her voice rising. He painted their barn. He ate dinner with them. Brutal pointed out that was all the more reason he might take credit for the crime, since you couldn't fry a man twice. Janice sat back trying to absorb it. They knew Coffee was innocent and had tried to save the girls. McGee had a pretty good idea the condemned man didn't do it, and still they couldn't get a new trial or even reopen the case. Dean confirmed that was about the size of it. She sat thinking, head lowered. Paul raised a hand to quiet Brutal. He didn't think Janice could find a way out, but he didn't think it was impossible either. She was fearsomely smart and determined, a combination that sometimes moved mountains. She spoke at last. Then they'd have to get him out on their own. Harry looked flabbergasted. She insisted they could do it. They'd done it once, only this time they wouldn't bring him back. Dean asked if she'd want to explain to his kids why their daddy was in prison. She said there'd be none of that. They'd work out a plan, make it look like a real escape. Harry said they'd better make it a plan that could be worked out by a fellow who couldn't tie his own shoes. Brutal said it wouldn't do any good. She demanded why not. her voice breaking. Paul answered, because he was a 6'8", bald-headed black man with barely enough brains to feed himself. How long before he was recaptured? 2 hours? 6? She argued he'd gotten along without attracting attention before. That was true. Paul and Janice had written letters, found one possible sighting in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, in 1929, when a twister struck a church during choir practice, and a large black man had hauled 2 fellows out of the rubble, both miraculously unhurt. He disappeared in the excitement. Brutal agreed he'd gotten along, but reminded her that was before he was convicted of raping and murdering 2 little girls. She sat silent for nearly a minute, then shocked them all by sweeping everything off the table: plates, glasses, silverware, bowls, the ham platter, milk, tea, all crashing to the floor. Dean rocked back, nearly falling. Janice ignored him, her gaze fixed on Brutal and Paul. She asked if they meant to kill him, to kill the man who saved Melinda Moores and tried to save those little girls. At least there'd be one less black man in the world to console themselves with. One less nigger. She got up, kicked her chair into the wall, and when Paul took her wrist, she yanked free. She told him not to touch her. Next week, he'd be a murderer, no better than Wharton. She went out to the back stoop and sobbed into her apron. The 4 of them looked at each other. After a moment, Paul got up and started cleaning the mess. Brutal joined him, then Harry and Dean. When it was shipshape, they left. None of them said a word. There was nothing left to say a word. There was nothing left to say. That was his night off. He sat in the living room, smoking cigarettes, listening to the radio, watching darkness rise from the ground and swallow the sky. Television was all right, but it turned you away from the world toward its own glassy self. Radio was better that way. Janice came in, knelt beside his chair, and took his hand. For a while they sat in silence, listening to Kay Kaiser and watching the stars emerge. She apologized for calling him a coward. She felt worse about that than anything she'd ever said in their whole marriage. He asked if she meant even worse than when she called him Old Stinky Sam on their camping trip. They laughed, kissed, and it was better between them. She was so beautiful, his Janice, and he still dreamed of her. Old and tired as he was, he dreamed she walked into this lonely, forgotten place where the hallways smell of piss and old cabbage, young and beautiful with her blue eyes and fine high breasts he couldn't keep his hands off, telling him she hadn't been in that bus crash, he'd made a mistake. Sometimes when he woke and knew it was a dream, he cried, he who'd hardly ever cried when young. She asked if Hal knew John was innocent. He didn't see how he could. Could Hal help influence Cribbus? Not a bit. She nodded and said not to tell him then. If he couldn't help, for God's sake, don't. He agreed. She asked if he'd call in sick that night. And he said no, none of them would. If they were there, they could at least make it quick for him. It wouldn't be like Delacroix. For a moment, he saw that burning mask, the cooked jelly of Dell's eyes, then pushed it away. She said there was no way out for him, rubbing his hand against her cheek. Poor Paul, poor old guy. He said nothing, never before or after feeling so much like running, taking Jan with him, a single carpet bag, running anywhere. She repeated it and told him to talk to John, find out what John wanted. He thought, then nodded. She was right. She usually was. 2 days later, on the 18th, floaters took John to D Block for his shower, and they rehearsed his execution while he was gone. They didn't use Toot Toot as a stand-in. It would have been an obscenity. Paul sat in the chair himself. Brutal recited the words, his voice unsteady, and Paul thought, John Coffey's peers? What a joke. Then he remembered John saying they were still in there. He could hear them screaming. He asked to be let up, and for a moment felt frozen, as if old Sparky didn't want to release him. Walking back, Brutal spoke low so the others wouldn't hear. He'd done things he wasn't proud of, but this was the first time he truly felt in danger of hell. Paul looked to see if he was joking. He wasn't. Brutal explained they were fixing to kill a gift of God, one who'd never harmed them or anyone else. What would he say if God asked him why? That it was his job? When John returned and the floaters were gone, Paul unlocked his cell and sat on the bunk beside him. Brutal was at the desk, saw them but said nothing. John looked at him with his strange, bloodshot, distant eyes, on the verge of tears yet somehow calm, as if crying wasn't so bad once you got used to it. He smiled, smelling of ivory soap, clean as a baby. He greeted Paul and took both his hands with perfect naturalness. Paul greeted him back, a block in his throat. He said John knew they were coming down to it now. Another couple of days. John sat holding his hands, saying nothing. Looking back, Paul thought something had begun to happen to him then, but he was too fixed on duty to notice. He asked if John wanted anything special for dinner. They could rustle up most anything, even a beer and a coffee cup. John had never got to taste. Something special to eat? John's brow creased, then smoothed as he smiled and said meatloaf. With gravy and mashed, Paul felt a tingle all over his body like a sleeping arm, and asked what else. John said whatever they had, maybe okra. He wasn't picky. Paul thought he'd have Janice's peach cobbler for dessert, too. Then asked about a preacher, someone to pray with. It comforted a man. Reverend Schuster had come for Dell. John didn't want a preacher. Paul had been good to him. Paul could say a prayer if he wanted. They could get knee-bound together. Paul started to refuse, but John pressed his hands and the feeling grew stronger. He could, John said. Couldn't he, boss? Paul heard himself say he supposed so, his voice echoing. The feeling was strong inside him. Like before, when John had cured him, but different. Different because this time John didn't know he was doing it. Suddenly terrified, Paul felt lights going on inside him where there'd never been lights before, not just in his brain, but all over his body. John said he knew Paul and the others had been worrying, but he ought to quit now because he wanted to go. Paul Edgecombe tried to speak, but the words lodged in his throat. Useless. John Coffey had no such trouble. What came next was the longest speech Paul had ever heard from him. A quiet, measured confession of exhaustion that seemed to pour out of some deep reservoir. John spoke of being tired of the pain he felt and heard, tired of drifting alone like a bird in the rain, with no companion to share the road or explain where they came from or why they were going. He was weary of human cruelty, which he described as shards of glass embedded in his mind. He was tired of wanting to help and failing. Mostly, he said the pain was unbearable, and if he could end it, he would. But that power was beyond him. Paul tried to shout a warning inside his own head, telling John to stop, to let go of his hands, because he felt as though he was drowning or about to explode. John heard him somehow. He smiled faintly at the absurd image and released his grip. Paul slumped forward, gasping, and found himself seeing the cement floor with impossible clarity. Every fissure, every groove, every sparkle of mica. When he looked up at the wall, the names of dead prisoners, scratched there in 1924, 1926, 1931, reappeared in his vision, layered one over the other like palimpsests. Although those names had been washed away years ago, he could now see them clearly, and the sight felt like overhearing the dead whisper and cry for mercy. His own body seemed to roar. He could feel his eyeballs pulsing, his own heartbeat, and the rush of his blood coursing through him like letters mailed to every corner of his being. Then he heard a train whistle in the distance. The 3:50 to Priceford, he guessed, though he'd never heard it from Cold Mountain before, since the tracks ran 10 miles east. Yet there it was, unmistakable, Somewhere in the building, a light bulb shattered like a small bomb. He managed to whisper a question, asking what John had done to him. John apologized calmly, saying he hadn't been thinking, and assured him it was nothing serious. He'd feel normal again soon. Paul rose and walked to the cell door, his feet seeming to move through deep water. John spoke again, addressing the question Paul hadn't asked aloud: why the two little girls hadn't screamed. John told him that was the one thing he still wondered about. Paul turned to face him and saw everything with that same impossible clarity. Every bloodshot vessel in John's eyes, every pore on his face. He could also feel John's hurt, the suffering he absorbed from others like a sponge, and he could see the darkness John had described, filling all the gaps in the world. In that moment, Paul felt both pity and relief. He understood that executing John would be terrible, but it would also be a mercy. John explained how he'd known. When Wharton grabbed him, he'd seen the truth, that Wharton was the one. He recalled seeing him that day from the trees, dropping the girls and fleeing. But until that touch, he'd forgotten. Paul asked again why the girls hadn't screamed. John told him Wharton had threatened each girl with her sister's death if she made a sound. Paul could see it now. The dark porch, Wharton looming, one girl starting to cry out and getting hit until she bled. John said Wharton had killed them with their love for each other, and that was how it happened everywhere, every day. John smiled through his tears, then lay down and turned his face to the wall. Paul stepped out, locked the cell, and walked to the duty desk, still feeling dreamlike. He realized he could hear Brutal's thoughts, a faint whisper about how to spell receive, the old rule about I before E. When Brutal looked up and saw Paul's face, he asked if he was all right. Paul told him he was, then shared what John had said about being ready to go, though he held back the part about what John's touch had done to him, something he'd never told anyone. Brutal seemed relieved, though Paul sensed a flicker of doubt, as if Brutal wondered if Paul had invented the story to ease their consciences. Then Brutal seemed to decide to believe it anyway. Brutal noticed Paul's flushed appearance and asked if his infection was returning. Paul said he was fine, though he wasn't, and the strange tingling was beginning to fade. Brutal suggested he lie down in his office, but Paul felt too energized for that. He could have built a house and planted a garden before supper. He said he'd walk over to admin instead. On his way out, he told Brutal that he'd spelled receive correctly, then walked away without looking back, knowing Brutal would be staring after him with his mouth open. For the rest of his shift, Paul couldn't sit still. He paced, crossed to admin, and tramped the empty exercise yard until the tower guards must have thought he'd lost his mind. By shift's end, the noise in his head had quieted, but on the drive home, it surged back. The same intensity as his old urinary infection. He parked, sprinted half a mile along the road, his breath hot in his throat, until he finally felt normal again. He trotted back to his Ford and drove the rest of the way. When he got home, he told Janice that John Coffey had said he was ready to go. She nodded, looking relieved, though Paul could no longer read her certainty the way he once had. He understood now why John had been so tired. That kind of burden would exhaust anyone. Janice asked why he was flushed and sweaty. He told her he'd gone running, and she accepted it without asking why. On the night of John Coffey's execution, the weather was seasonably cold, no thunderstorms. Frost glittered on fence posts under a million stars. Brutus Howell would handle the cap and give the order to roll. Bill Dodge was in the switch room. Around 11:20 p.m., Paul, Dean, and Harry approached John's cell. John sat on his bunk, hands clasped between his knees, a small gravy stain on his collar. He looked calmer than they felt. Paul's hands were cold and his temples pounded. Earlier that evening, Paul had seen Hal Moores in his office, struggling to button his coat with shaking hands. Melinda had looked better the previous weekend than Hal did now. Hal said he wouldn't attend the execution, leaving it to Curtis and trusting Paul and Brutal to handle it. Paul asked if there was any word on Percy, wondering if Percy was talking, revealing what they'd done. Hal said Percy was unchanged, still catatonic, being evaluated at Indianola. Hal asked how Coffee was holding up. Paul said he'd be fine. Hal lingered at the door, looking old and ill, and asked how so much good and evil could live in the same man, how the man who cured his wife could also have killed those little girls. Paul had given Hal Moores the standard pieties. The ways of God were mysterious, good and evil coexisted in all men, and it wasn't their place to question. Empty phrases from the Church of Praise Jesus, the Lord is mighty. Hal had nodded through it all, looking almost exalted. Paul noticed that Hal could afford to nod, could afford to look exalted, because he had a wife to go home to, a wife who was alive and well thanks to the very man whose death warrant Hal had signed. Hal wouldn't have to watch what came next. He would sleep in his wife's warmth that night while John Coffey cooled on a slab in the county hospital basement. And Paul felt a flash of genuine hatred for him, brief but real. He stepped into John's cell, Dean and Harry following, both pale and grim. Paul asked if John was ready. John nodded and said he supposed so. Paul recited the formal charge, the words he'd spoken so many times before. When he finished, Harry stepped forward and offered his hand. John looked surprised, then smiled and shook it. Dean did the same, his voice rough as he said John deserved better and that he was sorry. John replied that he'd be all right. This was the hard part, but peace would come soon. As John stood, the St. Christopher's medal Melinda had given him swung free. Paul explained he needed to take it. Silver against the skin during the current could fuse or leave a charred imprint. John removed it and handed it over. Paul pocketed it and told John to step out. There was no need to check his head. It was smooth as a palm. John mentioned a dream he'd had that afternoon about Dell's mouse reaching Mouseville, children laughing at his tricks, and the two blonde girls there too, whole and unharmed, laughing along with everyone else as Mr. Jingles rolled his spool. Paul listened, thinking he couldn't go through with it, that he'd break down or his heart would give out. They entered Paul's office, and John knelt without being asked, his big frame folding onto the green carpet. Harry and Dean looked haunted. Paul knelt beside him, realizing the irony. He'd always helped prisoners up from this spot, but tonight he might need help himself. John asked what they should pray for. Paul said strength without thinking, then prayed aloud for God to help them finish what they'd started, to welcome John into heaven, and to let nothing go wrong. When he opened his eyes, Dean and Harry looked a little better. Probably just from catching their breath, Paul thought. John caught his arm as Paul tried to rise, looking timid and hopeful. He remembered a prayer from his childhood and asked if he could say it. Dean told him to go ahead. John closed his eyes, frowning in concentration, and recited a simple prayer to baby Jesus, asking to be a friend and strength to an orphan child until the end. Paul wiped his eyes, thinking of Delacroix's last prayer to the Virgin Mary. He apologized, but John told him not to, squeezing his arm and then helping Paul to his feet. There were only about 14 witnesses, half the number from Delacroix's execution. Sheriff Cribbis was there, but Deputy McGee was not. In the front row sat an elderly couple Paul didn't recognize at first, until the woman spat a curse at John, demanding he die slow. They were the Dedericks, Klaus and Marjorie, though they looked far older than their actual years. John flinched at her voice and Cribbis's approving grunt. Hank Bitterman kept watch on Klaus Dederick as ordered. But Dederick made no move. He seemed somewhere else entirely. Brutal, standing by the chair, gave Paul a small signal as they stepped onto the platform. He holstered his gun and took John's wrist, guiding him toward the electric chair with surprising gentleness. He asked John if he was all right. John said yes, but his eyes darted fearfully. He could feel the hatred from the crowd, he said, boring into him like bee stings. Brutal told him to feel how they felt. They didn't hate him. John said he could sense that, but his voice trembled and tears began to flow. Marjorie Dederick screamed again, demanding they kill him twice. John cringed against Paul moaning. Klaus pulled his sobbing wife against his shoulder. Harry was crying too, though his back was to the witnesses. Paul pushed ahead anyway. Brutal turned John toward the chair and pressed on his shoulder. John sat, gripping the oak arms, his eyes darting, his tongue wetting his lips. Paul and Harry dropped to their knees. The day before, they'd had flexible extensions welded to the ankle clamps to accommodate John's massive calves. For a terrible moment, Paul thought they wouldn't fit. But with a final hard shove, the clamp on his side closed. John's leg jerked and he gasped. Paul had pinched him. Paul murmured an apology to John, then glanced at Harry, who had secured his clamp more easily. Harry was staring at the modified clamps with a doubtful expression. Paul understood why. The extensions gave them a hungry, gaping look, like alligator jaws. Paul told him it would be all right, hoping he sounded convincing, and told Harry to wipe his face. Harry swabbed away tears and sweat with his arm. They turned. Homer Cribbis, who had been loudly chatting with the prosecutor, fell silent. Brutal had clamped one of John's wrists, Dean the other. The doctor stood against the wall with his black bag, unobtrusive as always. Paul reflected that doctors ran such affairs now. But back then they kept their distance, perhaps because they understood the perversion of their oath to do no harm. Dean nodded to Brutal, who glanced at the telephone that would never ring for John Coffey, and called out the order to roll on one. The generator hummed like an old refrigerator. Lights brightened and shadows sharpened on the walls, hovering around the chair like vultures. John drew a sharp breath, his knuckles white. Marjorie Dederick shrieked from her husband's shoulder, hoping it hurt. Klaus squeezed her. A trickle of blood ran from his nose into his mustache. Paul would not be surprised when he read of Klaus's stroke the following March. Brutal stepped into John's view and touched his shoulder as he spoke. Irregular, but only Curtis Anderson noticed, and he seemed not to care. Anderson looked like a man desperate to be done with his job. He'd enlist after Pearl Harbor and die in a truck accident at Fort Bragg. John relaxed under Brutal's hand. He might not understand the words, but the touch comforted him. Brutal understood how a man could want to go and still be terrified of the journey. He was a good man, Paul thought, maybe the best of them. He'd die of a heart attack 25 years later, eating a fish sandwich and watching wrestling. Brutal delivered the formal charge and asked if John had anything to say. John wet his lips and spoke 6 clear words. He was sorry for what he was. Marjorie Dederick screamed that he ought to be. John's eyes found Paul's. Paul saw no resignation, no hope, no peace, only fear, misery, and incomprehension. He remembered John's words about how Wharton had killed the girls with their love for each other, how that was the way of the world. Brutal took the mask from the brass hook. John saw it and recoiled, terror flooding his face. Sweat stood out on his skull like robin's eggs. He begged Paul not to put it over his face, not to send him into the dark, because he was afraid of the dark. Brutal froze, the mask in his hands, his eyes asking Paul what to do. Paul thought fast. The mask was tradition, not law, meant to spare the witnesses. John hadn't done anything to deserve dying under a mask. They knew that, even if the witnesses didn't, and Paul decided to grant this last request. He told John it was all right. Brutal put the mask back. Homer Cribbis protested loudly, demanding the mask be used. Paul told him to be quiet, he wasn't in charge. Harry whispered a muttered insult about Cribbis's incompetence. Brutal bent to retrieve the wet sponge from the bucket, tucked it into the cap, and placed it on John's head. Brutal was pale now, pasty white, on the verge of passing out. Paul remembered Brutal saying they were killing a gift of God and felt a sudden urge to retch. He fought it down. Water from the sponge dripped down John's face. Dean ran the chest strap, extended to its maximum, across John and handed it to Paul. Paul thought of how they'd tried to protect Dean because of his kids, never knowing he had less than 4 months left. After John Coffey, Dean would transfer to C Block and be stabbed to death by a prisoner for no known reason. Brutal checked the strap and stood back, hands crossed behind him. He wouldn't speak, couldn't, and Paul realized he would have to. Looking at John's terrified, weeping eyes, he knew he had to, even if it damned him. He gave the order to roll on too, his voice cracking and unfamiliar. The cap hummed. John's fingers splayed, their tips jittering, his knees pistoned against the clamps. 3 overhead lights exploded. Marjorie Dederick screamed and fainted. She would die in a trolley accident 18 years later. John surged against the chest strap, his eyes meeting Paul's for a moment, aware the last thing he would see. Then he fell back, the cap askew, smoke drifting from beneath it. It was quick. Paul doubted it was painless. He never believed the chair supporters on that point, but it was quick. John's hands went limp, the crescents of his fingernails turning deep eggplant. Smoke rose from his cheeks, wet from the sponge and from his tears. John Coffey's last tears. Paul held together until he reached home. Dawn was breaking, birds singing. He parked his car, got out, and walked up the back steps. And then the second greatest grief of his life crashed over him. It was the memory of John's fear of the dark that broke him. That first meeting when John had asked if they left the light on at night. His legs gave way. He sat on the steps, head over his knees, and wept. The crying felt larger than just John. It was for all of them. Janice came out and sat beside him, her arm around his shoulders. She asked if he'd hurt John any more than he'd had to. He shook his head. She said John had wanted to go. He nodded. She helped him up, and the gesture reminded him of how John had helped him up after their prayer. She led him inside for coffee. The first morning passed, then the afternoon, then his first shift back at work. Time took everything, whether he wanted it to or not, bearing it all away until only darkness remained. Sometimes people found each other in that darkness, and sometimes they lost each other again. That was all he knew, except that this had happened in 1932 at Cold Mountain. And the electric chair, of course. Around 2:15 that afternoon, Elaine Connolly found Paul in the sunroom. His last pages were squared up before him. She looked pale, with shiny places under her eyes. She'd been crying. Paul had been staring out the window at the hills, his right hand throbbing peacefully. He felt emptied out, a feeling both terrible and wonderful. He was afraid to meet her eyes, dreading hate or contempt, but found only sadness and wonder. No hate, no contempt, no disbelief. He asked if she wanted the rest of the story. She said it wasn't about what she wanted. She had to know how it came out, though she knew the outcome. She paused, unsure how to continue. She'd noticed he'd written about having 2 grown children in 1932, which didn't fit with the age she'd assumed him to be. He explained they'd married young, but not that young. She asked how old he was. He said he was 40 the year. John walked the Green Mile, born in 1892, making him a Hody 4. She stared at him speechless. He held out the remaining manuscript, remembering John's touch and his words. You won't explode. Something had happened to him that day, something lasting. He told her the answers were in there. She took the pages, admitting she was afraid, but accepting anyway. He said he'd be on the croquet course, where he wanted to show her something. She asked if it was scary. He said no. She said she'd meet him at 4. She squeezed his arm and left. Paul stood looking at the empty table. The breakfast tray Elaine had brought him, his papers finally gone. He couldn't quite believe he was finished, and part of him already knew why. Alabama. He took a piece of cold toast and went outside to the croquet course, sitting in the sun, watching the players pass, thinking old man's thoughts. Around 2:45, the 3 to 11 shift began arriving. At 3, day shift left. Brad Dolan walked alone to his car. A small relief. Dolan saw Paul on the croquet course, but neither waved nor scowled, just got into his Chevrolet and drove away. At 4, Elaine joined him. She'd been crying again. She hugged him tight and said poor John Coffey and poor Paul Edgecombe. He held her in the late sunshine, their shadows dancing. When she composed herself, she asked what had happened to the warden's wife. He said Melinda was considered a medical marvel, but died of a heart attack 10 or 11 years later. Hal died of a stroke around Pearl Harbor Day, so she outlived him by 2 years. She asked about Janice. He said he wasn't ready to tell her that today, promising to share it another time, a promise he never kept. 3 months later, Elaine died quietly of a heart attack, found peaceful by the orderly. Paul loved her and missed her, along with Janice and Brutal and all the others. They reached the second shed by the wall, tucked in a bower of scrub pines, sagging and shadow-dappled. He started toward it. Elaine hung back, looking fearful. He told her it was all right and to come on. There was no latch on the door. Once there had been, but it had been torn away, and Paul used a folded square of cardboard to wedge it shut. He pulled it free and stepped inside, leaving the door as wide open as it would go against the darkness. Elaine followed, her breath catching sharply as she spotted the table pushed to one side with a flashlight and a brown paper bag, and then the Have-A-Tampa cigar box on the dirty floor. Paul had gotten it from the concession man who stocked the home's vending machines, asking special and getting it free despite offering to pay. Peering over the edge were a pair of bright oil spot eyes. Paul crouched with effort and called to the mouse softly. Mr. Jingles struggled to get over the side of the box, but made it with a final lunge, landing on his side before regaining his feet and limping toward him, a hitch in one back leg. The old injury from Percy returned in his extreme old age. His fur had gone entirely gray, except for the top of his head and the tip of his tail. He hopped onto Paul's palm, stretching his neck to sniff at his breath. Paul held his hand toward Elaine, who stared in wonder, lips parted, insisting it couldn't be. He told her to watch and then judge. From the bag, he produced a spool he'd colored with magic markers. Modern tools, but the effect was as bright as Delacroix's Crayola work had been. He thought of the old circus announcement in French as he rolled the spool across the splintery floor. Mr. Jingles went after it at once, obsessed as ever, though slow and limping painfully. He reached the spool as it bounced off the far wall, went around it, and lay on his side. Elaine started forward, but Paul held her back. After a moment, Mr. Jingles found his feet again and slowly nosed the spool back. His hindquarters would no longer support him to guide it with his paws, but his nose was as educated as ever, keeping it on course. Paul picked him up, no more than a feather, and the spool in the other hand, the mouse's eyes never leaving it. Elaine begged him not to do it again. She couldn't bear to watch. Paul understood, but thought she was wrong. The mouse still loved the chase, and they should all be so fortunate in their passions. He mentioned the peppermint candies in the bag, Canada mints, but said Mr. Jingles could only sniff them now. His digestion was too poor. He brought him toast instead. He crouched again, broke a fragment off the piece he'd brought, and put it on the floor. Mr. Jingles sniffed, picked it up in his paws, and ate. His tail coiled neatly. When he finished, he looked up expectantly. Paul handed the toast to Elaine and told her to try. She broke off a piece and dropped it. Mr. Jingles approached, sniffed, looked at her, then ate it. Paul noted with satisfaction that the mouse knew she wasn't a floater. Elaine asked where he'd come from. Paul said he had no idea. One morning, Mr. Jingles had been lying on the kitchen steps. He'd known who it was right away, confirming with a spool from the laundry, and had found him a cigar box lined with soft material. He said the mouse was like them now, mostly just a sore place, but still had zest for life. For 60 years he'd held the story of John Coffey inside, and now he told it. He had the idea that was why Mr. Jingles had returned, to tell him to hurry while there was still time, because Paul was like him, getting there. Elaine asked where. He said she knew. They watched in silence, and then Paul tossed the spool again despite her request because the mouse still wanted to chase it. Mr. Jingles set off with pain but obsessive enjoyment. Elaine whispered about ivy-glass windows, and Paul agreed. She said John Coffey had touched the mouse the way he touched Paul, making him resistant to the things that brought others down, like termite-ridden trees. Paul agreed. Whatever power had worked through John was finally wearing off, but it had given them extra time. He might have a few more years, but Mr. Jingles' time was nearly up. The mouse reached the spool, limped around it, fell over breathing rapidly, then got up and pushed it back with his nose. His gait was unsteady, his fur gray, but his eyes gleamed. Elaine asked if he thought Mr. Jingles had wanted him to rate what he had. Paul started to answer, not the mouse, but the force behind him, when a voice cut through from the doorway. Brad Dolan stood there, grinning with malicious satisfaction. He'd apparently only driven as far as the Wrangler before returning. Elaine ordered him out coldly. He sneered back, calling her names and dismissing the shed as off-limits. His eyes widened when he finally saw the mouse, and he cursed in surprise. Paul didn't turn to look. The past had doubled over the present, and he saw Percy Wetmore in the doorway, about to crush Mr. Jingles under his shoe. This time, there was no John Coffey to save him. Paul lunged, shouting for him to leave the mouse alone, but Dolan shoved him back hard. Elaine steadied him, despite the pain it must have caused her. Dolan said he wasn't going to touch it. Didn't need to, because it was already dead. Paul turned, hoping Mr. Jingles was only resting, but the rippling motion through his fur had stopped. Elaine burst into sobs and bent painfully to pick up the mouse, limp and still on her palm, his eyes dull. Dolan sneered about a funeral, but Elaine screamed at him with such force that he backed away, the smile slipping from his face. She threatened him with losing his job. Paul muttered something too low for either to hear, unable to tear his eyes from Mr. Jingles lying on Elaine's palm like a tiny bearskin rug. Dolan considered calling her bluff, but didn't. He was a coward at heart, like Percy, and her claim about her grandson might be true. His curiosity had been satisfied, and the mystery had turned out to be nothing much. An old man's pet mouse that had died pushing a spool. He said he didn't know why they were so upset, as if it were just a dog. Elaine spat back at him, calling him ignorant and ugly-minded. Dolan's face flushed dully, the old acne scars darkening on his cheeks. He announced he was leaving, but warned that he'd put a new lock on the door tomorrow. The shed was off-limits to residents, regardless of what Elaine might say. He pointed out the warped, rotted floorboards, claiming Paul's scrawny leg would snap through them like kindling. He told him to take the dead mouse and get out, declaring the love shack closed. He strode away with the air of a man who thought he'd at least earned a draw. Paul waited until his heavy footsteps faded, then gently took Mr. Jingles from Elaine. His eyes fell on the bag of peppermint candies, and the tears came. He cried more easily these days. He asked Elaine to help him bury an old friend. She agreed, putting her arm around his waist and resting her head on his shoulder, stroking the mouse's still side with a twisted finger. They borrowed a trowel from the gardening shed and buried Delacroix's pet mouse in the long afternoon shadows. Then they walked back for supper to take up what remained of their lives. Paul found himself thinking of Delacroix kneeling on the green carpet, asking them to protect Mr. Jingles from the bad one. But the bad one hurt everyone in the end, didn't he? Elaine asked if he was all right. He squeezed her waist and said he was fine. She pointed out the beautiful sunset coming on and asked if they should stay and watch. They stood on the lawn with their arms around each other, watching the colors rise and then fade to gray ashes. 1956. Alabama in the rain. Their third grandchild, Tessa, was graduating from the University of Florida. They took a Greyhound bus. Paul was 64, Janice 59, still beautiful to him. They sat in the back, Janice fussing about her old camera. He was about to tell her they'd have time to shop, that she could get a new one, that she was likely just bored with the ride and her Perry Mason novel when everything went white in his memory. Outside Birmingham, in driving rain, a tire blew. The bus slid sideways on wet pavement and was broadsided by a fertilizer truck, which slammed it into a bridge abutment at over 60 miles an hour, crushing it and breaking it in half. The two pieces spun apart. The half with the diesel tank exploded in a fireball. In one moment, Janice was complaining. The next, Paul found himself lying on the far side of an underpass in the rain, staring at a pair of blue nylon panties stamped Wednesday that had spilled from a suitcase. Suitcases everywhere. Bodies. Parts of bodies. 73 people on the bus, only 4 survived. Paul was one of them, the only one not seriously hurt. He staggered among the wreckage, calling for his wife. He kicked aside an alarm clock, saw a dead boy of about 13 with PF flyers, and half his face gone. The rain beat on his face, then stopped as he passed through the underpass, then hammered down again when he emerged. By the overturned fertilizer truck, he found Janice, recognizable by her red dress, her second best, the best saved for graduation. She wasn't quite dead. He'd often thought it would have been better if she'd been killed instantly, for him if not for her, so he could have let her go more easily. But he'd never let her go, not really. She trembled all over. One shoe off, her foot jittering. Her eyes were open but blank, the left full of blood. As he knelt beside her in the rain, he thought of electrocution, of the jittering, and how he had to hold the roll before it was too late. He screamed for help, but no one came. Rain soaked him. Blood poured from the back of her crushed head. Beside her trembling hand lay a piece of chrome steel reading Gray, and part of what had once been a businessman in a brown suit. He screamed for help again and turned toward the underpass. There he saw John Coffey standing in the shadows, a shadow himself, huge, bald, arms dangling. He screamed for John to help Janice. Rain ran into his eyes, and when he blinked, John was gone. Just shadows. But it hadn't been only shadows. He was sure of that. John had been there, rain on his face mixing with his endless tears. Janice died in his arms. No final awareness, no whispered declaration, just a shivery clench in her flesh, and she was gone. He thought of Melinda Moores, sitting up in bed after the doctors had given up on her, looking fresh and rested, saying she had dreamed of wandering in the dark with John and finding each other. He put his wife's mangled head down on the wet pavement and stood easily, only a small cut on his left hand. He screamed John's name into the underpass, asking where he was. He walked toward the shadows, kicking aside a bloody teddy bear, a pair of shattered glasses, a severed hand with a garnet ring. He demanded to know why John had saved Hal's wife, but not his. Not Janice. No answer. Only burning diesel and burning bodies. Only rain falling ceaselessly on the cement. His wife dead on the road behind him. No answer then, no answer now. But John Coffey had saved more than Melly Moore's and Dell's mouse. He had saved Paul, too. And standing in that Alabama rain, amid the spilled luggage and the ruined dead, looking for a man who wasn't there, Paul learned a terrible truth. Sometimes there was absolutely no difference at all between salvation and damnation. Paul felt something pouring through him as he sat with John on the bunk that November day in 1932. A strange force flowing out of John and into him through their joined hands, a power that love and hope and good intentions could never convey. It began as a tingle and swelled into something tidal, beyond anything he'd experienced before or since. From that day forward, he never had pneumonia, flu, strep throat, another urinary infection, or even an infected cut. Colds came only every 6 or 7 years, and never seriously, despite the belief that infrequent colds hit harder. In 1956, he passed a gallstone, and part of him relished the pain, the only serious pain he'd felt since his waterworks trouble 24 years earlier. The diseases that had taken his friends and loved ones, strokes, cancers, heart attacks, liver and blood diseases, all swerved to avoid him. The one serious accident left him with only a scratch. In 1932, John Coffey had inoculated him with life, electrocuted him with it. He would die eventually. Any illusions of immortality died with Mr. Jingles, but he would have wished for death long before it found him. He already wished for it, ever since Elaine Connolly died. He looked back over the pages with trembling, spotted hands, wondering if there was any meaning here. He recalled childhood sermons in the Church of Praise Jesus, the Lord is Mighty, how preachers said God's eye was on the sparrow, that he saw even the least of his creations. When he thought of Mr. Jingles and the tiny scraps of wood in that hole in the beam, he believed that was so. Yet this same God sacrificed John Coffey, who only tried to do good in his blind way, as savagely as any Old Testament prophet sacrificed a defenseless lamb, as Abraham would have sacrificed Isaac if actually called upon. John had said Wharton killed the Dedrick twins with their love for each other, and that it happened every day all over the world. If it happened, God let it happen. And when they said, I don't understand, God replied, I don't care. He thought of Mr. Jingles dying while his back was turned, his attention stolen by a cruel man whose finest emotion was vindictive curiosity. He thought of Janice, jittering away her last mindless seconds as he knelt with her in the rain. He remembered trying to tell John to let go, that he was drowning, that he'd explode. John had smiled at the idea and said he wouldn't. And the horrible thing was that he hadn't. He still hadn't. He had at least one old man's affliction, insomnia. Late at night he lay in bed, listening to the coughs of infirm men and women, the call bells, the squeak of shoes, Mrs. Javitz's television. He watched the moon when it was in his window. He thought about Brutal and Dean and William Wharton's words. He thought about Delacroix showing off Mr. Jingles's tricks. He thought about Elaine standing in the sunroom doorway, telling Brad Dolan to leave him alone. Sometimes he dozed and saw that underpass in the rain, with John Coffey standing in the shadows, not a trick of the eye, but really him, just watching. He lay there and waited. He thought about Janice, how he'd lost her, how she'd run away red through his fingers in the rain, and he waited. He knew everyone owed a death, no exceptions, but sometimes, oh God, the Green Mile was so long. The end. And now the lights grow quieter, the footsteps fade, and all that remains is the feeling a story leaves behind. Thank you for staying here, for walking this long Green Mile and carrying these moments with you. Stephen King once said that stories often begin with a simple image, and for him, the Green Mile began with the idea of a man waiting on death row, and a question that lingered beneath it. What happens when goodness enters a place built for endings? As he wrote, he chose an unusual path, releasing the novel in 6 serialized parts during 1996, almost like old 19th century storytelling. He later admitted that writing it this way carried its own pressure. There was no comfortable distance between him and the readers. People were waiting, month after month, and he was discovering the road as he walked it himself. Beneath prison walls and electric chairs, there was always something larger moving through the story. Questions about justice, suffering, faith, and the quiet burden of carrying pain that was never yours to begin with. John Coffey feels less like a mystery to solve and more like a reflection held up to humanity itself. Sometimes the strongest souls arrive in the gentlest forms, and sometimes the deepest cruelty wears an ordinary face. That idea lives in so many of King's stories, whether it was fear in It or hope hidden inside the Shawshank Redemption. He always seemed interested in the places where darkness and compassion stand inches apart. Then the story found another life in 1999 when Frank Darabont brought it to the screen. Darabont had already transformed The Shawshank Redemption into something unforgettable, and he approached The Green Mile with the same quiet patience. He wasn't interested in spectacle. He wanted emotion to breathe. Remarkably, the film stayed deeply faithful to King's novel, preserving most of its dialogue, structure, and heart. A few details shifted along the way, but the soul of the story remained untouched. Tom Hanks carried Paul Edgecombe with a gentle weariness that felt lived in rather than performed, while Michael Clark Duncan gave John Coffey a tenderness that still lingers long after the credits roll. Duncan had originally been considered too large for the role, but once Frank Darabont saw him, the search was over. His performance became one of the most remembered of his career and earned him an Academy Award nomination. Around him, actors like David Morse, Sam Rockwell, Doug Hutchison, James Cromwell, and Barry Pepper helped create a world that felt painfully human. Behind the camera, Thomas Newman's music moved through scenes, almost like memory itself, while cinematographer David Tattersall gave the prison corridors a soft, dreamlike loneliness. Even small details carried enormous care. Mr. Jingles, the tiny mouse who somehow steals hearts without speaking a word, wasn't played by a single animal at all. Several trained mice were used during production, each taught different behaviors for specific moments. Tiny details. But sometimes stories live and die in tiny details. And perhaps that's why people still return to this world years later. Because beneath its supernatural mystery, The Green Mile was never really about death. It was about mercy, about guilt, about the unbearable weight of witnessing something beautiful and knowing you cannot hold on to it forever. If this story stayed with you, the original novel is waiting with even quieter moments hidden between its pages. Some feelings simply take on a different life when you read them for yourself. And if you felt something during this journey, whether you agreed with it, questioned it, or saw something entirely different, share those thoughts. Stories become richer when different hearts carry them. Subscribe if you'd like to return for more journeys like this, and pass this story along if you know someone who might need it. Because stories never truly end where words stop. They continue in memory, in imagination, and sometimes in the silent spaces we carry long after the final page is turned.